The room I woke up in had black mold growing in the cracks of the walls, a wooden bed held together mostly by optimism, and a squat toilet in the corner with no partition around it, which I want to stress was a decision somebody made on purpose. So my first coherent thought that morning was not, where am I? It was, who signed off on this? My second coherent thought arrived when something knocked on the door. I want to be clear that I was still 9/10 asleep and 1/10 annoyed, which is a terrible ratio for making decisions. I got up, I walked over, I opened the door, and a rotting humanoid thing with its arms bent the wrong way came at my face with its mouth already open. I slammed the door. I stood there with my hand flat on the wood, listening to it start hitting the other side, and I had the specific thought that a lot of people probably have about 10 seconds before they die, which was, okay, so that happened. Then a voice came out of the ceiling and made things worse. Welcome to Dormitory Survival World. This place is full of unknowns and opportunities. Only by surviving can you realize your dreams. Great, love the energy, very corporate. The following are the dormitory rules. Please remember all of them. 1. The dormitory must not be damaged until the door is breached. 2. Within his own dormitory, the landlord has absolute rights, and a tenant cannot cause any harm to the landlord. 3. For everyone's safety, do not leave the dormitory building and enter the mist. The first round of the event, Zombie Attack, has begun and will last 3 days. Then it stopped talking, and I stood in a moldy room with a monster hammering on the door and tried to work out which of those 3 rules was the most insane. Rule 1 said I wasn't allowed to break my own room. Rule 3 said the fog outside would kill me. But Rule 2 said that inside my own 4 walls, a tenant could not hurt me. Not shouldn't, could not, like it was physics. Which meant this place had already decided I was going to have tenants. I filed that away because a semi-transparent panel had opened in the air in front of me and was waiting, and there's only so much a man can process before breakfast. He How, owner of room 1001, Constitution 9, Spirit 10, Skill none. Underneath, in small helpful text, it explained that a normal adult has 10 in both. So the world ended, everybody got a character sheet, and mine came in below average in the one stat that keeps you alive. 4 years of sitting in a dorm room not exercising had finally been assigned a number, and the number was 9. Well, I said out loud, to nobody, at least I never studied hard enough to need glasses. Imagine surviving this thing while squinting. The door went bang again, and something cracked in a way wood should not crack. There was a chat window sitting beside the panel, and I opened it because when your entire body is a 9, information is the only weapon you've got. Nearby channel. 195 people out of 200. Somebody in 914 was screaming for help. Somebody in 113 told him nobody had time for him. A guy in 502 announced that this was finally his moment to rise. Somebody in 1006 said she was too hungry to move and would do anything for food. And a guy in 1017 immediately volunteered to come rescue her. And a woman in 819 informed the channel that at a time like this, he was still thinking with the wrong head. 200 people had been dropped into a slaughterhouse 90 seconds ago, and they were already bullying each other. Honestly, comforting. Very human. Then 309 posted that zombies had broken his door, and please, someone. Nobody answered him. Everyone just stopped typing. And the number at the top of the channel went from 195 to 194. I watched that number change, and I stopped being sleepy in a very permanent way. Somebody in 606 said the only way to get food or supplies was killing the things outside. That was the useful line. That was the whole game in one sentence, posted by a man who was probably dead by lunch. Kill them or starve, and either way, you have to open the door. Behind me, my door said -2, then -2. Little numbers floating up off the wood and dissolving, very tidy, like the universe was doing bookkeeping on my life. Wooden door. Level 1. Durability 14 out of 20. Defense 6. Upgrade requires 10 wood. And then, under all of it, in the same helpful little font as everything else, I'm just a broken wooden door. You're not naive enough to think I can do anything, are you? I want to note, for the record, that this was the first time the system openly insulted me, and that I would spend the next several weeks discovering that this was not a bug. 14 out of 20. It had been at 20 when I woke up. So somewhere in the last minute and a half, the only thing standing between me and being eaten had lost a third of itself while I read a group chat. There was already a hole punched through the middle of the door. I could see the corridor through it. If I'd been standing any closer, the hand that made that hole would have gone through my face instead. I put my palm on the handle. I did the math, and the math was 14 durability, -2 a hit, 1 hit every couple of seconds. I had about 15 seconds of door left, and after that I had a body with a 9 in it. So I decided to open the door and swing first, because dying while doing something is at least a different flavor of dying. And that was the exact moment a voice like a bell went off inside my skull. The God-level sign-in system has been activated. The longer you check in at the same location consecutively, the richer the rewards, and there is a chance to gain extra check-in attempts. Host's current location detected. Bind? I have never agreed to anything faster in my life. Bind. Bind right now. Bind it, yes. Dormitory 1001 successfully bound. Check-in successful. Rewards. 200 wood, 1 food gift pack, 10 liters of purified water. The weight hit my back before the words finished. There was a pack on my shoulders that had not been there, and inside it was more wood than the door had ever been made of, and water, actual clean water, sitting in my inventory like a joke. Outside, 200 surviving human beings were about to start fighting each other over a bread roll. Inside, I had just been paid for standing still. Upgrade, I said. Upgrade the door, now. 10 wood vanished. The hole in the door sealed itself like it had never been there. Sturdy wooden door, level 2, 42 out of 50, defense 10. And then a second chime, which I did not expect at all. Host has completed a first upgrade. Reward, a special check-in. You will receive 1 experience card. Would you like to check in? Yes. Obviously yes. Received, Ultimate Hunter Experience Card. Effect, grants 200 Constitution and 30 Spirit for 1 hour after use. I looked at that card sitting in my hand. A painted old man with blue skin and a white beard, staring out of it like he was disappointed in me personally. 200 Constitution. I had 9. This wasn't an upgrade. This was a completely different species with my name on the paperwork. For 1 hour. 1 time. Every instinct I had was screaming to crush it and walk out into that corridor like a natural disaster with opinions. And then the announcement replayed in my head. The event lasts 3 days, and I remembered every game I've ever played, and every game I've ever played does the same thing. Day 1 is the tutorial. Day 3 is where they put the thing that kills you. So I put the God card in my pocket and went back to being a 9. The door shook. -2. Fine, I said. Then we do it the boring way. I dumped 100 wood into the door and it asked me a question I wasn't ready for. Please select the branch you wish to upgrade. Thornwood door. Slightly increases durability and defense. Reflects a small amount of physical damage with each attack. Sturdy iron gate. Moderately increases durability and defense. And underneath, quietly, each choice will affect subsequent bonus attributes. Which was the system telling me in its polite little way that this was not a decision about today. Iron was the safe answer. Iron was a bigger wall. But a bigger wall doesn't feed you, and the only way to get resources in this place was to kill things, and I had a 9. Thorns, I said. Give me the thorns. Thornwood door. Level 3. 70 out of 70. Defense 15. Affix. Reflect damage. Each attack reflects 8 physical damage, 3-second cooldown. Come on, hit me on the head. From the inside, it looked like the same door. That's the part I loved. From the inside, I had a slightly heavier piece of wood. From the outside, the thing in the corridor swung at it, and a row of spikes came through its arm, and he stood there for a second with its own limb pinned like a bug in a display case. Then it pulled free and kept hitting the door, which was the moment I realized something important about these things. They didn't learn. Bang, bang, bang. And the durability bar did not move, not once, because 8 points of reflect was chewing straight through whatever it had instead of a nervous system. Level 3 doors come with a peephole, by the way, which is how I got to watch it happen. That's what I want you to picture. A 20-year-old man in a moldy room, one eye pressed to a peephole, eating nothing, holding nothing, doing nothing, while a monster beat itself to death against a plank on his behalf. Player He Hao killed a level 1 zombie and earned 1 point. I opened the door about 4 inches. There was a white ball of light on the floor, and a stain, and nothing else, and the corridor beyond it was full. I don't mean a few. There are 20 rooms on each floor, and I counted at least 40 of those things shuffling around out there. So if everyone on this floor had walked out at the same moment and fought like heroes, we'd have got 2 each, and most of us would have lost. I picked up the light, 10 wood and 1 bread roll. Bread. Effect. Provides a slight feeling of fullness. Do you know how much a piece of bread costs outside? 500,000. Cute, I said, and then my stomach made a noise like a drain, and I stopped finding it cute. I was about to close the door when I stopped and thought about it, and did something that in hindsight was the single most profitable action of my entire first day. I took an empty bottle out of my pack and knocked it against the wall. Clang. Every dead face in the corridor turned around at once. 40 of them, all at the same time, in that awful loose way they had, like puppets whose strings got tugged by the same hand. And then they started walking toward my door. I closed it and put my back against it and let out a breath. "They're coming," I said, to a room with no one in it. "Good, that's the point. Let's farm." Then I opened the food gift pack, because I'd been at war for 11 minutes and I felt I'd earned lunch. Effect: open to obtain 9 fast food blind boxes. No need to follow the crows, no need to worry about going hungry 9 times in 3 days. The first box was a tomato and egg rice bowl. Real one, steam and all. I pulled the lid off and that sour, warm smell came up and hit me in the back of the teeth. And out in the corridor something threw itself at my door and quietly disintegrated. I sat on my terrible bed and ate my rice bowl and read the group chat. 715 was offering to do anything for someone to clear the zombies off her door. 309 replied, asking her to first prove her execution ability by solving a set of Olympiad maths problems. 502 announced he had fallen and asked if anyone would feed him. 113 wanted to know why everyone was getting hungry so fast. 819 explained that the food dropped by zombies probably kept you full longer, which was actually the smartest thing anyone said all day. And then someone called him a name, and he threatened to come across the hall and chop them up, and someone else asked, cheerfully, where? 200 people, 50 of them dying, all of them roasting each other. "It's rare to see everyone this energetic," I said, with my mouth full. "Not one of them has eaten, and they've still got the strength to argue." Ding! Player He Hao killed a level 1 zombie and earned 1 point. Roughly once a minute, for as long as I felt like sitting there. Somewhere out in that building, people were dying to get one of those. I was getting one every 60 seconds for the crime of owning a door and having a snack. I upgraded the bed while I was at it, because 10 wood is 10 wood, and my spine had opinions. Then I sat back down and started actually thinking, which is a thing I'd like to point out I did on day 1, because a lot of the people who died later did not. Here is what I had. A system that paid me for existing in a fixed location. A door that killed things by itself. 200 wood, water, 9 days of food, and a card in my pocket that could turn me into a god for 60 minutes. Here is what I did not have. Any idea what points were for. Any idea what happened on day 2. Any muscles. And here is the part that actually worried me. Everything I had came from sitting in one room. Which meant the moment this place made sitting in one room stop working, I'd be a 9 again with a nice door. "At this rate, I'll be pulling monsters all day," I said. "I need to get in front of this." That's when the system, which had clearly been waiting for me to relax, dropped a daily quest into my vision. A daily quest has been released. Successfully recruiting a female tenant will earn you extra rewards for each check-in. Requirement: a rating of at least 85. I read it twice. Recruiting a female tenant, I said. Seriously. And look, I know how that sounds. I knew how it sounded then, sitting in a moldy room holding a spoon. But you have to understand what was actually on the table, because I did the arithmetic before I did anything else, and the arithmetic was ugly and clean. The public facilities in this room did not get more expensive with more people in it. The water was the same water. The door was the same door. But the check-in rewards scaled with who was living here, which meant every person I brought in made the building around them cheaper to run and the payout bigger. That's not romance. That's a spreadsheet. "System," I said. "If somebody sends me a photo, can you rate them for me?" You can obtain a rough rating with an error margin of no more than 2 points, which was, I want to be honest, an enormous relief, because the alternative was walking around a zombie-infested building conducting interviews. So I opened the chat and posted a photograph of my bread roll. 1001. He Hao. Looking for a female tenant. Room and board included. I would like to tell you that the channel responded with dignity. 1006 immediately offered to do whatever I wanted if I gave her food. 1017 warned me not to believe her on the grounds that he had recently been over there and could confirm she was a wild Snorlax. 507 informed me that I would send him my food right now or he would break down my door. 720 posted a photograph of his own bread roll, which I think was meant to be a flex. 602 asked why none of us were sharing with the female players, and how could we all be so selfish, and 819 asked her, very politely, why anyone would give something away for free, Was it because she had no core competitiveness, and 820 said that if you're ugly, you should read more books, and then everyone said the same thing 40 times? One piece of bread. That's all it took. One photograph of a bread roll, and the entire building split into people trying to sell me something, people trying to threaten me, and people who wanted to lecture me about it from a moral high ground they were currently starving on. I didn't reply to any of them. Because here's the thing I understood about 11 minutes into the apocalypse. Right now, I was the only room in this building with a level 3 door and 10 liters of clean water, and the single stupidest thing I could do was say that out loud. Human hearts are unpredictable. Make your money quietly. So I ate my rice, and I let them fight, and I watched the little red notification dot on my messages start filling up. 20 people messaged me privately in the first hour. Some of them were confident in a way that their rating did not support. Several of them threatened me. One of them opened with a demand, in a tone that suggested I owed him something, which is an incredible way to ask a stranger for water. I answered every one of them with the same 2 words, ha ha. Then a message came in with a photograph attached, and the photograph was a woman's face under a layer of dust and dried blood, and the panel that came up beside it stopped me with the spoon halfway to my mouth. Zhou Mei Li, Constitution 8, Spirit 11, Rating 89. I knew that face. She was 2 years above me at Jiangcheng University, and she was also the chief executive of a listed company in the same city, which is a combination of facts that had made her a minor local legend and made the rest of us feel like furniture. I'd heard she'd gone missing 2 days before all this started. Apparently, she hadn't gone missing. Apparently, she'd just arrived early. I looked at the photo a bit longer. The suit was in ribbons. Her stockings had holes in them, and there were scabs on her legs where the holes were, the kind you get from running for a long time through places that don't want you. And I felt exactly nothing. Which I want to be upfront about, because excessive sympathy is a thing only people with a surplus can afford, and on day 1 of a survival world, nobody has a surplus. Whoever holds the resources holds the conversation. That's not cruelty, that's just where I was standing. But 89 was over the line, and the quest was a quest, and more than that, a vase you keep for decoration is a vase you should have left in the shop. He Hao. Send a message 5 minutes before you come. She replied in under 3 seconds. That told me something too. 906. Zhou Mei Li. Okay, but could you give me something to eat first? And there it was. The actual negotiation, opening on move 1. I sat there with 8 unopened food boxes in my bag and thought about it properly, because this was the part that mattered. We were nothing to each other. A senior and a junior at a university that probably didn't exist anymore. If I sent food across a corridor full of corpses to a woman who then decided to sit tight and eat it, I'd have paid for the privilege of being clever at. 906. Zhou Mei Li. Don't worry, I know my limits. I can't survive on my own. I just haven't eaten in 2 days, and my legs are weak. She'd guessed exactly what I was thinking, and answered it before I asked. 2 days on the run had taught her the same lesson it teaches everyone, which is that in a place like this, you do not build an alliance of equals. You find someone with a wall, and you make yourself worth the space behind it. Fine, then let's do this properly. I put half of the bread roll on the trading interface. Half. Torn. Enough to stand up on, not enough to sit down on. And then I opened one of my fast food boxes, photographed the green pepper and pork fried rice inside it, and sent that too. Because the half roll was the offer and the photograph was the contract, it said, "This is what today looks like. There is more. You are not getting more for free, and if you try to be clever, understand that the same system that produced this can produce it again tomorrow, and you can't." Then I sat back and waited to see whether a chief executive could read a term sheet. She could. It took her 9 minutes to cross 1 floor of a building full of dead people, and she made it to my door without making a sound, and when she got there, she stopped and stared at it, because she'd walked past 19 other doors on her way up, and not one of them looked like mine. I did not move aside. "You've forgotten something," I said. "I don't let unstable elements into my dormitory." She understood immediately. She didn't argue, she didn't perform being hurt, she just sent the request, and I want you to know that she did it in under 2 seconds, which is the exact moment I decided she was worth the bread. "Zhou Mei Li has applied to become your tenant. Do you agree?" Agree. And the sky fell on my head. Congratulations, the cycle task, round 1, is complete. Bonus reward activated. You are guaranteed double daily login rewards starting from your next check-in. Congratulations on recruiting a new tenant. You have received 200 wood, 1 food gift pack, and 10 liters of purified water. Double, permanently, plus an immediate payout that matched my entire opening balance. And then I noticed the part that actually mattered, which was that the quest marker was still lit. Cycle task, not daily, cycle. There was no cap on it. As far as the system was concerned, this was a repeatable, and every single time I completed it, the payout for existing in this room went up again, and the room, the door, the water, the walls, all of it stayed exactly as expensive as it was before. I stood in my doorway with the numbers going off behind my eyes, and I must have been grinning like an absolute lunatic, because Jo Mei Lee, starving, filthy, 3 seconds into her new job, cleared her throat. "Come in," I said. "It's not safe out there." She ate the rest of the bread roll standing up, in about 4 seconds, without any of the dignity you'd expect from a woman who used to sign things for a living. Then she choked on it, because it was dry and she'd forgotten how to be a person, and I handed her a cup of water without saying anything. She looked at the water like I'd handed her a small country. Outside, people were auctioning single cups of that. I watched her drink it in one go, and then just stand there with her eyes closed for a second, and something in her face let go that had been holding on for 2 days. Then she put the cup down, straightened her ruined jacket, and sat down on my bed with her back very straight, the way you sit when you have decided in advance what the price is going to be and would like it over with. "I understand the arrangement," she said. "No," I said, "you don't. Sit up." She looked at me. "Let's do this properly, because I'd rather have this argument now than in 3 days when we're both hungry." I sat down on the other end of the terrible bed. "First thing, you eat because you work, not because you're here. If you think the deal is that you lie down and I feed you for the rest of your life, we're going to have a very short partnership." Her jaw moved. She was recalculating. "Second thing, I'm not sending you outside. You'd die, and then I'd have wasted a bread roll." I nodded at the chat window hanging in the corner of the room. "You watch that. All of it. 200 people are about to accidentally solve this whole place in public, and every one of them is too busy insulting each other to notice. If anyone mentions a blueprint, a mechanic, a room number, a shop, I want it. You ran a listed company. You know how to tell a real signal from an idiot with a keyboard." "You know who I am," she said, very quietly. "Everybody at Jiangcheng knows who you are. That's why you covered your face in dirt before you sent the photo." She touched her cheek and didn't deny it. "Third thing, I stood up and pulled a liter of water out of my pack and set it in front of her. Wash, all of it. I'm not being polite. You've been running through that building for 2 days, and I have to share a room with you." She stared at the bottle. Out there, a cup of this had a market price. I'd just put a liter of it on the floor so she could get the corridor off her skin. "You could ration that," she started. "Do whatever you want with it," I said, and turned around, which is the entire extent of the gentlemanly behavior I want credit for. And while she was scrubbing 2 days of running off her arms, I was watching her panel change in real time, because I am a romantic. Rating, 89, then 91. Loyalty, 40. Vigilance. Loyalty will not betray you once it reaches 90, and will never drop once it reaches 100. 40. Vigilance, which was, honestly, correct of her. I'd have been insulted if it said anything else. She'd known me for 19 minutes, and one of those minutes had been a threat. But 2 things had just become very clear to me. 1. The rating was live. It moved with clothes, with dirt, with condition, which meant it was not a fixed number I'd been handed, it was an investment. 2. I could see loyalty, not guess at it, see it. In a building where every person I'd talked to so far had opened with either a lie or a threat, I had a room where I could read the number over someone's head. Rule 2 of the dormitory said a tenant couldn't hurt me in here. Fine. But rules don't stop somebody posting your room number and your inventory in a public channel, and that's the kind of murder that doesn't need hands. By the time she'd finished and sat back down, she was 91 and 63, and 63 said trust. "Level 3 doors need blueprints from here on," I said, dropping it on her like a homework assignment. "So we need blueprints. Where do blueprints come from?" She didn't even blink. She just started working. "The library. 3 people have mentioned finding them there in the last hour, and one of them found a wooden chair blueprint he says is useless." She scrolled. "But the drop rate's probably low." When I was running product on small games, the important items were always gated behind login streaks or level, not luck. It's the same design. They won't let a strong item come out early. They never do, I agreed. No game lets an overpowered player exist in version 1. They cap you until the rest of the server catches up. Then I stopped and looked at her and smiled, because there is one specific kind of exception to that rule. What? She said. Nothing, just there's always an exception. I stretched. Simple. You upgrade everything to the maximum the current version allows, and then you wait for the version to change. She rolled her eyes at me. Actually rolled them, at a man who had fed her 20 minutes ago. I decided I liked that. That's very easy to say, she said. In other games, whoever has money is the boss. In dormitory survival world, everybody starts on the same line. What advantage do you have? I didn't answer, because the answer was a voice in my head that paid me for waking up, and that answer was going in the ground with me. How? She said suddenly, in a different voice. Look at the channel. 404 was screaming that some idiots had gone out and attacked the zombies while they were standing still, and now the 4th floor was awake again, and nobody could move. 113 was reporting that the library was just a library, books, and nothing else. 202 said other areas were locked until tomorrow. 309 mentioned the wooden chair blueprint, and then 1017 said the sentence that got about 30 people killed that night. If you can wander around outside, doesn't that mean there aren't any zombies out there? 113 confirmed the library had none, and 1017 said, then I might as well move to the library. My door won't last. I looked at Jo Mei Lee. She was already frowning. There's nowhere outside safer than the dormitory, she said. That's the whole shape of it. They gave us rooms and then told us the fog kills. Why would the one place with no monsters also be the one place with an open door? Your instincts are good, I said. They were excellent. But I want to be honest with you about why I was smiling, and it wasn't agreement. It was that I knew something she didn't, which was that whether or not the library was safe was completely irrelevant to me, because I had a check-in bound to a specific set of coordinates, and there was no square meter in this entire building worth more to me than the one I was standing on. Level 3 Thorns was the start. It was very much not going to be the end. Then the ceiling spoke again, and the entire building lost its mind. Dormitory broadcast. Player 1001, He Hao, has killed 20 zombies and earned over 20 points. The leaderboard is now active. All surviving players can view their scores. Rankings update in real time. After this round of the event concludes, rewards will be distributed based on point ranking. 1. 1001 He Hao, 20 points. 2. Dorm 908, 7 points. 3. 309 Shu Long, 5 points. The chat did not explode straight away. That was the funny part. There was a pause of about 6 seconds while 200 people individually decided they were hallucinating. Then 309 wrote, "Are you even human? I've killed 5 and I can barely stand." 819 offered to buy a tutorial for 1 bread roll. 1017 announced that of course it was the 10th floor. He'd been wondering why there were so many fewer of them out there. Turns out the big boss had made his move. And 1006 asked, again, if anyone would give her food. I sat in my room with a rice bowl in my lap and read strangers calling me brave. They think you went out there, Jo Mei Lee said. She'd worked it out. She was looking at the door. 20, I said. I've been in this room the entire time. I got up and opened the door about a hand's width, and sure enough, there were 2 more lights sitting on the mat like a delivery, and out past them the corridor had thinned out in a way that would take anyone else a week. I explained the thorns to her. She went red, immediately, completely, from the neck up, and I stood there for a second before I worked out why. And then I could not help myself. So, I said, the noise from in here earlier, that would have attracted them. I didn't expect you to have it at level 3 already, she said, in the voice of a woman changing the subject with a shovel. Stop looking at me like that. I'm going to pull another batch, I said, and took out an empty bottle and knocked it against the wall, and 40 dead faces in the stairwell turned around at once and started walking toward the only room in the building that was making noise on purpose. That was day 1. That was the rhythm of it. Somewhere below me, a man in 502 who'd spent all morning announcing that this was finally his time to rise was standing with his back against a level 2 door, telling himself it would hold, and behind him something was already in the room. He didn't even get a message out. He just went gray in the channel. 309 said, "This is bad news. Anyone still outside should come back." 107 replied that he wasn't leaving the library today and would people stop spreading panic. 212 said, who would stay in that crappy dormitory building? It's crawling with them. 116 said the library was fine, and how could it possibly be more dangerous than the dorms? 309 said, since we came to this godforsaken place, there has never been a single safe location. And then he stopped typing to them, because there's a specific moment where you realize you're arguing with people who have already decided, and after that, you're just spending your own life on them. I know exactly what that moment feels like. I'd had mine an hour earlier. Then the ceiling said, night falls, the zombie horde revels, and the zombies seem to have changed. 3 level 2 zombies have appeared in the horde. Please kill them as soon as possible. Level 2 zombies are extremely aggressive, and ordinary dormitory doors cannot completely defend against them. Players must cooperate with each other to have a chance of breaking through. Defeat a level 2 zombie for extra loot and 20 points. 200 points of excitement went through the chat and died in about 4 seconds, roughly the time it took everyone to reach the word cooperate. Cooperate. In a building where a man had, that afternoon, demanded Olympiad maths homework from a woman begging for food. Nobody moved. Nobody was ever going to move. And in the library, in the pitch dark, about a dozen people who had spent the whole day telling everyone else they were cowards were laughing. I know they were laughing because they said so in the channel first. Not one zombie in the whole building. How could we not know where it's safe? Those idiots in the dorms must be regretting it now. And that Shu Long talking about us. Just wait, he won't last the night. There is a thing people do in the dark. They stop performing and just say what they actually are, and then afterwards they blame it on the mood. Somewhere in the middle of all that, there was a sound like grinding. Their leader, a man called Guo Zheyong, got very authoritative about it, because a leader has to be seen to lead. Who's eating in secret? Stop hiding it. And everybody said it wasn't them, very fast, all at once, because they were a group of people held together entirely by the fact that nobody had needed anything from anyone else yet. Then something warm landed on all of their faces. I'm going to skip the next part because you can do it yourself and it isn't the interesting bit. The interesting bit is that Guo Zheyong was the first one out of the door. Not the last, the first. He was through that entrance before the screaming had properly organized itself, and behind him 12 people who had come to the library because he told them to were finding out what a room with no doors means. He made it all the way back to the dormitory building. That's the part that gets me. He crossed the whole square in the dark, and he was practically at the entrance, breathing again, telling himself that the ordinary ones in the stairwell were nothing, and a hand came out of the dark and closed over the top of his head. He didn't get up. The thing that did it stood over him and beat its own chest, an ape-shaped one, arms like industrial equipment, and it looked up at the building, and then it went inside and started climbing toward the noise. The noise, obviously, being me. 601 Gao Jianjun, who had a window. Someone downstairs just got flattened. 702 Shu Haofeng, that's the library group. They're being cleaned up out there. 309 Shu Long, I told them it wasn't safe. He Ming. Brother Long is a god. I ran back in time. Gao Jianjun. Forgot to mention, some bad news. That thing has come inside. And then, in the middle of an active massacre, 309 typed, at 1001, Zhou Mei Li, how's the situation on your end? Followed, 1 second later by, isn't 1001 He Hao? The building forgot about the monsters for about 90 seconds. Hold on. Is this the Zhou Mei Li I'm thinking of? The chief executive? Brother Hao. How? How? At 1001, He Hao, wait, I think I've discovered something. They know, Zhou Mei Li said in a flat voice, with her hand over her eyes. They were going to know eventually, I said. Honestly, it's good. Nobody attacks the guy who's obviously already winning. They wait for someone else to try first. Then the floor shook. Bang! -3. I looked at the number and my eyelid did something involuntary. 3. Not 2. 3. Through 15 points of defense, which meant the thing outside was hitting hard enough that 15 points of defense was a suggestion. I got my eye to the peephole. There were 2 of them. Giant zombie, level 2, Constitution 14. Giant zombies sacrifice a great deal of speed for size and considerable defensive capability. Giant strength zombie, level 2, Constitution 15. It's not a gorilla, it's a zombie from Africa. Thank you, system. Very informative. I'm sure that will be a comfort at the funeral. Two of the three special monsters in this entire building were standing outside my door because I'd spent all day ringing a dinner bell, and it turns out the dinner bell works on the good stuff too. This is insane, I said with feeling, and then said several other things I won't repeat. Bang. -6. That one made the whole room jump. Jo Mei Lee made a small noise and grabbed my arm with both hands and held on hard enough to hurt, and I want to make it clear that I noticed absolutely nothing about that at all. I was busy. It's fine, I said. Durability comes back. 1 wood, 1 point. I've got 180 of them. We just have to last. That was true. That was even reassuring. What I didn't say was that we had 180 points of door, and they were taking 6 at a time, and I was doing the division in my head while I patted her hand. Bang, bang, bang. And every time it landed, I fed the door another handful of wood, and the pile in my pack got smaller in a way you could watch. All over the 10th floor, people were pushing themselves into corners as though a corner has ever helped anybody. That dull, patient thumping went through the whole building, and every person in it heard it and understood that the only reason it wasn't their door was luck. I had the God card in my hand. I'd taken it out at some point without deciding to. Here's what the gamble was, and I want you to have it clean, because this was the first real decision I made in that place. Crush the card now, walk out, kill 2 level 2 zombies with 200 constitution, be a hero, and be a 9 again in 59 minutes with my only trump gone on day 1. Or hold on until midnight when the check-in reset and bet everything on a system I'd known for 11 hours. I watched the wood pile shrink. 1 minute, I said. The last of it went into the door. Bang. And then, at the exact moment the pile hit nothing, that bell went off in my skull. Today's check-in has been refreshed. Do you wish to check in? I have never spoken so fast. Permanent daily check-in bonus. Double rewards. This lucky check-in boost. Jo Mei Lee, 9.2. Check-in successful. Rewards, 600 wood. 2 level 4 universal blueprints. 2 signature food gift packs. Congratulations, host, on receiving a lucky check-in bonus. You have received level 2 zombie serum. I want to walk you through what happened in my chest because it was 3 separate things stacked on top of each other. 600 wood. Fine. Great. That's the door fed for a week. Level 2 zombie serum. Later. Definitely later. And in the middle of it, quietly, like it wasn't the entire game, 2 level 4 universal blueprints. Level 4 can be used as any level 4 blueprint. It works well, but it's not durable. Everyone else in this building was hunting a library for a chance at a wooden chair. I had just been handed for free the thing that let me skip a whole tier, and I'd been handed 2. And there was one more line in that reward, and I only understood it later, and it changed how I thought about everything. This lucky check-in boost. Jo Mei Lee, 9.2. She was a multiplier. The woman sitting on my bed, terrified, holding my arm, who I had bought for half a bread roll, the system had just quietly informed me that her rating was making my rewards better. Upgrade, I said. The door, now. Please select the branch you wish to upgrade. Blackthorn Iron Gate. Moderately increases durability and defense, damage reflection is more pronounced. Sturdy steel door. Significantly increases durability, moderately increases defense. Frosty Iron Gate. Slightly increases durability and defense. Attacks inflict a frost slow effect. Note, level 4 repair materials will be replaced with iron. The frost one was interesting. I want that on the record. I saw it, I thought about it, and I put it down. Because slightly increased durability was not going to solve the 2 industrial accidents in my corridor, and hiding inside a turtle shell has never once fed anybody. Blackthorn, I said. Iron. The wood went white and came back as metal, ugly and gray like somebody had painted it with primer, and my 42-point wooden door turned into something else. Blackthorn Iron Gate, level 4. Durability 120, defense 25. Affix, reflect damage. Each attack reflects 25 physical damage. That's 100% of defense, up from 50. 2-second cooldown, down from 3. You didn't disappoint me, I said out loud. Jo Mei Lee was rubbing her eyes with both hands like she'd got something in them. She had watched a door that was about to break turn into a different door. From where she was sitting, on a bed, in a room, with no context, a man had solved an unsolvable problem by talking. Is this an upgrade? Buzz. Something hit the gate outside, and the whole frame shook, and then it stopped. I waited for the damage number. There wasn't one. Right, I said, and nodded slowly, mostly to myself. Yes, it would be genuinely unbelievable if a level 2 could break a level 4. It's blocking it? What else would it do? I know. But you have to understand, an hour earlier I had been doing arithmetic about how long I had to live, and now there was a thing on the other side of my door that had killed a man by putting its hand on his head, and it was making no progress at all. I told you, I said. Behave, prove you're worth the space, and leave the rest to me. And then, from the corridor, there was a long, mournful, genuinely pathetic howl. 25 damage every 2 seconds to anything that touched it. Player Hey How kills a level 2 zombie, earning 20 points. The ape one. The thing that had crossed a square in the dark and executed a man on the doorstep, dead in a corridor, killed by a door, while I stood on the other side of that door doing absolutely nothing. What happened? Jo Mei Lee asked. I just smiled at her, and outside, the second one kept hitting. While the second one worked, I opened the serum, for internal use. After use, it can resist the zombie virus and grant 3 points of constitution and 1 point of spirit. Absolutely safe, no need to worry about it having a pointy head. I hate you, I told the system, and drank it. It went down cold. Not cold like water, cold like the feeling you get when a fever finally breaks and your own body stops being an argument. It went into my arms and my back and behind my eyes, and everything sharpened by 1 notch, and when I flexed my hand it did the thing I was picturing instead of the thing it usually did. Constitution 12, Spirit 11. 12. Above the human average, for the first time in my life, achieved by drinking something blue in a moldy room. I was no longer the useless college student who'd spent 4 years lying in a dormitory. I was now a slightly less useless college student who could not catch the zombie virus. And that second part was the part that mattered, because the reason nobody in this building went outside wasn't the monsters, it was the scratch. Everybody had heard the same story. Somebody catches a claw, somebody turns. I could not turn. Player Hey How kills a level 2 zombie, earning 20 points. The banging stopped. I looked through the peephole for a long time before I did anything, because there's a difference between confident and dead, and the difference is usually about 40 seconds of looking. Nothing moved out there. I opened the door. Congratulations, you have received 40 wood, 1 bread roll, 3 steamed buns, 2 liters of purified water, and 120 copper coins. Copper coins? No idea. Into the bag, deal with it later. I took out a length of wood, held it like a stick, and stepped into the corridor with my heart going like a machine. The corridor in this place was too big. That's a thing I noticed that night for the first time. School corridors aren't that wide or that long. This one felt like it had been built to hold more of them, but the other way to look at it, and the way I chose to look at it, was that it had also been built to give me room to move. The nearest one turned its head. I did not wait to be looked at. I jumped it. Bang. And here's the thing about 12 Constitution against a 9. I'd been picturing a fight, and instead, the thing came apart. One committed swing with a plank, and it stopped being a shape, which of course made noise, and noise brings friends. And then the entire corridor was awake and coming at me, mouths open, moving with that terrible, loose eagerness. More enthusiastic than any fan of anything. And I noticed that my hands were shaking, not from fear. I checked. I actually stopped in the middle of it and checked, and it wasn't fear, it was the other thing. 20 of them coming down a corridor at me, and some idiot part of my brain had decided this was the best day of my life. Bang, bang, 2 of them down, left and right. I kept moving, kept swinging. My breathing went ragged, and my arms started burning, and I did not stop, because the second you stop in a corridor is the second the corridor closes. By the time I sat down on the floor, the stairwell was black with the stuff they leave behind, and there was almost nothing standing. They don't leave bodies. That's a mercy I hadn't expected. They just go, and turn into little lights on the floor, and you walk along picking up your own violence like it's shopping. I sat there breathing, and I had this completely stupid feeling of accomplishment, and I want to describe it accurately. While everyone else in this building was still deciding, I had already started taking. That's the whole difference. That's it. That's the entire gap. 3 floors down, a man with a broadsword was hacking his way through 3 of them at once, and looking at the leaderboard between swings, and going quietly insane. Shu Long, 3rd place, 10 points. Earned the hard way, each one by hand, each one a genuine risk. And at the top of the board, 70-something, and climbing while he watched. What kind of gap is that? He said, to nobody. Then he decided the answer didn't matter, and went back to work. Which is the single most sensible thing anybody in that building did all night. 1 floor below me, a man called Liu Kai was drinking water and looking at the same board with a completely different face. He had a delicate, almost pretty face, and it was covered in the black stuff, and he'd earned every bit of that. He'd been out there. He'd fought. He had a real claim to being one of the strong ones. And he sat there and looked at my name and said, out loud to an empty room, "Why does He Hao deserve Zhou Mei Li? Why not me?" Then he threw the bottle at the wall. I want you to remember him because a lot of what happens later is downstream of a man deciding that the problem with the world was that somebody else was doing better. "Let's go," Zhou Mei Li said from behind me. I turned around and she was in the corridor. In the corridor. On heels, in a shredded suit, squatting down to help me up, with her eyes going everywhere at once because she was terrified and had come out anyway. "I'm fine," I said, and got up on my own. Tired is not the same as finished. "Grab the drops first." I unscrewed a water bottle and drank half of it standing there, and I watched her swallow and not say anything, and I noticed it. And I want to be honest that I noticed it and did nothing. Because at that point, she had contributed a chat log, and I had contributed a corridor. Then a door opened behind us. A head came out, checked left, checked right, saw us, and the pupils went small. And then, instead of going back in, the man threw his door wide and squared his shoulders like he'd remembered he was somebody. "Hey, you two, what are you picking up in front of my door?" Zhou Mei Li didn't even look up. She had a job. "I'm talking to you. Don't take things from my doorstep." And then he ran out and scooped up the nearest 3 lights. I'd like to explain the maths of that moment. I had just cleared essentially an entire floor of monsters. He had opened a door, and the position he was taking, with total confidence, was that anything that fell in the corridor outside his room was legally his. Blonde hair, silver earrings, the whole presentation. He flicked his fringe. He'd clearly done this before, whatever this was, in whatever life he'd had, and it had always worked. Then he got a proper look at Zhou Mei Li, and his entire face changed. "Oh, you're 1001. He Hao and Zhou Mei Li." He rubbed his hands together, and he licked the corner of his mouth, and there was actual drool. "Hey, little sister, why don't you come with me instead? I promise you'll be more comfortable than with him." And then, because apparently there was no floor, "I heard you're a chief executive? I've never had a chief executive." "Roll," said Zhou Mei Li. One word, didn't even give him a sentence. "Ooh," he said, delighted. "Spicy, I like that." And he started walking toward her, doing a kneading motion with both hands, having decided out loud that I wasn't a factor. "You've just been in a fight," he said over his shoulder to me. "You won't have much strength left." He was right. That's the thing. He was completely right. My arms felt like wet rope. Why would I tell him that? I stood there and let him get closer and said nothing, and he took the silence as agreement, and he informed me, cheerfully, walking, that he'd originally planned to keep me around to watch. "Are you done talking?" That got him. Something in that hit whatever nerve people like him keep just under the skin, and his face went red and came apart at the same time. "Done talking? I'm talking, shh!" He swung. Zhou Mei Li screamed. I heard it a long way off, the way you hear things when everything slows down. She'd done the same maths he had. She'd watched me clear a corridor and then sit on the floor, and she knew exactly how much I had left, and the answer was nothing. Which is why neither of them noticed that I'd already swapped the plank for a dagger. I stepped inside the punch and put it through his chest. "I warned you," I said. "You didn't listen." He looked down. Then he looked up at me, and his mouth opened, and what came out wasn't words. I want to tell you what was actually on his face at the end, because it wasn't fear, it was arithmetic. He'd finally run it. He'd worked out, 3 seconds too late, that a man who had killed 20 of those things and then cleared a floor might not be worth the coin flip. He'd had all the information the whole time, he just hadn't bothered. I pulled the dagger back, and it came out red. "Let's go," I said. I looked down the corridor. Every door that had been open a crack closed, in a wave, like a keyboard. That was, honestly, the most useful thing I did that day, and I didn't plan it. Zhou Mei Li came out of it fast. She picked up the last light, and then, without being asked, went through his pockets, and then hurried after me. 63 loyalty, ladies and gentlemen. Very practical woman. The chat, of course, had already got there. 1013, Wu Hua. He Hao just killed someone, did you all know? 1017, who's blaming him? That idiot in. 1012, tried to steal Brother Hao's drops, he deserved the nerf. 1007, Wei Ting. He Hao cleared almost the entire 10th floor. Those were his. Anyone unhappy is free to go kill some themselves. 820. Indeed, some people never do anything and only ever complain. 1006. Song Wei. To be fair, he's picked up so much. Would it kill him to share? 1017. Why should I share points I typed myself? And it went from there into a place that has nothing to do with this story. I read about 11 words of it and stopped caring. That was a decision too, and it turned out to be a good one, because the correct amount of attention to pay to 200 starving strangers reviewing your morals is 0. We went back in. I dropped everything on the floor, and Zhou Meili was talking about something, and I got horizontal, and that was the end of my first day in dormitory survival world. Fortunately, the bed cleans itself. Level 3. I'd like to thank the developers. I slept through the next part, which I'm told was interesting. At some point in the small hours, something came up the stairwell that hadn't been there before. Nearly 2 meters, arms that ended in blades instead of hands, and dried red on both of them because it had spent its evening in a library. It came up floor by floor, and it did not stop at any of them. It didn't even look at the other doors. It walked the length of the 10th floor corridor with its blades scraping, sharpening themselves on each other with a sound that made everybody on that floor go still and quiet in their corners. And it stopped at 1001. Then it raised one arm over its head and brought it down. There was a noise like a knife hitting a girder. I half woke up. I genuinely did. I lifted my head about 10 centimeters and squinted at the door. Is that me? I said. Durability's not moving. Zhou Meili was lying on my arm, which made getting up a whole project, so I didn't. I went back to sleep. What I found out in the morning was that the sound I'd heard was that thing's arm coming off at the shoulder from its own recoil. It just hung there, useless. And here's the bit I love. It could have walked away. With one arm, it could still have gone through any other door in the building and had a very productive night. Instead, it got angry. It swung the other blade. -23, floating up over its own head. You could hear something crack inside it. It staggered back and caught itself, and its whole body was making a noise, and it stood there in an empty corridor at 3 in the morning, being beaten to death by a rectangle. It raised the blade one more time. Absolute conviction. Genuinely the most committed thing in the building. Player He Hao kills a level 2 zombie, earning 20 points. I woke up again. What was that noise? I said, to a dark room. Nobody answered, so I put my head back down. Dormitory broadcast. All 3 level 2 zombies have been eliminated. The dormitory building's rating is being reassessed. Assessment complete. Zombie combat strength will increase slightly tomorrow night. Rewards will increase accordingly. 200 people, or what was left of them, sat up in the dark and listened to that, and then looked at a leaderboard where nobody had more than 20 points, except one name that had 132. 819. Have we run into an actual monster? 820. Indeed, I don't think anyone doubts Brother Hao anymore. 309. Shulong. I've got nothing to say. Only people who've actually killed one know what 132 means. Dorm 908. Just lucky. 1017. Yo, just lucky. Then why are you only second? Oh, so jealous. Dorm 908. I'll remember you. 1017. Oh no, I'm scared. Did someone hit a nerve? 404. Shukun. Leave it. He's genuinely capable. There's no doubt about that. He Hao is just a bit stronger. 601. Gao Jianjun. Fine, but is nobody worried about tomorrow? They said the zombies get stronger. Dorm 908. It's all because of He Hao. Everyone's going to have a worse night because of him. And that's the first time somebody said it out loud, and it wasn't the last. And I want you to notice how early it started. 12 hours. It took 12 hours for a building full of people who were alive because I'd emptied a floor to produce a man arguing that I was the problem. 309. Sulong. That's not how it works. We're not safer if He Hao stops. Who else here is handling a level 2? Which shut it down. For that night. One floor below me, Liu Kai read all of it. Every reply. Every person defending me. And he added them to a list, and I don't think he even noticed he was doing it. If he'd been able to reach the 9th floor corridor at that moment, I think he'd have started that night. Morning came up gray. It's always gray there. Even in daylight, the sky over that place looks like a photograph of a sky. I woke up sore in every muscle I own. in the specific way of a man who does no exercise and then fights for his life for an hour. And I lay there with a warm head on my arm and made a series of executive decisions. "Are you awake?" she said. She'd been awake a while. "Depends. A new building opened near the dormitory. It's the cafeteria. They're saying food spawns there randomly. Should we go and look?" No pushing. No opinion in the sentence at all. She just laid it in front of me and waited, and honestly, that's when I started to think she was going to work out. I chewed on it. If it's true, they've already stripped it. And what actually spawns? If it's plain steamed buns, the zombies drop those, and I get them for standing still. I rolled my shoulder, and something in it complained. And I currently can't fight. Yesterday's on account. If somebody jumps me out there today, I'd have to burn the card, and burning the card for a steamed bun would be the worst trade in this building's history. "That's true," she said. "It's mostly bread and buns. Instant noodles if you're lucky." A pause. "Though boiling water would be a problem." "See? But they said the respawn is random. Time and place both. Somebody found a bun on a table that had already been searched twice. And there it was. That was worth the whole conversation. Because if the cafeteria refreshed at random, then so did the library, which meant the library wasn't a place you looted once. It was a tap. "Watch the library," I said. "Every mention. If blueprints refresh, I want to know within the minute." "Okay, I'll be careful." And she nodded. Just nodded and got to work, with no expression on her face at all. The most feared executive in Zhangcheng district, taking a monitoring assignment from a 20-year-old in a room with mold on the walls. If any of her old staff had walked in at that moment, I think they'd have assumed possession. I checked her panel while she was reading. Loyalty, 81, 81, overnight. And I genuinely could not tell you which specific sentence had done it, which was frustrating because I'd have liked to say it again. It was like the world's worst code base. I'd shoved a pile of unrelated things together and it compiled anyway. Whatever, ship it. "Breakfast," I said, and cracked one of the signature packs, and 4 dishes and a soup and 2 bowls of rice appeared on a tray in a room with no table. Jo Mei Lee stopped moving. "How? Am I dreaming?" "Does this look like a dream to you?" I handed her a bowl and watched her hand shake on the chopsticks. And I want to be clear that outside that door, at that exact moment, 200 people were dividing bread rolls. "Eat slowly," I said. "Nobody's taking it." It's. And then a thought hit me, and my chopsticks stopped in the air, and she stopped too, instantly, and put her food down with the specific care of someone who has learned that when the person in charge goes quiet, you make yourself smaller. "What happened?" "Nothing," I waved it off. "I've got a job for you." She let out a breath and patted her chest. "I need you to find me more tenants. Watch the channel. They have to look good." Her face did something complicated. I know how that reads. Assigning a woman the job of recruiting other women. But I want to lay out why, because it wasn't laziness, or it wasn't only laziness. 1, the system rates them, so there's no risk of a bad hire. 2, I did not want to spend the next 3 days personally auditioning strangers through a chat window while things ate people in my corridor. And 3, which is the actual reason, if I picked them all myself, I'd be building a room full of people with no reason to get along, and I would be the only load-bearing wall in it. So let the person who's already here do the choosing. Then she's invested. "What?" I said, because she still hadn't answered. "You don't want to?" And she said, very quietly, without looking up, "Don't you want me anymore?" I sat there for a second, then I flicked her forehead. "What is going on in your head? The room has a tenant slot. It's got a number on it. Do you seriously think a system would issue a repeatable quest if there was only 1 seat?" She thought about that, and then she was smug about it, which was a whole new face I hadn't seen. "Okay, mission accepted." Then she stopped, and her fingers moved in the air, and she said, "Hee how, someone's collected a blueprint and wants to trade with you." She put it up on a shared panel, and I looked at it, and I did not understand what I was looking at. Juge crossbow, type, turret, effect, automatically attacks nearby target units, crafting requirement, 50 wood. "What is this?" I said. "Turret." In a game about doors, somebody was selling me a turret. This is a tower defense item. This is a tower defense item and somebody is selling it. Who's the seller? Because either they've never touched a phone game in their life or... said Jo Mei Lee, and she was enjoying herself far too much. "You might not know his name, but you definitely know his room number." "What?" "Ask me again. Just tell me." She covered her mouth and laughed at me, and I wanted on record that this woman had been eating out of a torn bread wrapper 20 hours earlier. Shu Yong, 1002, across the hall. She was really enjoying it now. He also asked me to explain that he found it in the library and that he would never pick up anything that fell by your door. My face did something. Am I a monster? Do I look like a monster? And then immediately, though if he picked this up off my doorstep and is now selling it back to me, I'm going to break his legs. I sat with it, and then I started laughing because it was so good. He's not stupid. He's not stupid at all. He sells me the turret, and then I've got a turret pointed at a corridor that his door is also on. That's a man with a plan. You're not angry? She said, genuinely surprised. You've just been used. Angry? He had something good, and the first person he thought of was me. That's exactly what I want happening in this building. I stroked my chin. What's the price? 3 bread rolls and a bottle of water. I sat there. That's it? That's it. I want you to appreciate this. 3 bread rolls and a bottle of water for a turret. I had prepared myself for a negotiation. I had, and I'm not proud of this, prepared myself for the possibility of simply taking it, because the correct answer to a man holding a war-winning item and demanding half your food is not always a counteroffer. And instead, he had priced himself at 4 items I could regenerate by opening a box. He's smart, I said. At this price, there's no reason for anything to happen to him. Sold. Done. Bought. Synthesis. 50 wood. I had 600. I didn't feel it. And a crossbow the length of my forearm dropped into my hands, heavy and balanced, and it looked like an antique and had the attack power of a mildly annoyed pigeon. Level 1. Attack 2. Rate of fire 1 arrow per second. Initial turret, low attack speed, gives off a feeling of frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete urination. Right, I said, and chose not to engage with that. 50 more wood. Juge repeating crossbow. Level 2. Attack 5. 2 arrows per second. Range 6 meters. Cost 1 arrow per wood. Bew, bew, bew. I'm a repeating crossbow. Do you know how valuable a repeating crossbow is? 5 attack. From 2. In 1 level. Then I spent an embarrassing amount of time trying to physically install it. I stood on the bed. I looked at the wall. I looked for a bracket. I actually tried to find a place to screw it in front of a woman who had once run a company. Then I opened the dormitory panel and found the facilities tab, where there was a slot labeled turret, and you just click it. Oh, you can just, from the panel. I stared at it. I thought I had to mount it myself. Jo Mei Lee said nothing, which I think was very kind of her. The glass panel above my door went dark, and the crossbow was in the wall, seamlessly, like the building had been built with a socket for it, which, when you think about it for 2 seconds, is the more disturbing option. A little control interface bloomed next to the door. Automatic attack, yes. Target, enemy units. Options, enemy units, players, all. Priority target, lowest health. Options, lowest defense, lowest health, lowest level, highest attack. Manual operation, not activated. Can be activated after monitoring is acquired. I read that last line about 6 times. Manual operation, once you have cameras. Which meant that somewhere in this world, there were cameras. And once I had them, I could aim. That's clever, I said. That's genuinely clever. Wow, said Jo Mei Lee, staring up at the ceiling with her head back, and she meant it. To her, it looked like a decoration somebody had failed at. She had no idea. Right, I said. Let's go all the way. Please select the branch you wish to upgrade. Quadruple crossbow. Fires more arrows per shot, increasing attack power. Heavy crossbow. Attack power greatly increased, more lethal. One of those clears rooms full of small things. The other one kills big things. And I already had a level 4 gate that turned small things into paste for free. Heavy. The crossbow in the wall swelled until I genuinely thought it was going to come through the plaster, and then the wall just accommodated it, because of course it did. Heavy crossbow, level 3, attack 17, 2 arrows per second, range 7 meters, cost 2 arrows per wood. Your daddy once said that in the face of absolute power, you're just a little girl. Thank you, I said. 17, from 5. 2 shots a second. That thing was now doing more damage per second than my level 3 door had done at its peak, from a wall, at nothing, without me being awake. I had 1 universal blueprint left, and my hand hovered over it, and I put it down, because the broadcast had said the zombies get stronger tonight, and there's a specific kind of idiot who spends his last emergency resource on a Tuesday. Then night came, and the broadcast started, and it did not stop. Night falls. Zombies emerge. All zombies have spawned on all floors, and stronger zombies are about to arrive. Then, listen, they're rioting. The zombie horde surges. Ordinary zombies gain 20% attack speed and 20% movement speed. Then, bigger, stronger. The zombies have sent out their vanguard. An unknown number of level 2 zombies are joining the battle, gaining 20% attack power. Then, darkness is still gathering. After the 3-hour countdown ends, the more zombies that die, the higher the constitution of the mysterious zombie. The more zombies that survive, the higher its attack. 3 announcements, one after another, straight into everyone's face. And I stood there and worked out what the last one actually meant, and my eyelids started doing that thing again. Kill them fast, you get a wall. Kill them slowly, you get a hammer. Get it exactly right, and you get something with no weaknesses at all. Somebody had designed that. Somebody had sat down and designed a boss whose stat allocation was outsourced to the panicking. What the hell is this? I said, with feeling. What do we do? Said Joe Mei Lee. What do? We kill as many as possible. We want resources and we want that thing's attack down. If it comes at us with a wall's worth of health and a wall's worth of damage, we've got a problem. Down on the 8th floor, 2 men who had spent 3 days insulting each other in a public channel were sitting in the same room, looking at each other in total silence. Duan Hao had merged his room with a stranger on an equal contract, a real one, enforced by the dormitory rules, both of them owner and tenant at once, neither able to harm the other. Which is the only kind of alliance that works when nobody trusts anybody, the kind where betrayal is physically disabled. And the man across from him, the one who had been driving him insane in the channel for 2 days, turned out to be a slight, quiet boy in gold-rimmed glasses. So, said Duan Hao, you're Ma Wei? Ma Wei pushed his glasses up. Indeed, it can only be me. And there went every hope Duan Hao had that this man was different in real life. You know, Ma Wei added, I never expected you to look so decent. Meanwhile, on my floor, whoosh, whoosh. I want you to understand what a level 3 turret does to ordinary zombies when they've been buffed 20% and are therefore arriving faster. It kills them faster. 1 shot, 1 down. 4 wood per attack, and every one of them dropped 10, which meant that even at a loss on ammunition, I was running a business with a 60% margin. And the notifications came about once a second, and I stopped listening to them the way you stop hearing rain. Then something came out of the pack that was nearly 4 meters tall and had to duck. It didn't stop. It didn't slow down. It came down that corridor like a lorry with the brakes cut and hit my door. Boom. The whole floor moved. The zombies nearest to it were physically blown over. And then a very small number floated up. -1. Its entire arm, the arm it had used as a battering ram, came away covered in little holes, like something had gone through it with an awl about 200 times. -1. The damage was nothing. The insult was enormous. It roared and punched the door, full commitment, fist the size of a sandbag, the kind of punch that puts an ordinary man in hospital for a week. And it learned the same lesson 1 second later in more detail. Then there was a click over my door, a mechanical sound, and the crossbow that had been calmly deleting the small stuff swung its aim upward and put 2 arrows into that thing's head from 3 meters away. It came apart. The body stood there for a second without the relevant part, and then went down and flattened about 6 of its own. Boom, and then a pile of loot on the floor. Gate and turret. 1 holds, 1 kills. It took 2 touches on the door and it was gone, and I want to point out that this was a level 2, the exact thing that had emptied a library the night before. That's when I opened the door and went out, because the corridor was thinning and the loot was piling up, and there is a limit to how long a man can watch his own furniture do all the work. I told the corridor, it's just a level 2, and you lot are out here shouting about it. I'd picked up a machete off one of them. That's the thing about clearing floors, you accumulate. I'd started with a plank, now I had a proper blade and 12 constitution and no fear of infection at all, and the ordinary ones were, at that point, essentially furniture. Roughly 1 every 3 swings. These things that had 200 people barricaded in their rooms, against pure stat scaling, they were fence posts. My hee-how is so cool, said a voice behind the door, quietly. I heard it. I want that on the record. I heard it, and I said nothing, and I kept swinging, and I'd like to state that this had absolutely no effect on my performance. I cleared a space, and then I heard something that made my blood stop. Click, click, heels. Joe Mei Lee was in the corridor. Behind me, crouched, scuttling from light to light, picking up drops with both hands as fast as she could, while 30 zombies, 20% angrier than yesterday's model, milled around us. I turned to shout at her, and she was already going back in, bent double, arms full. That woman. I want to explain why I lost my temper, because it was not about the loot. She'd thought it through, in fact. I could see her thinking it. She'd worked out that the thing I'd hate most in a fight was somebody in the way, so she'd stayed out at the edge, taken the closest drops, and left. She'd rehearsed it. She'd been careful. She'd also announced herself to an entire corridor with her footwear. I finished, backed inside, and shut the door. Why did you go out without permission? She went white, genuinely white, and she flinched, and I realized in that second that she was more scared of me than of the corridor, which is its own kind of information. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. No excuse first, apology first, then the reason. That's a trained instinct, that one. You were working so hard out there, I thought I could help a little. Do you know how stupid that was? She flinched again. Not because you went out, because of how. I put the machete down. If you're going into a corridor, you go in prepared to fight, and you go in expecting to be hit. What you just did, grab and run, eyes on the floor, one thing in your head, that's the most dangerous state there is. You can't see anything, and you can't judge anything. Timid gets people killed faster than reckless does. Reckless at least knows where it is. She kept her head down. I understand. I checked her loyalty out of pure paranoia, and it had not moved a point. Not one. So this wasn't sabotage or theater. She was just clumsy and brave and out of her depth. And I'm angry, I said. Ah? She looked up with her eyes wide, and there was a question in them, like she was checking something. And I'd like to say that the next part was purely disciplinary in nature. Outside, the corridor got busy again, and neither of us went to look. At which point, the chat channel became, briefly, the happiest place in the building. 819, Duan Hao. Thank God, Brother Hao must have pulled the level 2 away. I'd have been finished. 819, Ma Wei. Indeed, one punch took 6 durability off a level 3 door. My heart nearly came out. 309, Shu Long. Thanks to He Hao, I just checked outside, and it's clear for now. 113, He Ming. Brother Hao is out there fighting right now, and I'm sitting here. 1013, Hao Gui. There's a huge crowd of them howling in my hallway, and I don't dare open the door. 404, Shu Kun. Hang on, Hao Gui. You switched rooms? What about the old one? 1013, Hao Gui. Recycled it. Rubbish. I moved closer to Brother Hao. Safety reasons. 1013, Wu Hua. Hao Gui is a very nice person. Fair prices, very reliable, and most importantly, he doesn't have hemorrhoids. 1013, Hao Gui. Get out. And then one voice from the 9th floor into all that. Dorm 908. I think she makes a lot of sense. You're not really naive enough to think He Hao is a good person, are you? Liu Kai had been editing that for a while. Then he sent the real one. Dorm 908. It's obvious that He Hao is deliberately luring the high-level zombies over so he can develop better and suppress the rest of you. And in his room, for about 4 seconds, he could see it. He could see the whole thing, the boycott, the defections, the crowd coming over to him. All the goodwill I'd accumulated flowing across the room to the man who'd exposed me. And Zhou Mei Li with it, obviously. That was in there. Then he looked at the channel. 309 Shu Long. Mate, you absolute idiot. If a level 2 punched you, it would knock everything out of you. 1002 Shu Yong. Idiot. Plus 1,819 Ma Wei. Indeed, I second that opinion. 404 Shu Kun. He's going to deal with a level 2 by himself? You're a living devil. Even Satan should get a tattoo of you. 1013 Hao Gui. Mate, how about I change my name and you take this one? Everyone says I'm a cheap imitation of you. 1013 Wu Hua. Excellent suggestion. When the circus gong sounds, that'll be his entrance. 601 Gao Jianjun. Not long after this, zombies rose up and ruled the world, and the first name on the monument of history was yours, Mr. Liu Kai. His face went normal, then red, then black, and then he put his fist through the wall, which, since he was still made of person, did to his hand exactly what you'd expect. And here's why it landed so badly for him, and it's actually interesting. Every single person who piled on had been helped. Not by charity, by information, by the corridor being clear, by the fact that the thing that would have broken their door was busy dying on mine. None of them owed me a defense. Most of them would not have lifted a finger for me. But Liu Kai had gone at them with a story about how I was making their lives worse, and every one of them had a very direct piece of evidence to the contrary standing between them and the stairwell. He had never fought a level 2. That was the whole problem. He had never once come around a corner and met one, so in his head it was just a bigger version of the ones he could handle, and therefore something anyone would want, and therefore I must be hoarding it. Gao Jianjun had seen one. Gao Jianjun had watched it flatten a man with one hand and had gone very quiet about it. "He Hao," Liu Kai said to his ceiling, "I want you dead." And then he screamed it, in a corridor full of zombies, at night, which brought about 15 of them to his door. Meanwhile, I sneezed. "Someone's talking about me," I said, rubbing my nose, probably jealous of my looks. I got a look for that. Zhou Mei Li had been sorting the channel for an hour, filtering out the noise, and something in it made her stop. "He Hao, look at this." A panel came up. "Guo Ye, Constitution 7, Spirit 12, Rating 86. How is it her? Constitution 7, 7. Even for a student body, and student bodies are a catastrophe, 7 means something specific. Constitution doesn't drop like that unless you've been going without for a long time. But that wasn't what stopped me. I knew that face too. Half the university did. Guo Yue was the campus belle at Jiangcheng, and she had this pair of eyes that people used to talk about like a weather event, and even now, starving, filthy, hair scraped back, with a face you could see the bone through, the system had her at 86. "I'll say this for her," I said. "That's an impressive number under the circumstances." Zhou Mei Li made a small noise. I looked at her. She had folded her arms and was staring at the wall. I could have handled that gently. There were several available approaches. I picked the one that took the least time. "If you like being jealous," I said, "we can just let Guo Yue do it instead." The arms came down instantly. "Now," I said, "tell me what her situation is." "She's from your university," Zhou Mei Li said, and her voice had gone back to being a report. "She was starving, and there were zombies on her door, so she asked publicly. Otherwise, nobody would even know she was alive." Then she hesitated. Nobody accepted her terms. She glanced at me when she said it, like she expected to be accused of editing. "Explain." "She wants 110 wood plus 3 bread rolls or buns." I sat back. Here's why that's a good number and a bad ask at the same time. 110 wood is not a fortune. It's a handful of zombies. Half the leaderboard could raise it in a night if they were willing to bleed. But almost nobody was, and more to the point. 110, I said. That's not a random number. That's exactly what it costs to take a level 1 door to level 3. Zhou Mei Li's eyes moved, so she knows the upgrade costs. She knows the upgrade costs, and she wants to buy her own wall in one jump. I leaned my head back. Which means the moment she has it, she has no reason on earth to honor anything, and you can't repossess a level 3 door. Not from outside. That's true for other people, Zhou Mei Li said slowly, and then she looked at my gate. So what do we do? Why go to all that trouble, I said. If she's alive, we just bring her here. Zhou Mei Li opened her mouth to point out the obvious, that there was no slot, that a non-tenant in this room was a person who could hurt me, and I got there first. I'm not risking my life for a stranger. She stays tied until a slot opens up. She gasped. I want to be very clear that I know exactly how that sounds, and I did it anyway, and I'd do it again, because the dormitory rules only protect a landlord from tenants. Everyone else in this room was just a person with hands. Which room is she in? Zhou Mei Li checked and then rubbed her eyes. 1005. 5 doors down, on this floor, the entire time. And then it clicked, and I actually laughed. That's why she's alive. I've been pulling every zombie on this floor to my door for 2 days. Nothing has had time to work on hers. So the thing attacking her earlier wasn't attacking her. She just bumped into the crowd going past and panicked. We put that together in about 40 seconds, the two of us sitting on a bed, and I want to note it because that was the first time I stopped thinking of her as an asset and started thinking of her as a colleague. Send her bread and water, I said, enough that she doesn't faint, not enough to do anything with. And down the corridor, in 1005, a girl who had been opening private messages for 2 days, every one of which had been either a proposition or a lie, heard the notification tone and opened it out of habit, with her eyes half-focused, and stopped. Food. And water. She ate it sitting on the floor with her back against a door that had never been upgraded, and she cried while she ate, and she thought a thing I only found out much later, which was, am I going to end up like Jo Mei Lee? Because she knew. Of course she knew. She knew the upgrade costs, which meant she'd been reading the same channel as everyone else, which meant she knew there was a woman in 1001 who had crossed a corridor for half a bread roll 2 days ago. And then a message came in from that exact woman, and it said, 1001 Jo Mei Lee. I'd advise you not to dream unrealistic dreams. Apart from your face, what exactly do you think you're worth? But then, I'm different from you. Guo Yue read it 4 times, and every part of her that was still 19 years old and used to being the most looked-at person in any room came up off the floor. 1005, Guo Yue. We're both campus belles, but I'm several years younger than you. You're just coasting on money you don't have anymore. Look at yourself. She hit send and felt enormous. Over in my room, Jo Mei Lee read the reply and started humming. What's making you so happy? Not telling you. You'll find out. I want you to understand that I did not work this out at the time. I genuinely thought she'd lost an argument and enjoyed it. It was only afterwards that I understood I had been standing next to a professional doing her actual job, which was taking a starving girl who had spent 2 days being propositioned and giving her something to be angry at instead of afraid of. I got scolded because of Guo Yue, she informed me, sticking her chin up. You'll have to make it up to me. Fine, name it. And I braced, because I had a lot of things, and I was about to find out what mattered to her. She put her hands on her hips. However many of them there are, I'm still in charge. I stood there. I touched my nose. Could you maybe pick a different one? Because, and I say this with love, being asked for that specific reward is a little insulting. It suggests a man has nothing worth having. Humph. Not even one small reward. So stingy. Fine, agreed. Yay, I knew Hehao was the best, and she jumped at me, and I want to point out that a fully grown chief executive did that in a room with a monster event running. Then I looked at the countdown, and everything stopped being funny. 10 minutes to the mysterious zombie. While the corridor's thin, I'll go get her, tell her to be ready. The corridor had maybe 6 of them left, all sitting politely outside my turret's range, which they did not understand and I did not care about. I went out with the machete and I did not slow down for any of them. I had done this enough now that it had a rhythm. Their heads came off before they finished turning around. Then I knocked on 1005. The door opened and Guo Yue's face appeared in the gap, terrified, filthy, and poor, because Jo Mei Lee had warned her who was coming, not pretending to hesitate about it. Statistics complete. Surviving zombies account for 43%. Final zombie receives an 86% attack bonus. Dead zombies account for 57%. Final zombie receives a 114% constitution bonus. This condition lasts 2 hours. Survive it, and you are safe. Rally. Fight the zombies together. Only then can we fight for a chance to survive. 43 left, I said, out loud, and I was pleased, which tells you where my head was. The other floors did better than I thought. Then something howled outside the building. Not a wolf, almost a wolf, like a dog imitating a wolf, badly. Hehao, come here. I got to the window and looked down, and my mood changed. There was a thing standing on the concrete below, the size of a calf, no skin left worth mentioning, muscle out in the open air. Check zombie dog, level 3, constitution 40, spirit 10, skill, summon wolfhound. It's a Czech wolfhound, not that Czech street. 40 constitution, I said. On a summoner. I had 12. 40. And constitution in this world was not health. It was everything. It was speed, and it was how hard you hit, and it was how much you could take, and this thing had more than 3 times mine, before you applied the 86% attack bonus that 200 people had just voted for it by killing efficiently. It howled again, and 4 circles of light opened beside it, and 4 smaller versions came out and went in 4 different directions. 1 to the library, 1 to the cafeteria, 2 into the building. Is that a skill? I said. And I want you to notice what I was actually looking at in that moment. Not the danger, the skill. It had a skill. It could do something that wasn't a stat. That was the first time I understood that there was a whole category of thing I didn't have. The small ones weren't bonused. Level 2, Constitution 12, No better than the big, ordinary ones I'd been mowing down, just much faster. I thought that meant they'd bounce off everyone's doors. Then the channel started. 113. He Ming. Brothers, help, this thing's got me. 404. Shu Kun. Slowly, tell me what's happening. 113. He Ming. It's scraping. It barely does damage, but it's so fast. 819. Duan Hao. Didn't you take the thorn door? Isn't that safer? 113. He Ming. I did take the thorn door. That's what I'm telling you. It scrapes. My reflect is on a 3-second cooldown. It hits me 8 times in that window. And there it was. 3-second cooldown. My level 3 door had had exactly the same problem, and I'd upgraded out of it without ever noticing it existed. Every single person in this building who had taken the thorn branch, and a lot of them had because I'd told them a level 3 door would stop ordinary zombies, and it does, was now sitting behind a wall that was mathematically useless against something small and fast. 309. Shu Long. This one isn't bound by He Hao's aggro. Hold on, I'll see if I can come down. 113. He Ming. Brother Long, you're my actual father. Shu Long was on the 3rd floor. He Ming was on the 1st, and he went. I want to be precise about this because it's the reason I did what I did next. Shu Long was not a good man in the way that phrase usually gets used. He was a 30-something with a broadsword who had spent 2 days telling people they were idiots and then watching them die. But he went down 2 floors, through a stairwell, for a stranger who called him brother in a chat window. Stay inside, I told the room. I'm going out. Okay, said Zhou Meili. I'll wait for you. Guo Yu, tied up on my bed, made a small disgusted noise about that, which is a thing I want you to remember about her. Down on the ground floor, Shu Long got He Ming's door open and did not waste a syllable. Come on, follow me up. The ground floor's too dangerous. Okay. No hesitation from either of them. That's the part I liked. A man came from 2 floors up, and He Ming didn't spend 1 second wondering what it would cost him, because wondering would have been an insult. They went up together, Shu Long cutting, He Ming behind him with a length of wood, and Shu Long's arms were already gone. He'd fought his way down, and now he was fighting his way back with an extra body attached, and there is a specific tiredness where the sword stops being a sword and becomes a heavy thing you are holding. And a shadow came out of the corridor at a speed neither of them could answer. Brother Long, look out! He Ming shoved him. That's what he did. That's the whole thing. He put both hands on the man who had come down 2 floors for him and pushed him out of the way. And then he was standing where Shu Long had been, with a level 2 zombie dog in the air about a meter from his throat, and he closed his eyes. Shu Long, staggering, off balance, out of strength, turned around and could not get there. He told me later what went through his head, and it was not fear. It was, I did this. I came all this way, and I killed him by arriving. Die! That was me. I came into that stairwell at a dead run and hit the dog with everything 12 Constitution had, and it went up the corridor and hit the wall, and He Ming was still standing there with his arms crossed over his face, completely untouched. Then something went past Shu Long like weather, and there was a howl, and then it stopped. Damn, I said, turning around. Made it. 2 men stared at me. Who are you? He Hao, and both of them flinched. That was genuinely funny. They'd both been picturing something. Later they told me what, a man in his 30s, steady, broad, the kind who's been through things, and instead there was a 20-year-old with a machete, out of breath. Move, I said, this is not the place. We got up to Shu Long's room and both of them sat down and made noises like broken machines. By the way, Shu Long said, when he could talk, how did you end up on the ground floor? And that's a fair question. Even if I'd cleared my whole floor, the sensible thing is to work downward one at a time. Nobody rational skips 7 floors. I smiled and said nothing. Because the honest answer was that there were maybe 4 people in this entire building who reliably went out and fought, and every single one of them was worth more to me alive than any amount of loot, and I was not going to say that out loud in a room with 2 people in it. I know, said He Ming, brightening up. You wanted to test the Czech zombie dog's strength. Shu Long and I both looked at him. What, is that not it? Did you not read the channel? Said Shu Long. Level 3, go and investigate. Sure, Actually, how I got here doesn't matter, I said. What matters is this. From now on, keep an eye out for me. If anyone starts moving against me, I want to know. They agreed instantly. He Ming practically saluted. And I want to be honest about that transaction, because it looks like friendship, and it was partly friendship, and it was also a smokescreen. The moment you recruit informants, they can never be sure they're the only ones. Every person I asked would spend the rest of the event quietly wondering how many others I'd asked. And a man who suspects there's a second watcher does not move first. "He Hao," said He Ming. "You know Liu Kai's acting strange, right?" Liu Kai. Known about him for a while. It's normal that we don't get on. Which was true, and I'd assumed it was the leaderboard, and it was only when Zhou Meili mentioned in passing that he had once pursued her that the whole thing snapped into focus like a badly aligned photograph. "It's fine to be jealous," I said, standing. "Right now, let's all think about surviving." Then my messages went off. 1001, Zhou Meili. The summoned dogs have come back. They look like they're preparing to hit the building together. "Excuse me," I said. "I'm leaving." I was through the door before either of them finished standing up, and going up 8 flights of stairs, I finally admitted something to myself that I'd been avoiding for 2 days. I did not have a single thing that was mine. The door was the door. The turret was the turret. Even the serum came out of a box. Every fight I'd won on stats and surprise and other people's mistakes, and if that dog turned around and came at me directly, I would have exactly one option, which was to run, and one card, which I would then have spent. "I need real methods," I said, going up the stairs 3 at a time. "Something like the dog, a skill, anything." Arrived, 10th floor. Empty corridor, calm, quiet, mine. And behind me, a howl. I turned around and there was a wolf's head already at the height of my chest. Bang. I got one arm up, that's all. One arm, and then I was in the air, and then I was on the floor about 6 meters away trying to work out which parts of me were meant to bend. I coughed, and something came up. It was like being hit by a lorry. Not a metaphor, that specific sensation, where the impact is so far beyond anything your body has a category for that it just files it under everything. How is this thing so strong? I got up and ran, and I want to be extremely clear that I ran, immediately, without any interesting internal debate about honor. 40 Constitution with an 86% attack bonus does not have a clever answer. The answer is a door. I got the card into my hand while I was moving. It howled and came, and I heard the air change behind me, and I stopped dead and threw myself sideways. Its jaws went past my head close enough that I felt the wind of it. And then, and this is the only genuinely good thing I did in that whole exchange, instead of continuing to run, I spun, because it had committed. It was mid-air in a straight line, going where I had been. "Just because I'm not showing my power," I said, "doesn't make me nobody. Copper head, iron ribs, tofu waist. Doesn't matter if it's a wolf or a dog or whatever this was, the middle is always the worst part." The machete went in under the ribs and I dragged it. It screamed. Actually screamed, in a voice with something almost human in it, and about a fifth of it stopped working. It came round again, limping, wanting my throat. I did not stay for that. I jumped back 3 times, checked the distance to my door, and left, and it stood in the corridor howling for its puppies while I got the gate shut. "He Hao, what happened to you?" Zhou Meili had my face in her hands, and she was wiping blood off my mouth, and she had gone completely to pieces, and I want to record that I noticed how nice that was, in a distant way, through the ringing. "Maybe this is the only treatment dormitory survival world offers," I said. "Why are you looking at me like that?" said Guo Yue, from the bed, still tied. "I'm not your tenant yet. You can't do anything to me." I did not have the strength to respond to that. Bang, -4. I looked at the number and then at the durability bar, and I did the division for the second time in 2 days. 120 durability, 4 to 5 a hit. That is not a wall. That is a countdown. "Ugh, didn't you say you could stop zombies?" Guo Yue burst into tears. "We're finished, aren't we? I'm still young. I've never even been in a relationship. I don't want to die like this." "Shut up," said Zhou Meili, "or I'll throw you out to feed them." It worked instantly. It worked so well I made a note of it. Then she turned around and asked me, perfectly calmly, "So, is there a way?" And that's the difference between the two of them, and it's not courage. Zhou Meili was just as frightened. She'd simply run the same calculation I had, that this was the safest room in the building, and if this room failed, then screaming was not going to open a better one. Relax, a level 3 dog isn't the problem. I'm working out how to lose the least. Because I had one universal blueprint, and 2 things I could put it in. The bed can wait. The bed can always wait. Upgrade the turret. Please select the branch you wish to upgrade. Heavy crossbow, attack power further increased, deals additional damage in a very small area. Armor-piercing repeating crossbow, gains armor penetration, attacks ignore a portion of the target's defense and constitution. Flame crossbow, attack speed greatly increased, inflicts burning. The flame one was there again, the element option. Second time I'd seen it, first on the door, now here, and both times it came with a note that level 5 would need an elemental gem. So the elements were the end game, and they were showing me the door early. Fine, later. Right now there was a thing outside with 40 constitution, and I needed something that made 40 constitution mean less. Armor piercing. Armor piercing repeating crossbow, level 4, attack 25, 2 arrows per second, range 9 meters, affix, armor penetration, attacks ignore 12 points of the target's defense, no cooldown, attack cost, 2 arrows per 2 copper coins. I stopped. Copper? Not wood, copper coins. The thing that had been dropping since the first day, that I had picked up and filed under unclear, and had then continued to pick up several thousand of, because I have never in my life thrown away a currency I didn't understand. I checked. Roughly 120 from every level 2, plus whatever the ordinary ones gave, over 2 days of industrial-scale farming. I had more money than I had lumber. Thank God, I said out loud, to a room where 2 women were watching a door bend. I nearly forgot about this. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 arrows went out and something outside screamed and started hitting the door much harder, which was, on balance, a good sign. 25 attack, ignoring 12 points of whatever that thing had, 2 shots a second. For the price of small change I'd been treating as litter. The question was only whether the door lasted longer than the dog. For a while it was genuinely close. I stood there feeding wood into a bar that kept dropping, and listening to the crossbow work, and watching a health estimate I couldn't actually see. And then, through the peephole, I noticed something. It had stopped hitting the door. It was backing up. The thing had a body full of arrow shafts sticking out at angles, and it was making a low noise in its throat, and it was retreating, step by step, down my corridor. It was scared. I want you to sit with that for a second, because I did. A level 3 monster with an 86% attack bonus, the boss of the entire event, had looked at a metal rectangle and a wall-mounted crossbow and decided to leave. No, I said. No, no, no. If you get away and hide on another floor, I'll never find you. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. I opened the door and walked out into the corridor with a dying boss in it. Hey, stupid dog, come and get me. I want to be clear that I stayed within about 2 steps of my own doorway the entire time, because bravery is a resource, and I was budgeting. It came. It came like a missile, and I stepped aside, and it went straight into the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows. And I came in on it with the machete while it was still working out which direction was up. That was the pattern. That was the whole fight. It would twist round to bite, and I would already be 4 steps away, and then 2 more arrows would arrive, and it would get slower, and I'd come in again. Kiting. That's all it was. It's the oldest thing in every game ever made, and it worked on a boss because the boss could not think of a single thing to do about it. By the end, it looked like a bad reproduction of a hedgehog, except instead of quills, it had fletching. Hey, idiot, your grandpa's over here. I kept waving at it. Not for fun, because I could see it swaying, and a thing that's about to die is also a thing that's about to run, and if it turned around now, all of this was for somebody else's leaderboard. Whoosh. Whoosh. It staggered wider. And I finally let myself believe it, which is exactly when a man came up the stairwell at a sprint with a small zombie dog behind him. Liu Kai had spent the whole night in a corridor on the 9th floor, fighting a summoned pup he could not reach because there were always ordinary zombies in the way, and his trouser leg was gone and there was bone showing through, and he'd had one brilliant idea. The 10th floor is cleared. He Hao clears it every night. Take it upstairs. He came round the corner, saw the corridor, and saw a level 3 boss standing on its last legs with nobody's name on it yet. A level 3! That's mine! I saw him. I actually turned and swung the machete to try and stop him, and there was no version of the geometry where I got there. Ha ha ha! He Hao, You never dreamed of this. He ran at it with a sword up and every bit of resentment he'd been carrying for 3 days, and he was so happy. That's the part. He was, in that last second, genuinely happy, because he could see my face in his head, and my face was furious. The dog put a claw through his chest. Not a swipe. It hooked him, so he didn't even get the dignity of being knocked away. He just hung there and looked up, and there was a mouth over him. And then 2 arrows went past his ear, and I came in over the top of him and took its head off. Player Hei Hao kills a level 3 zombie and earns 200 points. Liu Kai sat down on the floor in the middle of a pile of loot and looked at his own chest and did not feel relief. How is this possible? He said. How could I have been saved by Hei Hao? And I want to be fair to him, because that sentence is the most honest thing he ever said. Being rescued was worse for him than dying. Being rescued meant I was better. Everything he had spent 3 days constructing needed me to not be better. Hey, how? He said, and there was a sneer coming. Don't think that just because you saved me, I put the machete through his chest. He looked down at it. Why? Why? Don't look at me like that, I said. You should have known how this ends the moment you went for my monster. That was the reason I gave him. It wasn't the only one, and he didn't get the others, so you can have them. He was not moving like a man who'd taken the serum, and if he had any at all, it was first generation. Because first generation only holds off the level 2 virus, and he'd just been opened up by a level 3. He was already gone. He just hadn't finished. And I had a second bottle of level 2 serum, in theory obtainable, and I was never, in 100 years, spending it on a man who'd spent 3 days trying to get a mob to turn on me. But the actual reason, the one I decided in about a quarter of a second, was that the dog had been at 5% health, and there was a live body in its jaws, and I had absolutely no idea whether it had a mechanic that let it heal by eating. I could not let Liu Kai leave, and I could not let the dog have him. That's it. That's the whole calculation. It took less time than reading it. Then the door behind me opened, and Liu Kai's face lit up like a man who'd been given something. "Zhou Mei Li, do you still remember me?" He said it with everything he had left. There was actual color in his face. Zhou Mei Li looked at him. Then she looked at me, politely, with no recognition whatsoever. I sighed. Because I could see where this was, and it was somebody's last thought, and I wasn't going to take it off him. "He's Liu Kai, from 908. "Uh-huh," said Liu Kai, nodding hard, going red. And Zhou Mei Li's face cleared with the delight of someone finally placing a name. "Oh, he's the one who keeps having a go at you in the channel." There was a silence. I have thought about that moment a lot. She wasn't being cruel. That's what makes it what it is. She had genuinely never registered him. Every hour of that man's last 3 days, the resentment, the scheming, the wall he punched, had been aimed at a woman who had him filed under general channel noise. "Zhou Mei Li," he said, "it's normal that you don't remember me. From the beginning, I only ever wanted to support you quietly." Then he started coughing. I did not enjoy that sentence, for the record. I'm aware he was dying. I still didn't enjoy it. "Hie Hao, I feel at ease with Zhou Mei Li being with you. I wouldn't have thought that before." And then, with his last breath, in a completely different voice, "Also, Zhou Mei Li being hunted wasn't an accident. I looked into it. The person who did it was her." And he went down. He was shaking, and nothing came out of his mouth that was a word, and he got one finger onto the floor and drew 3 short strokes, 3 drops of water. The water radical. Then he stopped. 3 dots, I said. That's the water radical. Zhou? "It can't be," Zhou Mei Li said, and shook her head straight away. "Zhou isn't a common surname. Apart from me, I don't know anyone with it." She'd lost her parents when she was very small. There was nobody to think of, so we left it there. And I want to be honest with you, because this is the part where a certain kind of story tells you the hero swore to find out. I wrote it down, and I did nothing with it. There was a corridor full of loot and a countdown running, and 120 durability to repair. Some questions you carry, and some you file, and I filed that one, and it stayed filed, and I want you to hold on to it exactly as loosely as I did. "Forget it," I said. "You've got me now." The boss drop was, honestly, boring. Wood, iron, noodles, water, 600 copper. More of everything and nothing new. And then one more line. Players who defeat the zombie attack boss receive a special reward. Proof of the strong. Level 1. Zombie attack. Constitution +5. Untradeable. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be stolen. No equipment required. Takes effect immediately upon entering your inventory. 5 Constitution. Permanent. Unstealable. Free. For a thing sitting in a bag. And it was labeled. That's what got me. Not proof of the strong +5. Zombie attack +5. The event name was a line item. Zombie attack, Joe Mei Lee said right behind me, because of course she'd read it too. So different events give different effects on the same object? Maybe, or maybe it's a first event thing. I said maybe. I did not think maybe, because I had a repeatable tenant quest sitting in my quest log, and no system issues are repeatable for a world that's ending on Thursday. There was going to be a second event, and a third, and this thing was going to have a second line and a third line, and every one of them was going to be free. I clenched it in my fist and did not say any of that out loud. Dawn came up. Nobody slept. 200 people, or what was left of 200 people, sat in their rooms and waited to find out if surviving 3 days meant going home. Dormitory broadcast. The zombie attack event has successfully concluded. Congratulations to all surviving players. Leaderboard rewards will be distributed shortly. First place, 1001 He Hao. Congratulations on winning. Dormitory level 1. Stove 1. Level 4 Universal Blueprint 3. And a turret blueprint of your choice. Second place, 309 Zhu Long. Dormitory level 1. Level 4 Universal Blueprint 2. A selectable turret blueprint. Third place, 607 Zhou Lulan. Dormitory level 1. 1 blueprint. A selectable turret. 4th to 10th. 1 level 4 door blueprint. 1 random turret blueprint. Excess points converted to copper coins at a ratio of 1 to 10. The shop area is now open. Players may use copper coins to purchase items. The zombie attack event has ended. A new event will begin in 3 days, during which players are free to explore. There was a long, flat silence across the whole building while everybody processed the fact that nobody was going home. I want to say I felt something about that. I didn't really. I had nobody outside. That's not a tragic line, it's just an accounting fact. My parents had been gone since I was 15, and the world I'd left behind was a dormitory bed and a part-time job and a set of grades nobody was ever going to look at. Wherever I was the same amount of alone, and here at least, the room paid rent. And the top 3 got a dormitory level, only the top 3. That's the bit everyone else missed while they were being sad about home. The building had just told 200 people, in public, that the only way to get more room was to be in the first 3 names on a list. The walls went bright, the whole space stretched, the black mold gone, the plaster white, actual clean white, and the room roughly half again as big, with a stove sitting in the corner looking like something out of the wrong building entirely. Upgrade successful. Tenant slot increased by 1. 723 points, converted. 7,230 copper coins, on top of what I'd been hoarding. Call it 8,000. Right, I said, so I can just preload the turret and stop watching the meter. Money makes you insufferable very fast. 3 days earlier, I'd been counting arrows. Tenants, 1 out of 2. Turret slots, 1 out of 2. And a selectable turret blueprint sitting in my rewards. Zhuge crossbow, average attack, relatively fast. Zuma toad, high attack, average speed. Seed gun, slightly low attack, extremely high attack speed. Zhuge was out immediately, I already had one, and 2 of the same turret is just 1 turret that costs twice as much. Between the other 2, it came down to what was coming next, which I didn't know. Then I worked out that I was asking the wrong question. Even if something fast turns up, I said, as long as I can hold it in place, 1 hit is a win. Zuma toad. 70 wood to craft, which was 20 more than the crossbow, which told me everything. In every game ever made, more expensive materials means a better object. A palm-sized wooden toad with a green bead in its mouth, level 1, attack 5. Fancy a match 3? I'm not talking about 9-ball. 5 attack at level 1, I said, which is what the crossbow had at level 2. 70 wood. Then 200, which made my eyebrows go up because the crossbow had wanted 150 at that stage, and I have never once seen a game charge more for less. Please select the branch you wish to upgrade. Zuma elimination. After entering battle, shake the ball once a minute to determine the form of additional damage. Good luck golden toad. Greatly increases attack power. Deals execute damage to targets at or below 5% health, up to 999. A successful execute grants bonus copper coins. Nobody said anything. The two of us sat there and looked at each other, and neither of us could work out how to speak. Because that isn't two options. That's one option and a piece of decoration. Execute damage, and it pays you for it. Upgrade. Good luck, Golden Toad. Gold light this time, not a flash, a glow, expensive looking, the whole toad turning from wood into something you'd insure. Level 3. Attack 30. One shot every 2 seconds. Range 7 meters. Affix. Good luck. Attacks targets at or below 5% health for execute damage, maximum 999. A successful execute always drops 6 copper coins. Look at that, Joe Meili said, with both hands over her mouth. That's a level 3 turret with higher attack than your level 4 crossbow. I flicked her forehead. Who told you to count it like that? The crossbow fires twice a second. It's a completely different curve. Then I couldn't keep it up. But yes. And it got an affix at level 3, and the heavy crossbow never had one at all. And this one kills and prints money, and either of those on its own is a prestigious entry. I could not stop smiling. It was undignified. And then I noticed the shape on the bed. Hey, get up! You've slept through an entire event. Guo Yue surfaced. Is it morning? She had slept through the boss, the deaths, the announcement, and the rewards, tied up on a stranger's bed, in a building where 40% of the population had died. There is a kind of person who can do that, and I still don't fully understand them. She opened her eyes and got both of us looking at her flatly. He how, said Joe Meili. How about we pick a different one? That's fair. I don't need her to fight, but I can't hire someone genuinely stupid. There aren't any zombies outside now, I said, waving at the door. Off you go. And Guo Yue sat bolt upright with her hands tied behind her back and got furious. What, you look down on me? Why can Joe Meili do it and I can't? Which was, I want to note, an excellent question. And Joe Meili answered it instantly and without mercy. Me? I can cook, though not right now. I filter the entire channel for him. I run the trades, and if I have to, I'll go out and pick up drops. A pause, delivered like a knife. Oh, and while you were asleep, I already shortlisted 2 more for him. Guo Yue's face collapsed. I leaned down. Really? No. I have never been played so cleanly in my life. I scratched my head. If I hadn't had absolute authority in that room, I'd have been kneeling on a washboard. But it worked, and I saw it work, because Guo Yue came off the bed like a cat. I can do it too. I can. Don't give me the you stay home and be pretty routine, said Joe Meili, and shut her down flat. And that was the thing. Only women really understand women. As a chief executive, she had spent years telling the difference between people who did things and people who did things visibly, and she took Guo Yue apart in one sentence. All right, I said, at exactly the right moment. Settled. I'll give you the slot first, but you demonstrate value. Prove I chose correctly instead of starting a civil war in my own room. Otherwise, I didn't finish it, and she got there on her own. Guo Yue has applied to become your tenant. Do you agree? Agree. I said yes so fast that she didn't even notice she'd been the slower party. Congratulations. The 2-round cycle task is complete. Bonus reward activated. You are guaranteed a super check-in reward starting from your next check-in. Congratulations on recruiting a new tenant. You have received 600 wood, 2 level 4 universal blueprints, 2 signature food gift packs. Double last time. Super this time. 2 words apart, and I had known this system for 3 days, and it had never once wasted a word. And Joe Meili looked at me over the top of Guo Yue's head with an expression of such perfect professional understanding that I had to look away. The shop was outside, past the square, in a low building that had not existed the previous evening. And the moment I stepped through the door, there was air conditioning. Actual air conditioning. Cold, clean, moving air. 3 days of mold, and I nearly turned round and moved in. Xu Long was already there, and Ma Wei, and Duan Hao, and half the survivors. And when I came in, the crowd did that thing crowds do where they part without deciding to. Brother Hao, where's sister-in-law? Said Duan Hao immediately, with a grin already loaded. Still asleep. I came down to see what's on the shelves. Oh, they're asleep. Then he stopped. Wait, they? Yes. I shrugged and walked past him and left that entire conversation on the floor behind me. 3 sections, said Xu Long, taking charge because he liked being useful and was good at it. dormitory facilities, defensive works, turrets, equipment. And then there's the last one. His face did something. Come and look at the last one yourself. I went and looked at the last one. It is difficult to describe the last one. It was not a weapons section. It was a general store designed by somebody with a sense of humor and a grudge. Evil shattering shears. Consumable. 20 copper coins. If your hair keeps growing like this, I'm going to cut it all off. 20 coins, I said, for a consumable. 20 was nothing to me. 20 was serious money to Su Long, who probably had 400 to his name and knew there'd be places to spend it. Yes, said He Ming, delighted to have an outrage to share. And look, these are listed as consumables, but there are identical scissors in the home goods section over there for 10. Everyone nodded. Everyone was annoyed. Nobody could work out why a shop would price the same object twice. They're for cutting hair, obviously, I said, half joking. And then I heard myself. He Ming scratched his head. But it doesn't say anything about hair. Can't I use them on other things? I looked at him. Then I looked back at the shelf, at the line that said, quite clearly, in the same font as everything else, if your hair keeps growing like this, I'm going to cut it all off. Then I looked at He Ming again, like I'd seen a ghost. Can you read? Brother Hao, I went to university. There are about 11 characters on a pair of scissors. None of you know that this is for cutting hair. And I said it to the whole group, out loud, to be safe, and every single one of them slowly shook their heads. I want you to understand what happened in my chest at that moment. 3 days. 3 days of a door that told me it was broken, a crossbow that made urination jokes, a bed with a comment about crying into a microphone, and a golden toad that called itself a legend. 3 days of a system with the sense of humor of a bored intern, and I had spent all of it mildly annoyed. And not one other person in this building could see a word of it. Those weren't jokes. Or, they were jokes. They were also, every single time, the item telling me what it was for. This, I said, is going to be interesting. And they all stood there scratching their heads while I walked down the shelf reading the punchlines. White 1,000 paper crane. 1 copper coin. Once you've folded 1,365 paper cranes, you'll be able to activate it with your mind. White origami. 1 copper coin. You can't do anything with it except fold paper cranes. Drawing paper. 100. It doesn't matter if it can't draw. It will find a way to have artwork on it. Writing brush. 50. It's not bad to compose poems and paint in your spare time, pretending to be a refined person. I got to the brush and nearly lost composure, because the others all made a kind of sense, and that one was pure consumer trap. Then I stopped worrying about the brush and did the maths on the crane. 1,365 folds. At 1 coin a sheet. I'll take 1,400 sheets of the origami, I said. He Ming's mouth actually opened. Brother Hao, you've already bought it? Is this the confidence of the #1 player? Said Duan Hao, staring. That's 700 points worth. These look special, I said, so it's worth picking some up. Although I don't especially recommend the origami, which I want to flag as a lie, and a very carefully shaped one, because I could have told them, and if I'd told them, 16 people would have started folding, and one of them would have finished first. So I said something vague and left it in the air, and if you think that's cold, consider that the actual number was 1,365 sheets at 1 coin each, and there was maybe one other person in that building who could have covered it. It wasn't information they could use, it was just information they could resent me for. Keep looking, I said. I'm going to check the other sections. The defense section had 2 things that mattered. The first was clothes, which is easy to explain. Everybody had been in the same outfit for 3 days, and it was beginning to be a public health situation. The second was a turret I'd never heard of. Bagua Mirror, level 3, 1,248 copper coins. Please do not post this online. It cannot actually identify demons and monsters. Level 3, not 1. They were selling a turret that started at 3, which meant they expected somebody to need it in a hurry, which meant it was foreshadowing. Bought it. Read it properly once I owned it. Act 10. 4 instances of damage per second. Range, 7 meters. Cost, 1 copper coin per second. Affix, Illusion Breaker. Increases damage to soul-type creatures by 50%. Very low chance to root. Soul-type creatures, and a pair of hair-cutting scissors and paper cranes in a building that had spent 3 days full of things that bite. Right, I said, so it's not going to be zombies. I bought cameras too, a handful of monitors, because manual operation activates once you have monitoring, and a table, and chairs, and clothes. And I want to be extremely clear that the clothes were a hygiene decision, entirely, and I was not thinking about the rating multiplier at all. Well, barely at all, because that's the loop, and I'd worked it out by then. Their rating raises my check-in. Better clothes raise their rating. Money buys clothes. Check-ins produce money. Spending money on Jo Mei Lee was, arithmetically, spending money on myself. That is the least romantic sentence in this entire story, and it is also completely true. Back at the room, I swapped the crossbow out for the mirror and pushed both turrets to level 4. Talisman Bagua Mirror, level 4. Attack 15. Generates 4 runes per second. Holds up to 20. Increases damage to soul-type creatures by 100%, which is a genuinely strange way for a turret to work. It stopped being a stream and became a battery. It sat there charging up to 20 talismans and waited for something to walk into range. Then Lucky Golden Toad, 50 attack. And its execute now paid 25 coins instead of 6. Upgrade requirement, level 5. 888 copper coins, 88 iron, a level 5 gold elemental gem, and a level 5 universal turret blueprint. Gold. Specifically gold, not an elemental gem, gold. And when I checked the Bagua mirror, it wanted 5 gems, one of each of the 5 elements or their derivatives. So the elements weren't a flavor choice, they were a lock, and every turret had a different key, and the one with the most locks was presumably the one behind the best door. I filed that and turned round, and the 2 of them had changed. Jo Mei Lee in something tailored, standing like she was about to open a shareholder meeting. Guo Yue in a school uniform, standing behind her, going red. Jo Mei Lee, rating 94, loyalty 89. Guo Yue, rating 91, loyalty 56. Warning. 56, I said under my breath. Why so wary of me? I didn't say it out loud. It was day 1 for her. Jo Mei Lee had started on 40. Then the super check-in landed. 600 wood, 400 iron, 20 liters of water, 4 signature packs. And then, super check-in successful. Rewards, bathtub design blueprint. Specialization in swordsmanship fragment, 1 of 3. Congratulations on a lucky check-in bonus. You have obtained skill, blood refining technique. A skill, an actual skill with a name, level 3, current level 0. Any living being with blood can have its blood refined upon death, up to a maximum of 7 layers, each layer providing a constitution bonus. If I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. If you tell me the way to your house in the morning, you can die in the evening. Charming. 7 layers. Even at 1 point each, that's 7 constitution, permanently, for killing things I was killing anyway. And my total at that point, with the serum and the proof of the strong, was 17. 7 more was not a bonus, it was a 40th of my entire existence, arriving for free. The bathtub was 100 wood to craft, which is nothing, and then I dumped 500 more into it without blinking, and the 2 of them saw the tub go from a barrel to white ceramic with a thermostat and made a noise I had not previously heard from adult women. Quick, how, give me copper coins. Brother how, I want one too. Bathwater cost coins. I had 8,000. I handed over 100 and it cost me nothing and bought me, and I checked, afterwards, because I check everything, 4 points of loyalty and 2 of rating between them. Do you understand how cheap that was? Out there, people were dying for a bread roll. In here, a hot bath was a rounding error. Mwah, you're so sweet. Mwah, brother how, you're the best. I turned my back and went through the rest of the hall like a man of principle, thinking pure thoughts about supply chains. And then the ceiling cleared its throat and everything got worse for everyone. Dormitory broadcast. Given that fewer than 30% of players remain in the dormitory building and that their fighting spirit is too low, the following changes will be made. 1. The system will automatically identify players' hostile factions and relatives and recruit them into the dormitory building from other buildings or from the real world. 2. Level 1 dormitory players may immediately upgrade to level 2 by killing any player not of their own dormitory, valid during this rest period only. 3. Current players, or veteran players newly joining, will have 1 opportunity to change their dormitory location. 4. New players joining will immediately receive 300 copper coins and have a 100% drop rate upon being defeated. 5. A teleportation array will be set up outside the dormitory door, allowing monsters to attack each floor equally from now on. Read those again, slowly. It was going to bring in our enemies and our families. It was putting a bounty on newcomers, and it had just legalized murder for 3 days. I have to say, I said into a very quiet room, the dormitory has finally done something decent, because point 5 was the only one that mattered to me, and point 5 was excellent. Up to that moment, monsters spawned wherever, and mine were always dead first, which meant I ran out of business by 2 in the morning. Now every floor got an equal share, and none of them were ever coming to my door in single file again. Then the channel exploded with people I had never seen before. 102. My God, where am I? Is this still China? 218. Didn't you hear the notice? We're about to hand our coins to somebody. Wei Guo Liang. Newbies, are you ready to welcome your grandpa? 808. Deng Ming. You newbies on the 8th floor, behave. 150 coins each as tribute, or don't blame me later. 819. Duan Hao. Who do you think you are? 819. Ma Wei. Indeed, those who aren't good in one area usually try to demonstrate something in another. 309. Shu Long. That's the truth. They're just old. The spirit is willing, but the strength is insufficient. Dorm 304. Newbie, you seem arrogant. Don't forget your protection money. Double it. 1020. Lu Bo. These newbies are all pretty arrogant. Looks like I need to clean up the 10th floor too. 1006. Song Wei. At 1020 Lu Bo, I know. The man in charge of the 10th floor is He Hao in 1001. 1020 Lu Bo. Woman, you're all right.
Come to my dormitory later. There was a beautiful pause. 1013 Hao Gui. Holy, a warrior. He'd even ride Devil Bo Gong. 1013 Wu Hua. What do you know? This is a Pokemon trainer. Snorlax is definitely going to take him. Because everyone on the 10th floor had met Song Wei in the channel for 3 days, and precisely one of them had actually seen her, and they collectively decided that the kindest thing they could do to a man who'd arrived demanding tribute was let him keep his appointment. I'd like to say I stopped it. About 20 minutes later, there was a roar from the far end of a corridor 2 floors down. You damn fat woman! How dare you play me? And then a sound. Doors opened up and down the hallway to watch, which I think tells you everything about the moral state of that building after 3 days. The veteran, Lu Bo, walked away from it wiping his sword, and every single person watching adjusted their internal model of what a veteran player was, which was the actual point of the exercise as far as he was concerned. And meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, a middle-aged man in a good suit and a very carefully maintained mustache stood in a moldy room with his hand over his mouth and nose and made a face like he'd been served something out of a bin. What a lousy place, a whole lot of disgusting mold. Then he looked at the channel and confirmed that nobody had ever left, and he stopped complaining and something moved behind his eyes. If I become stronger, can I have everything? I like that. Knock, knock, knock. It must be that idiot Zhou Mei Li, he said, tidying his hair. I should prepare. What shall I tell her this time? Because Gao Xiang had been telling Zhou Mei Li things for a year. He was her father's sworn brother, not family. A bond, the kind you announce at funerals. He had turned up in her life the previous year with a head full of stories about a dead man, and he had converted those stories into a position in a company he could not have got any other way. He opened the door. Hello, said a young man with a fringe. You're collecting protection money. Protection money? Do you know who my niece is? She's… Damn it. You mean you're not going to pay? And He Ming hit himself in the nose, threw his head back, and started screaming. Ah, how dare you hit me? Brother Long, this guy's trying to rebel. No, I didn't. Gao Xiang stood there staring at his own hands, which had not moved, in front of a man clutching his face and howling. And I want you to appreciate that this was a professional. This man had spent his entire life doing things to other people from a distance. He had never once in his career been the one being framed, and he had absolutely no idea what to do with it. Good, came a voice from the side. I knew this old man wasn't as honest as he looked. Hao He, I'll avenge you. And Shu Long, 31 years old and holding a broadsword, punched him in the face. Ah, you're committing a crime. I'll commit a crime. I'll commit a crime against you. Hao He, stop talking rubbish and take a few more punches. Afterwards, safely back upstairs, He Ming raised a genuine ethical concern. Brother Long, was that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? What are you talking about? Well, we hit a guy, and then he stopped and nodded slowly because he'd got there. What fight? Where did a fight happen? There was a disobedient newcomer and 2 men encouraging compliance. Being provoked like that and only losing half your life is generosity. Thugs, Gao Xiang shouted at an empty corridor. You 2 are thugs. But seriously, said He Ming later, chewing, Brother Hao is generous. 2 fast food boxes and 100 wood, just to test the water. Why do you think he wanted him hit? Said Su Long. Believe me, that old man was not being honest. He couldn't have told you why. He'd have said something about the hair. Slicked back, greasy, dressed extremely well, a man who spends that much on the outside is telling you where he thinks the value is. He was right, obviously. But it wasn't why I did it. I did it because a man had arrived in this building and immediately started explaining who his niece was,
and I wanted to know what he'd do about being hit before he had time to plan anything. Whether he escalated, whether he ran to her, whether he went looking for a bigger person to stand behind. He went looking for a bigger person to stand behind, naturally. Brother He Hao, come and see. Guo Yue was standing in front of the stove with her hands over her mouth. I'd ignored it for a day. It was a stove. You boil water on it. What's magic about a stove? Stove, level 2, increases with dormitory level. Type, special. Affix, kitchen god. Continuous incense offerings continuously inflict special damage on the turret. Blazing Sun, deals additional fire damage equal to a turret attack, with double damage against ice, soul, and dark creatures. Offerings required, incense, honey, wine, and grains. See that? Extra damage to soul-type creatures, and loads of the stuff you brought back was labeled soul-type. She was practically vibrating. Her face was red, and I understood, watching her, that this was the first time since she'd arrived that she had produced something. Every turret I owned had just been given a second damage type, doubled against exactly the category of thing the entire shop was foreshadowing, and I had walked past it twice. Good work, I said, and put my hand on her head. I'd have missed it. Her loyalty went up 4 points while I was still touching her hair. Which is the thing about that number, and why I trusted it more than any face I ever saw in there. People can fake affection. People are extremely good at faking affection. The system did not care what anybody's face was doing. You've both done well today, I said. Big lunch. And by evening, half my floor had new neighbors, because Su Long had moved in, and so had He Ming, and Ma Wei, and Duan Hao, and Su Kun, and Gao Jianjun, and Zhou Lo Lan, in a stampede so undignified that they had to have a group chat about it afterwards. Duan Hao, cough. Everyone here? Su Long, Wei Ting, seriously? You all moved? I'm not even carrying anything. Wu Hua, okay, becoming a tenant doesn't count as moving, right? Ma Wei, indeed, moving doesn't count as moving. Su Yong, what's going on? Why is everyone on the 10th floor? You won't get any monsters here with Brother Hao around. Gao Jianjun, stop talking about monsters. Let's survive the veterans first. And then Ma Wei, who was the only genuinely dangerous mind in that group chat, said this. Ma Wei, they're hiding something. When they were shopping, they clearly knew the evil-shattering shears were useful, but they couldn't tell which ones, so they bought all of them. Which was, I want to point out, entirely correct. The veterans had been through a second round. They knew there was something worth having. They just couldn't read the label. Neither could Ma Wei. But he had worked out that somebody could. Meanwhile, I was sitting at my new table with a pile of white paper, folding. 718, I said. 719. I would like to state for the record that I had, at this point, an 8,000 coin fortune, 2 level 4 turrets, a level 4 iron gate, and a permanent skill, and I spent an entire day doing origami until my eyes swelled up. 904. I couldn't blink without seeing white paper. I could probably have done it with my eyes shut, and I didn't, because if you rush it and one of them is wrong, you find out at 1400. 1360. And out in the corridor, at some point that evening, a man arrived. Lu Bo stood at a distance and studied my door for a while, because he was not stupid. A man who has survived 2 full events develops eyes. He looked at the gate and his pupils shrank. Nobody told me He Hao has a level 4. Then his gaze went up, and he sat down on the floor. 2. There are 2 turrets, both at least level 3. He was, in fairness, doing everything right. He was staying out of range, he was thinking, and he was working out, correctly, that a dormitory can only mount a second turret after the first event, which meant I'd been holding zombies off with a turret from the start. He decided not to try me, and to go and tell everyone else about it instead, and reap the benefit when they broke themselves on it. He did not notice the camera. He also did not notice, for approximately 4 more seconds, the paper. The corridor filled up. That's the only way I can describe it. From his angle, it must have looked like the walls had started snowing sideways, hundreds and hundreds of white paper cranes coming off the floor and out of the corners, and then they were on him. Individually, a paper crane weighs nothing and can do nothing. What it can do is peck. And it does not get tired, and it cannot be killed in any way that matters, and there were more of them than he had swings. He got the sword going. He was fast, honestly, and for about 15 seconds he was actually clearing space. Get away, get off! What is all this? Ah, blood! It's blood! In 1005, Duan Hao slapped himself in the face in case he was seeing things. This isn't right, is it? He said. I bought one of those cranes after Brother Hao left. Mine says it can't be activated. Then it's obvious, said Ma Wei, pushing up his glasses, looking at a monitor. He Hao has folded all of them himself. He Hao, I know it's you! He'd worked out that there had to be a hand behind it. That was correct. What he did next was not. He Hao, you coward! What can you do besides hide in your room? Come out, face me. I'll give you a 3-move handicap. What, are you scared? I stood behind my door with one eye at the peephole and did not say a word, because the entire point of the shouting was to make me answer, so he could work out where I was, and I'd have to be an idiot to hand a man my exact position because he'd questioned my courage. Also, and I'll be honest, I wanted to see what they did. He'd come to my door to scout me for other people. That's not an accident, and it's not curiosity. That's a man doing reconnaissance for a group, and I have never in my life understood the school of thought where you let that man walk home. He shouted for a long time. Nobody came. That's the part he found out at the end. He posted a distress call and 13 veteran players read it, and every one of them stayed exactly where they were, because they were not friends, they were a group of strangers who had agreed to share upside. But they did get something out of it. They learned that He Hao had a skill. They were wrong about which one. Blood refining technique has increased by 1 level. Constitution +1. Not bad. 1 kill and it's already working. Paper crane troop formation. Level 1. Type. Minor divine ability. Effect. Control the origami cranes you fold to fight for you. The higher the level of the crane, the harder to control. Affected by your own spirit. Upgrade requirements. Fold 1,365 yellow paper cranes. I initially thought my master was unwilling to teach me and was making up an excuse. Later, I realized it was because I was too lazy. Minor divine ability. Not skill, not affix. A whole category above, that I had not known existed until it appeared in my own panel, and it had cost me 1,400 copper coins and a day of paper cuts. And on the 3rd floor, a man with a scar running from his eye to the corner of his mouth turned a string of prayer beads over in his fingers and watched a dead veteran's name go gray. He Hao, is it? I can't afford to offend you now, but do you think you can guard against me forever? Han Tao had been in prison when the dormitory took him. Wei Guoliang had guessed that out loud on his first day, in public, as a joke, and had been broadly correct, and Han Tao had written it down in the place where he kept things. A dormitory survival world, he said to nobody. This is the world I should exist in. And he threw his head back and howled at the ceiling, like a man finally getting comfortable. The check-in that morning gave me a fire elemental gem and a level 5 universal blueprint in the same breath, and I stopped folding paper immediately. Because there was a question I'd been avoiding, which was, with 1 level 5 upgrade available, what do you spend it on? And the answer was written on the wall of the building I lived in Rule 1. The dormitory must not be damaged until the door is breached. Not the walls, not the windows, the door. Everything in this place had been built around a single point of failure, and they'd told us about it in the first 30 seconds. Upgrade the gate. Should the fire elemental gem be chosen as the primary attribute? After upgrading, the gem will fuse with the existing affix, and all subsequent upgrades will be related to that element. Elemental gems are not inherently strong or weak. They are simply more suited to particular events or particular affixes. No going back. Fine. Everyone else was working towards a level 4. Even a badly matched level 5 beats the best level 4 in the building. Yes. The gem went into the metal and the black went red. Not painted red, the red of a bar that's been in a forge and taken out to think about what it's done. Blazing iron gate. Level 5. Durability 300. Defense 50. Affix, reflect damage, reflects 50 physical damage per second to all targets, inflicting burning for 3 seconds, dealing 20 fire damage per second. I read it 3 times, per second, not per attack, to all targets, not to the attacker. The old gate punished one thing every 2 seconds. This one was an area of effect that happened to be shaped like a door. Anything standing near my doorway was on fire, whether it had touched anything or not. The effect, I said, is not bad. The effect was obscene. A level 1 zombie would have burned to death in 3 seconds for the crime of leaning clicking on it. Then I checked the last 2 rewards. The third fragment of specialization in swordsmanship, which meant I could finally build the thing, 10% extra damage with a blade, and my machete stopped being an object I was holding and became something closer to a longer finger. And a bag, Lingbao cloth bag, level 5, a fix, spirit treasure. Place in your inventory to automatically pick up loot within 10 meters. Ownership belongs to you. 2 aren't enough. I want them all. That one didn't look like much. 2 turrets and a bag that harvests. That's not a defense. That's a factory floor with no staff. Dormitory broadcast. The second round of the event, Immortal in the Painting, has begun and will last 5 days. The temperature dropped, not outside, inside, in a sealed room. Guo Yue, who had got up for entirely mundane reasons, made a noise and got back under a blanket at speed. It's only a few steps. Are you physically bonded to that bed? It's cold. Can't you feel it? I genuinely couldn't. Which was interesting, and which told me something about what 18 Constitution was doing for me. It is a bit cold, said Zhou Meili thoughtfully. Could this event be weather-related? And then the stove lit itself, and the cold went out of the air like somebody had closed a window. It's not cold anymore. That'll be the stove, said Zhou Meili. Hidden effect. I sat there and thought about the fact that my kitchen appliance had just made a save against an environmental attack, and I decided that whatever was coming was not going to be zombies. Thump, thump, thump. Somebody knocked on the door. Slowly, politely, at night during an active event. That's strange, Zhou Meili whispered and moved closer to me. It's like something intelligent. Guo Yue got there first, physically, and attached herself to my arm with a speed that suggested she had been waiting for an excuse. Brother Hao, if it's a monster, why hasn't the turret fired? Which was, and I want to give her this, a genuinely excellent question, and I hadn't thought of it. I pulled up the camera feed. There was nobody there. Strange. No, something's attached to the door, said Zhou Meili. And she was right. At the very bottom of the frame there was a rope going out of shot down the corridor. Something a long way away was knocking on my door by remote control, from outside my turret's range, which is a level of thought that no zombie in this building had ever displayed. It's fine, let me have a look. I flicked my wrist and a white paper crane came up into my hand. Go, see what's out there. It stood up, shook its head like a bird waking, flapped twice, and went straight through the gap under the door. I closed my eyes, and there was a picture in my head, gray and white, no color in it at all, but unmistakably my corridor from about half a meter off the floor. I want to stop here for a second, because this was the moment the minor divine ability stopped being a party trick. I was seeing through a piece of paper. The crane found the rope, followed it, and at the far end of my corridor, there was a figure with a completely stiff face, standing in the dark, patiently pulling on a string. Long-haired ghost, level 3, Constitution 18, Spirit 8, Skill, hair wrapping. It likes to mimic a living person knocking on the door, then kills them after they let it in. You can try cutting or burning its hair. 20 copper coins. In a shop 3 days ago, with a joke about haircuts written on it that nobody else could read, I opened my eyes and I already had the shears in my hand. Burning or cutting, I said. Right. And then the second thought arrived, and it was the more important one. None of the other things I'd bought worked on this. The origami, the drawing paper, the brush, none of that had anything to do with hair, which meant this was not the monster of the event. This was a monster of the event. 5 days, multiple types. That's why it was 5 days. I went out and killed it, and it was hard. I want to be honest about that, because a lot of what comes later is easy, and this wasn't. Level 3, 18 Constitution, hair that moved like it had its own opinions, and me with a machete and a pair of scissors, and the specific disadvantage of being in a corridor with something that fought at range. It took a while. It took long enough that my arms hurt afterwards. 50 cloth, 50 cotton, 4 liters of water, 400 copper. And elsewhere in that building, at exactly the same time, it was going considerably worse. Deng Ming, a veteran of 3 full events, a man who had been openly contemptuous of everyone in this building for 3 days, was in his doorway, swinging a longsword at a rope of white hair that had come in through the gap, and screaming. Can that bastard answer me? Isn't the second round supposed to start with level 2s? How is this getting through the door crack? He held it off, just, on stats and panic. And then something surfaced in his memory. Cut, break, cut. And he got the scissors out of his bag and put them through the hair, and it came apart like wet paper. The corridor screamed. He stood there afterwards with his heart going and worked out what had actually happened to him. A level 3 on the first night. 3 events, and every single one of them had opened with level 1s and 2s, because you give players time to adapt. That's how these things are built. That's how they'd always been built. Somebody had changed the rules and not told the people who'd bought their entire confidence with the old ones. And in a lot of other rooms, it went the way it was supposed to go. The hair came in under doors, it found necks, and the people it found could not get their hands under it, and they went up off the floor with their feet kicking, and then a door that had been closed opened itself, and afterwards there was something on the ground that had been a person, and was now the approximate shape and thickness of a coat. And then a shadow came up out of it, and thickened, and stood. Which is when I understood the actual mechanic, and it is the nastiest one in this entire story. Every player they killed became another one of them. 10 floors. It happened on 9 of them. Names went gray in the channel, one after another, and then in twos, and then in double figures, and it was accelerating, because of course it was accelerating. That's what a compounding curve looks like from the inside. How, so many players are dying out there, Jo Mei Lee said, and her face was serious. At this rate, the death rate will catch up with the last event before morning. I know. I did know. And I did nothing about it. And I want to be clear-eyed about that. I could not have saved 9 floors. I could not have saved 1 floor. What I could do was make sure the 10th stayed the 10th. They've worked out the scissors, she added, reading. People are buying them off each other in the channel now. The price has gone up to 50 a pair. Good. Knock, knock, knock. Here we go, I said, and I want to be honest. I said it with enthusiasm. Because the first one had been hard with a machete, and I had just spent a fortune on 2 level 4 turrets and a stove that doubled damage against exactly this category of thing, and I had not yet seen them work. The second one came in from a distance, confident, doing what it was built for. Bagua Mirror. Lucky Golden Toad. Kill him. 20 pre-charged talismans and a golden bead went out of my wall at the same time. 80 cloth, 20 cotton, 400 copper, and 2 sheets of yellow talisman paper. Yellow paper? 1,365 yellow paper cranes, said my minor divine ability in the corner of my eye, where it had been sitting for a day and a half, being impossible. 2 sheets. 2 out of 1,365 is a rounding error, and I stood in a corridor at night and grinned like an idiot anyway, because 2 is not 0, and because it meant the upgrade path existed inside the loot table, which meant it was intended. That's a start, and on 9 floors below me, every remaining long-haired ghost in that building lifted its head at the same moment. I'm told about that later, and I still don't love it. They stopped, all of them, simultaneously, in the middle of what they were doing. One of them was 3 seconds from putting its hair through a new player's chest, and it stopped and pulled back and vanished. The player sat down on the floor and cried because he was alive, and then cried harder because he'd worked out that being alive here was a subscription. They looked up, through 9 floors, at me. Then they came. Here is the tactical problem, and I want to lay it out properly because solving it was the best thing I did in that entire event. They stood in the blind spots. My turrets had a range, 7 meters, 9 meters. The corridor was longer than that, and these things knew exactly, to the meter, where the line was. Even spread out along a hallway that was clearly designed to funnel enemies, they slotted themselves into the gaps with the precision of people who had been given a map. And they would wait. Forever. That was the thing. They had no reason to ever come closer, so somebody had to be bait. You little brats, I shouted, standing in my own doorway with the door open behind me. Your grandpa's here. A dozen heads turned in the dark. What are you looking at? Come and hit me if you dare. You idiots. I want to point out that I had absolutely no idea whether these things understood language, and that I did it anyway, on the grounds that if you're going to gamble your life on being annoying, you should commit. Whoosh. 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 Several ropes of white hair came out of the dark at once, from 3 directions, and closed on me like a fist. Good heavens, I said, which is a lie. I said something else. 2 yellow cranes came off my fingers first. 2, because I'd only ever made 2 out of the drops from the thing I'd killed 20 minutes earlier, leading a dozen white ones straight into the incoming hair. The flash was blue, and there was a crack like a transformer failing. Every crane detonated at once and took the hair with it. The corridor made a sound I don't want to describe, and about a dozen long-haired ghosts came out of their corners with all their hair standing straight out from their heads, and there were suddenly a lot of eyes looking at me, and none of them were bored anymore. Wasn't real fire, I noted, out loud, mid-crisis, watching the burn die out. Only lasted a moment. That's what I was thinking about, not the 12 furious monsters. The fact that I'd confirmed fire hurt them, and that I did not currently own a fire that stayed lit. Then 2 of them lost patience and came off the floor at me through the air, which is what I'd been waiting for. Attack. They crossed into range, and the turrets took the front one apart in about a second and a half, and the second one, using its colleague's death as covering fire, which I want to note because these things thought got all the way to me. It didn't use the hair. It had watched what the scissors did to the first one, and it had learned. It came in with its hands. I hit its arm with the machete, and it was like hitting a girder. The shock went up my elbow, and the whole arm went numb, and if I hadn't killed one of these earlier that day, I'd have believed for one fatal half-second that I'd heard it. Its head twitched, and the hair at its temples went straight for my heart. Expected that. 2 white cranes came off my hand and took the strike in the chest. Both of them shredded. Both of them did their job. The hair went past my ribs instead of through them. And then the rest of them, seeing me stumble, seeing a man with a numb arm and no cranes left, decided all at once that it was over. Every remaining long-haired ghost in that corridor came at me together. Idiots, I said. I got behind the one in front of me. I stepped back through my own doorway. I reactivated the turrets I'd paused so they wouldn't waste ammunition on things out of range, and I shut the door. The one that was already committed hit the blazing iron gate with all 10 fingers. 50 damage, reflected, per second to all targets, plus 3 seconds of burning at 20 a second. And here is the part I did not plan and would like credit for anyway. They were all in a crowd. The gate lit the first one. The first one, burning, was standing in the middle of 11 others. Every one of those was a soul-type creature standing next to fire in a room where my stove was adding a doubled fire modifier to everything my defenses did. The whole corridor went up like a shop opening. I watched it on the camera with my hands over my ears. Art is an explosion, I said. Congratulations. You have obtained 660 cloth, 490 cotton, 13 yellow paper, 9 liters of purified water, 2 level 4 bed blueprints, 3 level 4 turret blueprints, 6 fast food blind boxes, 6,000 copper coins, 13 yellow paper, 6,000 copper, and a corridor with 17 dead level 3s in it, killed in about 90 seconds by a door. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player He Hao for killing more than 5 monsters. The leaderboard is now active. From this point, all players ranked in the top 100 will receive attribute point rewards depending on ranking. In the event of a tie, players who have participated in fewer events will rank higher. That last line is the one that made the veterans go quiet, and it's worth understanding why. It meant that if a 4th-round veteran and a 1st-round newcomer had the same score, the newcomer won. The building had just publicly announced that seniority was a liability, and then it published the board. 1. 1001 He Hao, 340 points. 2. 1006 Shu Long, 40. 3. 108 Zheng Yuan, 40. 4. 1006 He Ming, 20. 5. 1005 Ma Wei, 20. 4 of the top 5 from the 10th floor. The 10th floor being, of course, the floor that everyone with any sense had moved to after the veterans arrived, because they were being bullied. Dorm 304. What kind of monster is He Hao? 17 in one go? Wei Guoliang. Wasn't somebody very smug earlier? Why so deflated now? 808. Deng Ming. Don't. You haven't seen how troublesome that thing is. There's no way to control it. 108. Zheng Yuan. Then why can somebody else do it? 808. Deng Ming. You! 713. Duan Hua. They've worked out the method. We should just ask for it. Dorm 304. We don't know He Hao's background, but can we really lose to trash like Su Long? 108. Zheng Yuan. Short-sighted. Group chat notification. 108. Zheng Yuan has left the group chat. Dorm 304. This guy. Still acting high and mighty. Doesn't he know where he is? I want you to notice the man who left. He left, and he left with one word, and I did not think about him again for 4 days, and that was a mistake. Morning came. I want to skip most of it, except for one thing that happened in the square, which I only found out about afterwards, and which is the reason a great deal of the rest of this works. Everybody who survived the night went outside to lie about it. You wouldn't believe it. The hair was right in front of me. Guess what I did? What? What? When faced with certain death, I simply steeled my neck and accepted it calmly. Then why are you still here? At the critical moment, they suddenly abandoned the attack and ran away. Oh, they went up to the 10th floor. And one man in that crowd, called Yang An, was being congratulated on his composure and had the specific expression of somebody who had noticed that a group of veteran players had gone silent nearby. Damn it, what's wrong with the library today? Nothing's spawning at all. My cafeteria hasn't refreshed either. I've never seen that in all these rounds. What if somebody's taking it while we're not looking? Deng Ming put his fist into a pillar. If I find him, I'll skin him. And Yang An, standing 8 feet away, went cold from the neck down. Then some helpful soul in his own group said, "What's wrong, Yang An? You look a bit off." 14 veteran players turned round. And this is why I ended up respecting Yang An more than most people in that building. Because he did the smart thing, immediately, with no ego about it at all. Actually, I was joking with you lot earlier. When that thing came at me, I nearly wet myself. He wiped his forehead. He let his hands shake. He gave them the whole performance. Don't any of you know what it feels like to brush past death? My legs still won't work. So if those things come back tonight, none of you should try anything clever. And everyone laughed at him, loudly, with enormous relief, because a coward is comfortable and a thief is not. He laughed along, and his stomach was in his shoes, and he watched the veterans go inside, and only then did he breathe. Then he made an excuse and left at a speed that was almost, but not quite, running. Who does he think he is? Oh, he only talks to me because we knew each other before. Speaking of which, Ma Wei's working for He Hao now. Is Yang An going to join up too? And a young man called Duan Ming smoothed his slightly oily hair and said, with total confidence, that the 10th floor couldn't make waves, that their lead on the leaderboard meant nothing because the veterans hadn't started properly yet, and that if a veteran went at them directly, how many of them could actually take it? Then he pulled the only girl in his group into his lap in front of everyone and started handling her. "Brother Duan Ming, you're so naughty. I love you so much." She said it while smiling, and there was a flash of something else in her eyes, aimed at the floor. The other 2 men said nothing and looked at each other and smiled in a way that had absolutely nothing to do with Duan Ming. All 4 of them were planning something different. Not one of them knew about the other 3. I mention them because I want you to have the shape of that building properly. It was not 200 people versus monsters. It was 200 people in about 40 overlapping conspiracies and monsters. Meanwhile, the check-in landed, and it gave me 2 things I did not understand. Decoy ammo, 3, only effective against monsters. After being thrown, generates a 1-minute decoy to attract them, simply because you are too beautiful. Oh, come on, I said, out loud, genuinely offended. You've had this the whole time? I stood in a corridor last night calling a dozen ghosts idiots to their faces. I could have thrown a can. And then, the lucky bonus. Evil slaying handgun, level 6. I want to be clear about what those 2 words meant to me at that point. My gate was level 5. My turrets were level 5. Level 6 was a thing I had never seen in any form from any source. Attack 60 plus bullet damage. Ammunition 6 of 6. Can only load level 6 or higher. A fix, silver bullet. Attacks are imbued with silver, dealing an additional 50% damage to dark creatures such as vampires and werewolves. Welcome to hell. Receive the baptism of the Holy Lance. Vampires, werewolves, dark creatures, which is not soul type, which is not this event. So this isn't for my round, I said, turning a revolver over in my hands, because there was no vampire anywhere in Immortal in the painting. There is nothing about a painting that suggests a werewolf. The system had just handed me, as a random bonus, a level 6 weapon for an event that had not started yet, which meant the events were a sequence, and the sequence was written down somewhere, and the thing paying my wages could see it. Silver, I said. Looks like I should start stockpiling silver. What's making you laugh like that? Said Jo Mei Li, and then she saw what was in my hand and made a noise. Where did you get a gun? Wait, no, that's a dormitory item? Got lucky. She looked at me for a moment, and then, to her eternal credit, dropped it. She'd worked out weeks ago that there was a source, and that asking about it would only make me lie to her, and that a lie between us was worth less than the silence. Today, she said, back on script, one of Ma Wei's friends wants to move to the 10th floor, but there are no rooms. He says he has a way of getting things. He just needs somewhere to rest. That has merit, but he'd need San Bao or Shu Long to take him, not me. Because my room did not have a spare seat for a man. That was simply not what the seats were for. And I'd like to note, since I'm being honest throughout, that I'd already done the maths. Another female tenant with a rating raised my daily payout and my luck multiplier. A male tenant raised nothing. Strength wasn't the point. Nobody was going to outfight me in my own room anyway. Yes, also, besides the resources, he found this. She took something out and put it on the table, and it was a receipt. That's what it looked like, a slip of paper, the most boring object I had seen since I arrived. City of Escape entry ticket. Holders may use this ticket to participate in the City of Fugitives event and win great rewards and superpowers. Countdown, 32 days. Hell for the weak, paradise for the strong. I read the words superpowers and my eyelids started twitching. Because I had a minor divine ability in my panel and I already knew what one of those was worth, and this thing was dangling the full-size version of the noun. 32 days, 3 or 4 more events at this pace. System, I said silently. If I go to an event somewhere else, does my consecutive check-in streak break? And the answer came back immediately, which is the thing I have always liked about it. Regarding the host's question, the host can activate the managed check-in function once 4 tenants have been recruited. Even if the host is not at the check-in location, check-ins will occur automatically, and rewards will continue to accumulate. Rewards can only be claimed after returning to the linked location. 4 tenants. I sat there with a receipt in my hand and understood very clearly that the system had just quoted me a price. Tell Yang An I've accepted his gift, I said out loud, and that if what he wants is within reason, I'll consider trading with him. Jo Mei Li smiled and said nothing, because she had spent a career on the other side of that exact sentence and knew exactly what it did. Sometimes, for the people below you, a maybe is enough. Dormitory broadcast. Fog surges. Floating lanterns appear. A large number of floating lanterns have appeared in the corridors of the dormitory building. Where did they come from? Where are they going? The Lantern Festival is here. Successfully releasing a floating lantern gives you a chance to win a special reward. The Welfare Bureau, I said. Right. Because in 3 days, that building had never once given me anything for free that didn't have a mouth. Should we let one go or not? Said Guo Yue, who was already at the door, vibrating. Yes, absolutely. I want to see what they're selling. And then the fog came in. That's the thing I hadn't accounted for. It didn't come down the corridor and stop at my door. It came under it and through the frame and around the edges, a white haze walking into a sealed room like it had a key. Bzzz. The yellow talisman papers I'd stuck on the walls that morning lit up. Not the paper, the characters on them, going red one after another. And the fog hit that and stopped like it had hit glass, and went backwards out of my room in about 2 seconds. A corner of one talisman burned away. I looked at that for a long moment. 5 sheets. 4 on the walls, 1 in the bag, and the fog had just cost me a corner. Then I opened the door. The corridor was a river. I don't mean it was flooded. I mean the floor of the 10th floor corridor was gone, and there was water in its place, going off into the fog in both directions further than the building was long, and it was cold and wet when I put my hand in it, and there were lotus-shaped lanterns drifting on it with actual flames on top. Floating lantern. You can pick up a lantern from the river, write your wish on it, and put it back. Rumor has it that if you release lanterns together during the Lantern Festival, you'll be together forever. There's a chance your wish will come true, but beware of the lonely spirits hiding inside the lanterns. Of course, I said. There it was. Free candy with something living in it. And every single person in this building was about to reach into a river with their bare hands. Hey, Brother Hao, flying lanterns with your wives? Across the water, Shu Yong was standing in his own doorway, waving at me with a mushroom haircut and an idiot grin, on the far bank of a corridor that was now, apparently, a river. He looked like a boy picking lotus flowers at night. I nearly told him to be careful of the current. Be careful, I said instead. Something's wrong with those lanterns. That's all I said. One sentence, thrown across a corridor, and whether he took it was entirely his business. All right, if Brother Hao says so, I'm not touching them. And he shut the door. That fast. No argument, no follow-up question, no, but what if? He gave up a shot at a special reward on the word of a man who had never once explained himself to him, and then he went inside. I found out later that he immediately posted my warning to the 10th floor group chat, because in his head it was obviously important and obviously shared. It never occurred to him to sit on it. Brother He Hao, said Guo Yue, Is that the little brother you've taken in? What is wrong with you? I flicked her forehead. Jo Mei Lee covered her mouth and laughed at both of us. Then I took the machete and used the flat of it to hook the nearest lantern in and drag it to the bank, because I was not putting my hand in that water for a lantern. Congratulations, you have obtained unwritten floating lantern. Lucky, no monster. And then I noticed the name had changed. Which mattered because in this place, things only change names when their function changes. White paper becomes a paper crane. A lantern comes out of the river and becomes an unwritten lantern. Unwritten floating lantern. Write down the specific resources. The lower the level, the higher the probability of success. Oh good, there are instructions, said Guo Yue, clapping. That's what they saw. Underneath it, in a line only I could read. Legend has it that on the day of the Lantern Festival, if 99 floating lanterns are released, something magical will happen. 99. I looked out at the river. There were maybe 100 lights on the whole visible stretch, all the way down to where the fog took over. And an unknown number of those had something in them. And the water was of unknown depth, in a building that had turned a concrete corridor into a river between one broadcast and the next, and I was not going to step into it and find out. I could reach exactly as far as the machete. No, I said, we're collecting 99, even if we have to buy them. Then I made a seal with my fingers and threw about 15 paper cranes out over the water. And I want to tell you what those cranes did, because it's the moment the minor divine ability stopped being a weapon and became something stranger. They brought back 18 lanterns. Not one of them had a monster in it. 18, out of a river that, according to the chat channel, was seeded with the things. The odds on that being luck are absurd, and I stood there working it out. They're driven by willpower, and they can't be measured by common sense, I said slowly. They've got fragile bodies. They'd fail constantly. So there's probably something in them that avoids harm and seeks fortune. That's a guess. I never proved it. But 18 out of 18 is not a coincidence, and after that I never again thought of the cranes as ammunition. Meanwhile, Jo Mei Lee had opened a market. 1001 Jo Mei Lee, 1 floating lantern, 30 copper coins, and 1 bread roll. 808 Deng Ming. At 1001 Jo Mei Lee, tell He Hao that with us here, he won't get a single one. Dorm 304. Does He Hao know something? Why is he in such a hurry? Wei Guoliang. The lantern demons might have level 1 versions, but who other than us veterans would take the risk? 1001 Jo Mei Lee, 1 floating lantern, 30 copper coins, and 1 bread roll. 808 Deng Ming. Are they ignoring us? 1005 Duan Hao. Showing off, are we? Releasing a lantern might get you 10 wood, selling it to Brother Hao gets you food and 30 coins. 1005 Ma Wei. Indeed, these people don't feed their subordinates and don't even want to let them find another way to eat. 808 Deng Ming. You arrogant fools, you're all going to die. 1006 He Ming. Call? The veterans declared an embargo, in public, which is the single most useful thing they could have done for me. How's it going? I asked. Any problems? Jo Mei Lee shook her head, not even slightly worried. There's nothing to worry about. They can't monitor every player individually. Even if they force people to report their haul, some will lie. She was scrolling while she talked. 30 coins doesn't mean much to a new player. They know exactly what a bread roll means. Bread is 10 in the shop, and it sells out within minutes of a refresh. And there it is. That's the whole thing in 2 sentences. 14 veteran players had ordered 200 starving people not to trade with me. They had not offered those people anything. They had not fed anybody. They had simply announced that a group of strangers should decline the only functioning food supply in the building out of solidarity. Do you know how much a piece of bread costs outside? 500,000. With that much fog out there, who could possibly say how many lanterns anyone had? You give a number. Any number. I have to say, I said, you being a chief executive is worth a great deal more than I paid for it. I put my hand on her head. And behind me, somebody made an extremely deliberate noise, so I put my other hand out and stroked Guo Yue's nose like she was a cat, and she was instantly and completely fine. The lanterns kept coming in. Cranes over the water, players in the corridors, and Jo Mei Lee at a table running the whole thing like a desk. And then she did the thing that finished it. She announced, in the channel, that demand was slowing down. That's all. Just, we're getting close to what we need. Prices may adjust. Which is a lie, and which is also the oldest trick in retail, and it turned a trickle into a panic. Everybody who had been sitting on a lantern waiting for a better price suddenly discovered they had a perishable good. But we only need 20, said Guo Yue at one point, with her head on one side. Why are we buying more? Zhou Meili and I both stopped eating. Is it possible, I said, carefully, that I was lying to them? Because obviously I had told her 20. I told everybody 20. There was a chance somebody else in that building was reading the same hidden line I was, and if the number 99 had ever gone into the public channel, the entire operation dies. Oh, said Guo Yue, I see. She did not see. Down on the third floor, a man with a scar through his eye was conducting a scientific experiment. Han Tao had collected roughly 70 of the things, and he was not going to sell them to me because he had correctly worked out that anybody buying that hard knew something. So he tested it himself. Wish 1, a level 4 defensive item. Wish failed. He wasn't discouraged. It said clearly that bigger wishes were less likely. 30 coins, gone, fine. Wish 2, level 2 defensive gear. Wish failed, minus 30. Wish 3, a fast food box. Wish failed. He put 5 more into the water, all asking for fast food. Failed, 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 failed. And then, with the specific fury of a man who has stopped trying to win and started trying to be right, he wrote the word wood. Wish granted. Congratulations to player Han Tao. You have obtained 10 wood, which is worth 10 copper coins. He had paid 30. Are you kidding me? He said to a river. Give me some bread. Wish failed. He kept going. He did a proper test, to his credit several more, all with the identical wish, to check whether it was random or capped. Wish failed. Wish granted. You have obtained 1 bread roll. Wish failed. There it was. Anything with a real value above about 10 coins simply did not happen. The success rate on the small stuff was maybe 1 in 3. The lantern was worth, honestly, about 11 coins. Those bastards. Deng Ming, they knew. That's why they sold theirs so readily. Which was wrong. They hadn't tested a thing. They'd sold theirs because 30 coins is 30 coins and a bread roll is a bread roll, and none of them had ever intended to hold the line they'd announced in public. But he'd got there by the wrong road, and then he had the thought that mattered. Everybody knows lanterns don't produce anything good. So why is He Hao buying at that price? And instead of following that thought anywhere useful, he decided to get his money back off me. He contacted Zhou Meili. What do you mean you've collected enough? I've still got 50 of them. We had, at that point, 90-something, and a very good idea of exactly how many were left in the world. 1001, Zhou Meili. I can buy them. 11 copper coins, not 1 more. 11? Are you trying to fetch a beggar? 11 copper coins, which was the precise, actual, market-correct value of a floating lantern, calculated by the man who was holding them. He could have kept them. That's the part that must have kept him awake. He could have wished them all into wood and got 110 wood out of the pile, and 110 wood was nothing to a veteran player with an upgraded room. He was holding 50 units of a thing he had personally proven was worthless. Sell. I'll sell. 51 lanterns. At 11 coins. That's what got me to 99. I stood in my doorway and put them out one at a time, and I wrote iron on every single one because at that point the wish was just a receipt, and every failed wish cost me nothing that mattered. The river filled up with light. It got crowded. A corridor that had been dark and cold turned into something you could see by, and the fog in that stretch went orange, and Guo Yue stopped talking, which had not happened in 2 days. 99. The water turned. The lanterns started rotating, all of them, slowly, arranging themselves into rings inside rings, and in the middle of it, the surface broke, and an old wooden chest came up out of a river that was standing where a concrete floor should have been. Hiss, I said. It really did turn into a river. That's what I said, not treasure. I stood in front of a rising chest, and what I actually felt was a kind of vertigo at how casually this place rewrote a building. Then the chest turned into light and went into my chest, which was rude. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player He Hao for becoming the first player to release 99 floating lanterns, successfully unlocking the mystery reward for this round of the event. And the whole building found out at once. 109. I knew it. He Hao couldn't possibly be that kind. 505. If I'd known, I'd have saved mine. 1006. Yang An. This is hilarious.
It's like you lot could have collected 99 and were saving them up.
Wei Guoliang. He Hao really does have tricks. Keeps something like that quiet, completely disregarding us veterans. 1013. Hao Gui. You bastard, you think you can have everything. 1013. Wu Hua. Please excuse my behavior, everyone. My eldest son couldn't help scolding my grandson when he saw him being naughty. 1013. Hao Gui. Damn it. 808. Deng Ming. At dorm 304, what's wrong with you? How did you manage to take the lead? And in room 304, a man who had personally handed me 51 of the 99 read that message and went the color of a bruise. He was about to answer. He had something ready, and then Zhou Mei Li posted, 1001, Zhou Mei Li. Thank you to Han Tao of 304 for selling us 51 floating lanterns at 11 copper coins each. We couldn't have done it so easily without you. I want to be clear that I did not tell her to do that. She did it because she is who she is, and I want to be equally clear that I would not have stopped her. The veteran group chat turned into a public trial. Wei Guoliang demanding to know what was wrong with him. Deng Ming saying he'd done it on purpose.
Duan Hua observing that they were now a laughingstock in front of outsiders.
Deng Ming again. The mystery reward, once per round, what else could it be but a supernatural power? And Han Tao, who had been fleeced by every one of them in turn, sitting there being lectured about loyalty. Dorm 304. Don't think I don't know what you were all thinking. So what if I sold to He Hao? Don't give me that look. 808. Deng Ming. What do you mean? Dorm 304. What do I mean? Do I need to explain? A bunch of filthy bastards, each one keener than the last to pick my pocket. Wei Guoliang. That just shows you're stupid. But selling to He Hao was your mistake. Dorm 304. I'm so sorry. You're all idiots. You have been kicked from the group chat. Then the mystery reward opened. Congratulations, you have won a needle and thread bag doll, an art of paper crane troop formation, and a small bagua mirror. 3 things, and 2 of them sounded like nothing. I went to the one I understood first. Art of paper crane troop formation. Restriction. Requires mastery of paper crane troop formation.
Upon use, permanently increases control over paper cranes and grants them a certain exercising effect, the specific amount depending on crane level and the player's spirit. I was impulsive in my youth. Now all that's left is nostalgia. Exercising effect. In an event where every single monster so far had been soul type, I learned it standing up. It went in like cold water and my sense of the cranes doubled. Where I'd been managing about 20 over the river, I could suddenly feel closer to 30, and they felt less like objects and more like fingers. The second thing was a small pink doll with a yellow thread wound around it. Needle and thread bag doll. Consumable. Affix, substitute, withstands 1 fatal attack of any kind under 100 constitution or spirit. Placing it in your inventory activates the effect immediately. I couldn't protect her, but I hope what she left behind can protect you. I stopped. An extra life. That's what that is. That's the single most valuable thing anybody in that building could own, and it had come out of a chest at the bottom of a river. And I stood there holding it, and it felt too hot to hold. I don't know whose that was. I never found out. There is not one other sentence anywhere in that world about her or him or what happened. It's just sitting there in the middle of a reward, in the same font as a joke about urination. Right, I said, and shook my head. I don't even know how long I'm going to live. Why am I thinking about this? The third was the small bagua mirror. Level 5. Placed on the back, prevents attacks from spirits when walking at night. No numbers, no attack value, just a claim. If you don't act like a bookish scholar and are forgetful, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble. 2,000 odd copper coins, total spend, for an extra life and a permanent upgrade to a divine ability. And then something moved in my chest. Player He Hao. Minor divine ability detected.
Paper crane troop formation is advancing. Paper crane troop formation. Type, supernatural power. Proficiency, beginner. Effect, by conjuring paper cranes with a flick of the fingers, you can control them to fight for you. These paper cranes have the power to ward off evil. Upgrade requirements, hand-fold 1,365 yellow paper cranes. You have seen your true self and are no longer bound by appearances. Read the type line again. Not minor divine ability, supernatural power. The word minor was gone, and there was no level anymore. There was a proficiency, which meant there was a ladder. And read the effect. By conjuring paper cranes with a flick of the fingers, I no longer had to fold them. I had spent an entire day of my life doing origami until my eyes swelled, and the reward for finishing was that I never had to do it again. I just had to keep blank paper in my bag, and the cranes would come out of my hand. Fantastic, I said, and slapped my own thigh like an old man at a card table. Thanks to Han Tao of 304, my paper crane troop formation is a full supernatural power. Jo Mei Li laughed so hard she had to sit down. If they knew. I know this one, said Guo Yue, hand up. We catch one sheep and fleece it as hard as we can, and make Han Tao furious. No, said Jo Mei Li, and stopped laughing instantly. There's no point winning a moment's pride. These are He Hao's trump cards and they should stay secret. We already put a crack between them. That's enough. I nodded and then reached over and stroked Guo Yue's head anyway. Because you don't let the person who lost the argument feel like they lost the argument. Mei Li's right. We'll do it her way. The tide went out at dawn. That's the only way to describe it. The river receded, and underneath it was concrete, dry, at exactly the height it had always been, and everyone in that building watched it happen, and nobody was surprised anymore. That's the thing about that place. It took about 4 days to stop being astonished that a building could rewrite its own floor plan. And a man in 304 sat down and started sharpening a long sword. He did it slowly. That's what got the people watching on cameras. Not the rage, the calm. There is a specific kind of person who gets quieter as they get worse, and every single one of them is a problem. Deng Ming, Wei Guoliang, He Hao. He sheathed it, stood up, and walked out into a corridor still wet from a river, and his footsteps did not hesitate once. From the first step, it was obvious he knew exactly where he was going. New players saw him coming and shut their doors and did not look twice, the way you don't look at a thing you don't want to be involved with. He went up to the 8th floor and knocked, politely. Which bastard is this? Deng Ming opened the door, scratching his hair in the middle of his sleep cycle, and saw who it was and immediately put on the face he kept for people beneath him. Han Tao, what are you doing here? Deng Ming, do you remember what Wei Guoliang said to me on my first day in this building? Which is an insane opening, and Deng Ming stood there in a doorway trying to work out what it had to do with him. He asked me whether I'd ever worked a sewing machine. What are you trying to say? What I actually want to say, said Han Tao with a smile, is that he guessed perfectly. I hadn't been in prison very long. Deng Ming took half a step back. He didn't know why, just something in his spine reading the room a full second faster than his brain. Luckily, the dormitory survival world brought me here. This place is practically tailor-made for me, a world where order has collapsed. Are you curious why I'm telling you all this? And Deng Ming, this is the part I find genuinely tragic, in the small way, said, just to be polite, just to end the conversation. He gave a man a non-committal grunt to make him go away. Because I've come to send you to hell. 4 strikes, first one diagonal, into something that mattered, the second one before he could react, into the heart. Then 2 more, because Han Tao did not believe in leaving work half-finished. He spat on the floor next to the body. Idiot. Then he went to the stairs, and everybody watching on a monitor assumed he was going down to the 3rd floor to find Wei Guoliang. He went up. He came onto my floor, and he walked the length of it without looking at a single other door. Not Shu Long's, not Ma Wei's, none of them. Straight to the end. Threats first, easy meat after. And in my room, Jo Mei Li looked at the monitor and saw a man covered in someone else's blood walking down her corridor, and understood immediately what she was looking at. I want to say I handled it. I was asleep. I'd been up for 2 nights and a river, and I was flat out, and there was nothing on this earth going to move me. And Han Tao came into range of dormitory 1001, drew his longsword, and swung it at the blazing iron gate. I'd like to walk you through that decision, because it is the single stupidest act in this entire story, and it was performed by an experienced player. Here's what he knew. He knew I had a level 4 gate and 2 turrets because Lu Bo had scouted me. He knew Lu Bo had died at my door. That's it. That's all the information that ever got out. What he did not know is that the gate had gone to 5, and that 5 meant 50 damage a second reflected to everything in range, plus fire. Boom. They said it was like a flash going off in the corridor. Han Tao, mid-swing, went backwards down the hallway, and then the burning started, and he rolled on the floor for 3 seconds that must have felt considerably longer. And Zhou Mei Li did not wake me up. That's the part I love. She looked at a man on the ground, and she looked at the manual fire control on the turret panel, activated because I'd bought cameras, and she took it. Let me show you.
Were not to be trifled with either. That was Guo Ye, wrinkling her nose, taking the second turret. A golden bead and a dozen talismans went out at once. Han Tao, half blind, on fire, looked up toward the noise and got exactly as far as "He hao," boom, and then they kept firing. 6 or 7 more seconds of continuous fire at a spot where there was nothing left, because Zhou Mei Li had decided that a veteran player might have a survival trick, and she was not going to find out about it the hard way. "Is he dead?" said Guo Yue, tilting her head at the monitor, as though tilting would give her a better angle on a flat image. "Of course he is. There are no targets on the screen." And she checked the channel to confirm the name had gone gray, and then both of them turned round and found me completely unconscious. I slept through the whole thing. I want that on the record. 2 women I had bought with bread and a hot bath defended my life while I was asleep with my mouth open. And if you want to know the exact moment I stopped thinking of that room as an asset, it's that one. The check-in that morning gave me 2 gold elemental gems. 2. After days of water and wood and ice and everything except the one specific element that my best turret required, I did not think about whether to save one, SCP, and then the golden toad on my wall started shrinking. I want you to understand how alarming that was. Every upgrade I'd ever done had made the thing bigger and brighter. This one dimmed. The gold drained out of it and it pulled in on itself, and I stood there with my heart going, seriously considering the possibility that an evolution could fail. Upgrade successful. Obsidian Toad, the only one. Level 5, attack 80, range 15 meters. Affix, luck. Deals execute damage to targets at or below 7% health, maximum 999. All targets killed by the host will drop an additional 80 copper coins. The Obsidian Toad is a unique entity. No second one will appear until it is damaged. Who said this toad is black? This toad is amazing. Not gold. Black crystal, faceted, dull until the light moved on it and then not dull at all. And read that affix properly, because the attack going from 50 to 80 is the boring part. All targets killed by the host. Before, it only paid out when the toad itself landed the finishing blow. Now, anything I killed, anywhere in its range, by any method, dropped 80 coins on top of its normal loot. I had a turret that took a cut of my own work, 10 copper a shot to fire it, which sounds expensive until you notice that any kill it's present for pays 8 times that back. Outrageous, I said, looking at the level 6 requirements. 8,000 coins, 888 iron, and 10 level 6 gold-type treasures. 10. My gate wanted one of its element. This thing wanted 10. Fine. Unique things get to be difficult. Dormitory broadcast. Sunset fog rises. Big red bridal sedan chair. The night road is difficult to travel, and thick fog obscures the view. Wherever the white fog reaches, how many people in the sedan chairs become lost souls? The talismans on my walls were down to half. Crackle, crackle. The fog came at them, and they held and burned, and by the time it was over, there was maybe a quarter of each sheet left. 4 on the walls, 1 spare in the bag. I did the arithmetic, and it came out at enough for 2 more nights, and not 1 more. Which was the first time I properly understood that my safety was a consumable. Then a gong started downstairs. Clang, clang, clang. A wedding gong, in the dark, coming closer. And then, from the corridor, "Holy Mid, oh my God, Mid, I want to go home." My first genuine thought was that somebody was in a very good mood, and my second was that people do not do impressions in a hallway during an active event. Someone save me. Brother Long, Brother How. Only the 10th floor used both those names. I was out of the door in about a second and a half, and shutting it behind me carefully, because half my talisman was gone, and I was not letting fog into that room.
There was a bright red bridal sedan chair going down my corridor at speed, and Shu Yong was screaming inside it. Big red bridal sedan chair. Level 2. Constitution 16. Skill. Suppression. It seems to be under some kind of instruction to send the bride somewhere. Would you like to exercise what it's like to be a bride? Suppression. That's why he was screaming instead of climbing out. A level 2 shouldn't be able to hold an adult, but a level 2 with a hold effect can hold anybody. I caught it in about 4 steps and took the side off it with one swing, and a young man with a mushroom haircut fell out onto the floor and burst into tears. Brother Hao, thank God. Why were you in the corridor? Do you have a death wish? I don't know either. He was shaking his head like a rattle drum. I was in my room. I was eating bread with my wife, and then the fog came in, and then I was here. He stopped. I watched him decide not to finish that sentence, and I put the machete flat against his neck, because there is a very specific set of things that pretend to be people in that building, and I had exactly 0 evidence he was one of us. Where did you get a wife? When? You didn't have a tenant slot. His eyes went to the blade, and the sweat came out of him all at once. Brother Hao, I swear I'm not lying. The wife, I drew her myself. I'm a homebody. I took the machete away. Drawing paper. 100 copper coins. It doesn't matter if it can't draw. It will find a way to have artwork on it. Writing brush. 50. It's not bad to compose poems and paint in your spare time, pretending to be a refined person. I had stood in that shop and called the brush a consumer trap, and a man had bought both of them with the last money he had. In a world where a bread roll costs 10 coins, in order to have someone to eat with. Right, I said, and put my hand on his shoulder, and I could not look at him. Go back inside, and maybe watch less of... He went scarlet. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. And he ran, and I am fairly sure he was crying, and I stood in a corridor full of fog thinking about the fact that not everybody in this building had a room with 3 people in it. The sedan chair had dropped something new. Sedan chair fragment. Collect 24 to exchange for 1 sedan chair, which has defensive effects. You don't really want a grown man sitting in a sedan chair, do you? I read that twice. Because that's not a joke. Nothing in that font is ever only a joke. That is the system telling me, in the most irritating way available, that this item has a restriction, and the restriction is who's allowed to sit in it. So they're for the women, I said. Fine, then I want a lot of them. Which was the exact moment somebody else started screaming down the corridor. What the hell is this? Let me out! Where's my knife? Where did it go? Watch me cut this thing in half. You could not identify that voice by tone, in fog, at distance. You could absolutely identify it by content. I got there at a sprint and took the poles out from under it and then opened the front, and Su Long fell out looking like a man who had been folded into a box, which he had. Su Long? Huh, how? There are 3 people in your room. 3. How did nobody stop this? Don't ask. He scratched his face. Then his whole expression changed. Heming! Heming's still in one! And he was gone, at a dead run, without checking whether I was following. I followed, partly because of Heming, and partly because I wanted to see where the things were going, and I want to be honest that the split was about 60-40 and not in the flattering direction. We went down the stairs and through the teleportation array, the one the building had installed to distribute monsters, fairly, and came out in the square in front of the dormitory. 2 beams of white light in an ocean of fog. Ha-how, over there? There were tiny red points of light off in the murk. You could have walked past them. I frowned because Shu Long had picked the right direction instantly, in fog, in the dark, in a place he had never been at night. Don't even think about it, he said before I asked. I have a source. I can't tell you the specifics. Fine, let's not waste time. Everybody has secrets. It was the fact that he told me he had one, instead of pretending, that made me leave it alone. We got close and the temperature dropped. Careful, something's wrong. Got it. Then a red light tore out of the fog straight at my face at the speed of a small car. I put the blade into it and its own momentum did most of the work, and it came apart in 2 halves and went past me on both sides. Shu Long made a noise behind me. Move, they've seen us. And we came round the last of it into an open area, and I stopped. There were 30 or 40 of them, parked, in rows, in the fog, in the middle of the square, a field of bright red bridal sedan chairs sitting perfectly still, and every one of them with something in it. Are they all people they've taken? I could not tell which one was He Ming. There was no way to tell. And I want to be honest about the calculation I ran, which was that I knew one of the people in those boxes and had a limited amount of night. And then something in the air changed, and a friend request came in. 1006 Yang An has requested to add you as a friend. 1006 Yang An. Brother Hao, I'm at your 2 o'clock. I had already felt something at my 2 o'clock. That's the thing I want to flag. I'd sensed it before the message arrived, a wrongness in a specific direction, in fog, with nothing there. I went over the roofs of the sedan chairs and got close, and there was still nobody, and then a stick floated up off the ground and pointed. Brother Hao, P. Ming's in this one. Invisibility, that's interesting. Shadow stealth, level 6. Monsters level 6 and below without perception cannot detect you. In darkness, the effect is doubled. He'd found it in a hidden compartment in the library on the first night, when he was running for his life, along with a receipt for a city. I took the sedan chair apart, and He Ming came out of it nearly weeping. Brother Hao, you came for me. Yang An, brother! If I ever get iced tea again, it's yours. Which was, I want to note, the most sincere promise made by anybody in that building all week. Stop talking. Go back. Brother Hao, wait, said Yang An. Should we get Hao Ge and Wu Hua? And then he immediately regretted saying it, and I watched him regret it, because he'd just asked a man who was doing all of the work to do more of the work. And in that place, that's not a small ask. Saving someone is a kindness. Not saving someone is not a crime. Po Ming and Su Long looked at each other, and neither of them could think of a single thing to say that wasn't going to make it worse. Help, I said. Just keep watch for me. Everyone from the 10th floor comes out. There was a pause. All 3 of them looked at me like I'd caught fire. I've had that described back to me since, and the way they tell it is a bit much. But I'll say this, I did not say it because I'm a good man. I said it because I was standing in a field of 40 boxes with a level 4 monster in each one and a bag that automatically collected loot within 10 meters, and every single one of those boxes was going to die anyway, and I might as well know some of the people who walked away. What are you waiting for? It's not good if something happens because we were slow. That snapped them out of it. Brother Hao, don't worry, said Yang An. I've watched. I don't know why, but there's only one type of monster in this whole square. It's all sedan chairs. Then, to the others, Brother Long, go back first. I'll take Brother Hao to the others. Which was correct. Shu Long was in no state, and He Ming had never been in any state, and dragging 2 liabilities through a monster field is how rescues become recoveries. Go, Brother Hao. They went. And then I turned around and looked at 40 sedan chairs and thought a thought that I am not going to dress up. 24 fragments per chair. There were 40 boxes here. So, I said, walking, you got your ability with the ticket? Yang An didn't hide anything. That's another thing I liked about him. He told the story flat, chased into the library on the first night, certain he was going to die, found a compartment. Then he asked me the question he'd been carrying. Brother Hao, do you have a detection skill? No, why? And I meant it. I looked him in the eye, or in the general area, and I meant it, because I genuinely did not have one, and I genuinely did not know how I'd found him. He went quiet after that, and I watched him get more careful, which was a favor I did him without meaning to, because I was working on it too. When you folded 1,365 paper cranes, you'll be able to activate it with your mind. At the time, I'd read that as a gate on an item. Now I was walking through fog, picking out an invisible man by feel, and I was starting to think it hadn't been about the paper at all. It had been about what folding 1,400 of anything by hand does to the thing they were calling spirit. Wu Hua's here. Hao Gui's over there. 2 more chairs open. 2 more people upright. And the moment the second one came apart, something went up the back of my neck and into my head like a hot wire. Blood refining technique. 3rd layer. Constitution +1 for free in the middle of a rescue I was already being paid for. Brother Hao, you are the white moonlight of my heart. Get lost, you're doing it wrong. You sound like a poker joker. I like them all. What's it to you? I looked at Wu Hua and Hao Ge bickering in the middle of a monster field at 2 in the morning, and I waved Yang An off with them, and I turned around and went into the boxes. I want to describe what that hour was like, because it's the only completely uncomplicated hour I had in that place. 40 boxes in a field. Level 2 monsters, no ranged attack, no cleverness, no ability to run. A blade in my hand with an affix on it. a bag that swept up everything within 10 meters so I never had to stop moving, and a stat line that had gone from 9 to 18 while nobody was looking. I put the machete in the ground at the end of it and leaned on it and breathed like a machine. Thank God for the blood refining technique, I said, to a square full of debris, or I couldn't have kept that up. And then I checked the panel and found out something irritating. Blade Mastery, Level 5. Effect. You gain mastery over bladed weapons and an additional 20% damage, limited to knives. Bring me my green dragon crescent blade. Let me peel an apple for Mingmei, limited to knives. The previous version had said single sharpened edge. This one just said knives. The constraint had quietly been deleted in the upgrade, and the only reason I knew was a joke about a warlord peeling fruit with a polearm. So a horse-cutting blade counts as a knife. Excellent. Nobody tell me anything, it's fine. Which meant every large bladed thing I ever picked up from that point on came with a free 20%, and I only found out because the system couldn't resist a punchline. Then the ground buzzed. Dormitory broadcast. Numerous sedan chairs damaged. Ghost brides are escaping. The Demon King has sensed extensive damage to the sedan chairs and has released the ghost brides, which has greatly angered him. The umbrella-wielding fox demons are advancing into the battlefield to capture the player who destroyed the sedan chairs. All players are advised to prepare for defense. They've arrived, I said, checking the fragment count. About time I left. I'd been counting the whole hour. It was exactly enough for 2 chairs and not a fragment more, which is the kind of number that makes you suspect the loot table is watching you. I turned toward the teleport array, and a red paper umbrella came out of the fog, spinning at my face. 6 cranes off my hand, no folding, no preparation, straight out of the air. Boom, boom, boom. Flame on the umbrella, and then out, and then the umbrella flew back the way it had come, and a furry hand caught the handle out of the air and set it down. Umbrella-wielding fox demon. Level 3. Constitution 20. Spirit 12. Skill, umbrella attack. The demons under Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox are wicked and enjoy helping the Ghost King steal his brides. A fox standing on its hind legs, with the bottom half of it not entirely there. So the Ghost King's a fox too, I said, which was not the important part, and I knew it while I was saying it. The important part was that if the servants were level 3, the king was at least 4. It covered its mouth and laughed at me. Then 4 more umbrellas came from 4 directions at once. I threw nearly 50 cranes in one motion, split 4 ways, and the corridor of fog around me went white and then black, and the shockwave blew a clear space in the mist. Which is how I finally got a proper look at what I was standing in front of. 5 fox demons at the front, and then, as the fog cleared further, more of them drifting down out of it and landing on the ground in a line, and I counted past a dozen before I stopped counting. They all laughed at the same time. Good heavens, I said, all this for a few broken boxes? And here's the thing that actually worried me, and it wasn't the number. The long-haired ghosts had been stiff, clever about positioning, but stiff, one trick, executed correctly, forever. These things spread out. They took rolls, 5 in front, the rest holding back. Somebody was allocating. They were better than the ghosts in every way that isn't a stat, and their stats were the same. Damn it, is that how we're playing? I threw the yellow cranes, all of them. Every yellow crane I owned, which was about 50 by then, and they hit the front line, and the explosion was not like the white ones. The white ones popped, these went off. Something screamed, and it did not sound like an animal. I did not stay to admire it. I went backwards into the teleportation array while they were still on fire. And the lead fox came up out of the smoke with about half an arm and its face folded into something with a lot of teeth in it, and howled, and then a red streak went into the array after me. Which was exactly what I wanted, and I want to be clear that I had planned this from the moment I saw how many of them there were. Because they were chasing me home. 10th floor, my corridor. Empty because I'd cleared it. Familiar because I lived in it. Something came out of the fog at me, and it was a bridal sedan chair moving like a car, and I split it in half without breaking stride, because Xu Yong had told me 2 hours earlier that these things spawn inside the building, and I had been waiting for it the whole way. Then 2 umbrellas came at my legs from behind. I jumped, and here is the single most ridiculous thing I did in that entire event. I landed on one of them, mid-air. Both of them spinning past under my feet, and I put a toe on one and kicked off it and got another 4 meters of height out of a weapon that was actively trying to kill me. 2 fox demons watched a human being use their own umbrella as a stair. I came down about 10 meters from my own door and turned around and beckoned. Come on. I want you to understand how much I was enjoying myself. I had been running for 4 minutes. I was now standing on the piece of floor I had spent 5 days weaponizing in front of a level 5 gate and 2 level 5 turrets and inviting a pack of level 3s to come and discuss it. They came. They flicked their wrists and the umbrellas came back into their hands and they got faster. The umbrella was a movement item as well, which was worth knowing, and they closed the distance in about a second, claws out, going for a capture rather than a kill. And I stepped backwards over an invisible line. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A black bead and about a dozen talismans arrived at the same instant, from a wall, with a stove-fed fire modifier on top, doubled against soul-type creatures. The heat came off it in a wave, and the corridor went from freezing to summer. Then I went into the smoke after them with the machete, because 2 of them were still moving, and blade mastery does not level itself. Idiots. Killing 2 things is not an achievement. Being chased half a kilometer by a pack, then walking them into a kill box you built over 4 days is a slightly different flavor, and I stood there in the smoke, feeling extremely pleased with myself. Then there was a wail from further down the corridor, and I looked up, and there were at least a dozen pairs of green eyes in the fog, watching. Not coming, watching. Do you dare come up here? They didn't, and that was the first time anything in that building was smart enough to decline. We stood there for about 10 seconds, me at my door, a dozen level 3 monsters in the fog just past my turret range, neither side willing to move. I couldn't chase them. Going into the fog after a pack that outnumbered me 12-1 is how you get a nice funeral. They couldn't come to me, and they were the ones who broke it, in the most annoying way possible. A sedan chair came out of the dark at my back at high speed. I heard it and swung backwards without turning round, and it detonated into splinters, and I got points and loot and no satisfaction at all, because I had turned, which was the point. I felt the wrongness behind me and threw myself flat and rolled, and a claw went through the space where my head had been. They'd used a monster as a decoy to make me commit, and then come in from the opposite side. That was a plan. That was a plan with 2 parts and a feint and a timing window. Boom, boom! And they'd made it 4 meters too far into my corridor. The turrets took the front 2 apart. The 2 behind them turned in the air and started to leave. Go, stop them! Cranes off my fingers, past my own shoulder, straight into their backs, and there was a flash, and both of them came down. As expected of a divine ability, I said, going in with the knife. I've barely started, and it already fights better than any skill I own. The last of them held on just long enough for me to get proficiency out of them, which I'd like to say was accidental. The rest of the fog made a noise all together, low in their throats. Stop shouting. Then the lead one howled once at the ceiling and turned, and every fox demon in that corridor went with it. They left, deliberately, in good order. And I stood in an empty corridor with a machete and let out a breath, because that was not a retreat. That was a unit disengaging to preserve strength for tomorrow. Fox fur. Collect 10 to exchange for a fox fur outfit, which provides warmth. No demand, no supply. You've been taking the blame for the rich for years. Now it's your turn. Red paper umbrella. Collect 10 to exchange for a moon umbrella, which effectively blocks direct moonlight. Damn, using an umbrella this late at night? A moon umbrella. I read that 4 or 5 times. A sun umbrella, I understand. There is moonlight and no rain. What exactly is anyone protecting themselves from? But there is nothing in that world that exists for no reason. And there had already been one item this week that everybody except me thought was a pair of scissors. I made 2 of each. And then I made 2 sedan chairs from the fragments, and they took up half my room. Sedan chair. Consumable. Restricted to female players. Durability 400 out of 400. Defense 30. Durability is never repaired. Once summoned, the occupant immediately hides inside. I admit it's a decent life-saving tool, but why won't Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox let you use it? I sat down. 400 durability and 30 defense. That is, functionally, better than the level 4 iron gate I'd been hiding behind 2 days earlier, and it can be deployed anywhere at any time, and there is exactly one restriction on it. And the restriction was not a game mechanic. The restriction was a personal decision by a specific individual. He did this, I said. He personally did this. He how this? It's nothing, I said, waving waving a hand at Zhou Mei Li with my back teeth locked together. These were always for you two anyway, which was completely true and did not help even slightly. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox, I said to a ceiling. You just wait. I have been in fights with people who tried to kill me and felt less about it. The next morning, Shulong sent me something instead of coming himself, which told me it was serious before I opened it. A roll of parchment, special intelligence. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox has received a tip that the miracle merchant will be appearing in the area soon, and has already gathered a large amount of supplies in preparation for trading with him. Rumor has it that miracle merchants travel throughout the continent carrying many wondrous items. You can try trading good things with them, and then, in the line only I could see, miracle merchants will arrive tomorrow morning. They love collecting all sorts of unusual items, so try catering to their tastes. It's best to start by thinking of things that can't be bought in the shop. Things that can't be bought in the shop, which rules out everything I own that has a price tag and leaves exactly one category, things that drop. So it starts with the Ghost King, I said out loud and clapped my hands, because if the Ghost King had gathered supplies to trade, then the Ghost King had something worth trading, and if I got there first, he could go and negotiate with an empty bag. Hey Hao, collect more props tonight, they might come in handy. Deliberately vague, he'd work it out or he wouldn't. And I could have sent him a lie. There was a version of that where I told him it was worthless and hoovered up his stock. And I didn't, for a completely unsentimental reason. Intelligence is a supply line. You get one shot at burning a source. Then, Night 4 arrived with a gong. Clang, clang, clang. A full wedding procession came down my corridor. 8 bearers with a sedan chair on their shoulders, fox demons on both sides with green eyes, all of it in perfect ceremonial order. They stopped at 1002. Shu Yong's door. I sat there watching it on the monitor for a second, genuinely lost, and then decided I did not care why. Obsidian Toad, attack. The black toad on my wall rolled its eyes, actually rolled them, in a way I did not enjoy, and then the crystal lit from inside, and it spat. One black bead, unremarkable, small, smaller than the golden one, which is why the 2 fox demons at the front decided it was nothing, and stepped up with their umbrellas raised to intercept it. They caught it perfectly. Boom. The corridor lit up and stayed lit, and the screaming came from the whole procession at once. Guo Yue watched 2 fox demons take a shell in the face on behalf of 12 of their colleagues and made a small, pained noise. That was, I said, a genuinely excellent catch. 0 and 5, and about a dozen assists. And then the strangest hour of that entire event happened, and I want to be honest that I do not fully understand it to this day. They came back. Clang, clang, clang. A new procession, and they went to 1002 again. Then again. Shu Yong had, for reasons neither of us ever established, become the most attractive door in the building. He'd gone the pure defense route on his gate, no reflect, all durability, which meant he could soak, which meant they kept trying, which meant that every 20 minutes a wedding procession walked into my kill zone on its way to visit my neighbor. Wow, Brother Hao, are you done yet? Working on it. Wave 5, Wave 6. I lost count. He lured, I killed, and afterwards I'd send a few hundred wood and a spare level 4 door blueprint across the corridor like a man paying a supplier. I want to state clearly that I did not organize this. It organized itself out of a scared man's door and a monster's fixation, and it was the single most profitable arrangement of my life. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player He Hao for becoming the first player to break the 1,500 point mark, setting a new dormitory record. Special congratulations. He Hao will receive an additional 5 free attribute points after the event ends. I stopped and actually looked. 1,516. Which meant, after the ghosts and the sedan chairs and the bearers, I had killed something like 44 umbrella-wielding fox demons in one night, out of a pack that had frightened me into retreating 24 hours earlier. 5 free attributes, I said. Shame we have to wait for the event to end. And then I had a genuinely uncomfortable thought. There had been a handful of sedan chairs, and there were an enormous number of fox demons. The higher the level, the fewer there should be. That's how every population in every game in history works. So either something was generating them, or there were a lot more of them than there was supposed to be. And neither of those is a comfortable sentence when the boss hasn't shown up yet. Down on the 9th floor, Wei Guoliang was looking at the same board. 1001 He Hao. 1,516. 2. 108 Zheng Yuan, 178. 3. 1006 Shu Long, 104. Deng Ming was dead. Han Tao was dead. The strongest veteran left was a man who had walked out of their group chat calling them short-sighted. Wei Guoliang sat there with his face burning and did the only thing available to a man with no ability and a grudge, which was to write to somebody stronger. 108 Zheng Yuan, get lost. 2 words, which is worse than an argument because an argument means the other person is considering it. Zheng Yuan, you son of a, he said, I'll remember you. And then a message arrived from a name he did not recognize. 311 Gao Xiang. I am Zhou Mei Li's second uncle. I can help you. The last morning of the event, the check-in gave me a wood elemental gem, and I sat there and counted on my fingers like a child. Gold, water, fire, earth, wood. 5 out of 5, the last lock on the Bagua mirror. Upgrade. The mirror in the wall started spinning. The 8 trigrams around the frame turned until they blurred into a ring, and then stopped. And when they stopped, there was no mirror in the middle anymore. There was a black and white circle. 5 elements Bagua mirror. Level 5, attack 40, 5 shots per second, range 15 meters. Affix 5 elements. Switch between 5 elements for attack, each with additional effects. You cannot switch again for 1 minute after selecting. Metal, armor-piercing damage, ignoring any physical armor. Wood, attacks root the target for 1 second, halved against intangible targets. Water, spell penetration, ignoring any magical shields. Fire, double damage to ice, soul, and dark creatures. If a target qualifies under 2 of these, the damage stacks. Earth, secondary damage in a 3x3 area around the target at half the main damage. No numerical values. It's all about skill. Interweave your basic attacks and your regular attacks. The challenge lies in not missing. I want to point out that a turret had just been given a control effect, an armor-piercing mode, an anti-magic mode, and an area of effect mode, and the system's comment on this was to accuse me of being bad at video games. Next upgrade requirement, a Radiant Orb, a Ghost Soul Orb, and a Level 7 Turret Universal Blueprint. Level 7, not 6. It had skipped a tier in its own upgrade path, which is either extremely good news or extremely bad news, and I had no way of knowing which. And then the lucky bonus landed, and I forgot about all of it. Ancient Sage Way Experience Card. Effect. Within 2 hours of use, gain 30 Constitution, 60 Spirit, and a basic level of sword control. If heaven had feelings, it too would grow old. But the sword remains unbroken, and its cry still rings out. I sat and looked at that for a while, because I still had the first card, the Blue Old Man, 200 Constitution for an hour, which I had been carrying since day 1 like a hand grenade with the pin taped down. And now there was a second one, and it was different, 30 Constitution instead of 200, but 60 Spirit and an actual technique, for 2 hours instead of 1. Which is when I finally understood what those cards were. They weren't buffs, they were people. Somebody had been an old Taoist called Wei, and somebody else had been a blue-skinned man with a white beard, and the system was selling me an hour of being them. Right, I said. So who exactly are you? And then Shu Long sent me 4 words and a set of coordinates, and I went out of the door. The miracle merchant was standing at the far edge of the fog on the wrong side of the building, in an area that had never unlocked, and next to him was a figure in black, completely covered. I made eye contact with the figure in black. I want to describe this properly because it is the only time in that entire place that something happened to me without anything happening. It looked at me. And a weight came down on my shoulders and the back of my neck. The way a room feels when the ceiling is lower than you thought. It did not move. It did not do anything. Then it flicked a hand and vanished, and the weight lifted, and my back was soaked. Was that the Ghost King? Should have been, said Shu Long. It's daytime. It can't attack us, which he said in the calm voice of a man who had just found out exactly how far away from the top of this food chain he was. Fine, I said. Let's go and see what he's selling. The merchant looked like a goblin out of a game, except with completely ordinary skin, which somehow made it worse. He was about waist high, and he was already rubbing his hands together before I'd got within 10 meters. Ooh, a survivor from another world, right? How many copper coins did you bring this time? I stopped. What did you just say? Because from another world is one thing, and this time is quite another, and the second one had slipped. He changed the subject at a speed that removed all doubt. "Sir, if you're not buying anything, I'll be off. Or why don't you come and find me in front of your dormitory building later?" And he actually started walking toward the building. Wait, of course I'm buying. Because if there was anything genuinely good in that bag, the last thing I wanted was 200 desperate people bidding on it. Really? He turned round instantly, all teeth. And what sort of price range is Sir looking at? Around 10,000. 10,000? A bit low, but you are a distinguished guest. Behind me, Shulong made a noise like something had gone down the wrong way. He'd fought for every coin he owned, and he had maybe 400, and he'd just heard a man describe 10,000 as an opening position, and a goblin describe it as disappointing. Then the merchant put his bag on the ground and reached in with both arms and produced, with enormous ceremony, strange-smelling garlic. Repels dark creatures below level 6. 100 copper coins each. Can only repel enemies. Cannot deal damage. Do you really want to be this scapegoat? Brother Hao, said He Ming helpfully, isn't that good? You're a smart man, I said to the merchant. Don't try to fool me with rubbish. He gave me a completely unembarrassed grin, because in his world, getting caught costs nothing, and getting away with it is free money. Then he produced a gold elemental gem, level 5, and priced it at 10,000 copper coins. I reached into my own bag and took out an ice elemental gem and held it up. How about I sell you this at 30% off? His face did something complicated. Because he'd just realized that a player who was, by his reckoning, on round 2 of a 10-story dormitory was carrying a level 5 material and offering it back to him as a joke. You flatter me, sir. Then bring out something real. He thought about it. You could see him thinking about it. And then, because he could not stop himself, he tried to work out what he could get out of me first, and I got tired of it. So I took out the fox fur coat and the moon umbrella and held one in each hand. He came off the ground. He actually left the floor. He reached for them, and I flicked my wrist and put them away, and he made a noise like a kettle. I've never seen these local specialities before. This is the price I can offer. He held up a hand with 4 fingers out. 40,000? That's far too low. 40,000? No. 400. I laughed at him. I want to explain why that number was so funny. One umbrella-wielding fox demon dropped 400 copper coins, just as loot, casually. And these 2 items had cost me 10 fox demons each, 2 level 3 monsters, in a building where the strongest veteran alive had managed maybe 2 in a night. Since you don't want them, I said, goodbye, and I turned round and walked away. Stop, wait, 40,000, 40,000. And that told me the thing I actually wanted to know, which was that this creature was not primarily a businessman. Greed came second. Whatever he was, the thing that broke him was the thought of not owning something new. No, I said, 40,000's too little. You'll sell me junk at a premium and expect me to sell you the only 2 of these in existence at cost? All right, I will offer you an item that is genuinely worth the price. Is that acceptable? He rummaged for a long time and came out with something he clearly did not want to give up. This turret is completely useless to a merchant like me, always on the road. How about I use it for your umbrella? Radiant Cross, level 5, turret, has a special effect on dark creatures. A turret with very obvious strengths and weaknesses, its expressiveness is average, which was the merchant being, for the first and only time, completely honest, and the system agreeing with him. To be honest, I said, your turret isn't as good as mine. Not as good as, how could it possibly? Mine is specifically designed for dark creatures. And then he stopped. A level 5 turret. How could you have a level 5 turret? He was not part of that building, and he still knew what that sentence meant. The event wasn't over. The Ghost King had only just become eligible to drop anything. There was no legitimate path to a level 5 turret in that building on that day. Sulong and He Ming had also gone very quiet behind me because they'd been rather pleased with themselves for reaching level 4. I took out a level 5 universal blueprint and held it up next to the ice gem. All right, said the merchant. I admit you have ability. Then look at these. Even with a level 5 turret, you'll be interested. 2 skill books. Soaring Flight, level 4. After learning, you will be able to perform brief periods of leveraged flight at low altitude, best used with a paper umbrella. Umbrella attack, level 3. After learning, you can command an umbrella for long-range attacks. Doesn't it look familiar? I looked at the second description, and then at the merchant, and did not need to ask. Umbrella attack was the fox demon's skill, word for word, off their panel. The only person who had traded with this creature before me was the Ghost King. I had spent 5 nights killing things and had not received one skill book, and the boss had been selling them. Fine, deal. No, I want both black umbrellas. And there it was. He'd been circling the umbrella from the beginning, not the coat, the umbrella. He had opened with garlic and a gem markup and a lowball, and through all of it, what he actually wanted was a thing that blocks moonlight. Don't even think about it. 1 moon umbrella for 2 skill books. He jumped up and down. He pointed at me. He accused me, with total sincerity, of taking advantage of his misfortune. This isn't taking advantage, I said. This is copying your methods. You value that umbrella very highly. You don't think it has a special effect, do you? No, don't talk nonsense. Take the skill books, an equal exchange. And the umbrella went out of my hand, physically. It flashed, and it was in his, and the books were in mine, and I had not agreed to anything. That's forced buying and selling. Please don't misunderstand. An equal exchange only triggers if both parties are willing and the value is equivalent. Which, and I checked this later several times, was true. It cannot rob you. It can only close a deal you'd already agreed to in your heart, which is worse, because it means the thing knows. Do you know how to use the moon umbrella? Of course, but that's a different price. Then no deal. It's 2 skills. I don't need them. No, you can't take it back. I'll tell you, isn't that enough? And out it came. Did you know a moon umbrella can block out moonlight? It's often surprisingly effective at suppressing certain dark creatures. That's all? That's all. We miracle merchants are always on the move. It's only the dark creatures who don't really follow the rules. Which explains the useless turret in his bag. He'd been carrying an anti-dark creature emplacement because he traveled at night, and he'd sold it to me because he'd found something better. My name is Kai Yuen, he called after me. Remember to look for me next time you have something good. He Hao. That's the whole friendship. 2 names at the end. Then he turned to Xu Long and He Ming and rubbed his hands together, and both of them took a step backwards and said, "No thank you, no," at the same time. He went to the dormitory building instead and made an absolute fortune off 200 people who had just watched me buy 2 skill books and concluded that this must be a good place to shop. Night 5. Dormitory Broadcast. Heartless Questions of Love. The Ghost King descends. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox is trapped here by his obsession. Now is the time when his strength is greatly reduced. Quickly gather your forces and summon your courage to defeat him. His strength is greatly reduced, I repeated. Are you kidding? And then a voice came through my door. Don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding inside. I put my hand to my head because there were 2 of them in it. One cold and male and looking down on everything. One female and warm and pulling. The same sentence, twice, at once. He Hao, what was that? Brother He Hao, I put the camera up. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox, Level 4, Constitution 40, Spirit 30. Skills, Soul Stealing, Sedan Chair Detention, and a question mark. Originally a pitiful person wounded by love, unable to bear the sight of love and affection in the world. Now a despicable ghost who ruins the weddings of lovers. The broadcast is correct. The dormitory could indeed win if they mobilized everything. But the question is, who would believe it? Level 4. I read it twice, and instead of relief I felt confusion, because everything about the way that thing had looked at me in the fog had said something much worse than 4. Then I got it, and I started laughing. I panicked. I was just pretending. Because I built my entire estimate on 1 moment of being frightened in a fog bank, and the actual number was 4, and I had 2 level 5s on my wall. Obsidian Toad, 5 elements Bagua Mirror, beat him to death. The mirror went to fire. 40 attack, 5 times a second, doubled against Soul, doubled again by the stove, plus 80 from the Toad. The building shook. On the 10th floor, you could feel it through your feet. Tonight, it screamed out of the smoke. Everyone dies. And it vanished. Dormitory Broadcast. A night parade of ghosts, floating corpses for thousands of miles. The little devils are entering the battlefield.
Please take protective measures. Everything came out of the fog at once. The long-haired ones, lantern demons, small, hunched things, and something with no eyes at all, a blind ghost, with a pair of round objects hopping along the floor in front of it, looking around on its behalf and leading it to a door. That image, for the record, is the one I still think about. Dormitory broadcast. The Demon King has appeared on the second floor. Then, dormitory broadcast. The Demon King has killed 10 players, gaining a 10% attribute boost. I sat up, because that was the mechanic, and it had just told me. It wasn't summoning an army to break the doors. It was summoning an army to keep everyone busy while it went and ate people to level itself up. Every 10 players it took made it worse for whoever fought it, and it had gone to the second floor, where the newest and weakest players were. If I waited, I'd be fighting something with a 100% bonus. Hey, how? You're going out now? Joe Mei Lee got in front of the door. Don't worry, I stopped. No, let's gamble. Because I have never once been comfortable saying, don't worry, to somebody when I'm about to do something stupid. I stepped out and closed my door and looked down a corridor full of them. And I took out a card with an old man on it, with his hair down and his eyes doing two things at once, and I crushed it. Something came into me sideways. It raged around in there for what felt like a long time and then settled, and I breathed out, and what came out of my mouth was cold in the fog. The way, the way, the way. A voice in my head like a bell in a valley, and it was not mine, and it was old. Soaring flight. And I stepped up into the air like I'd been doing it for 40 years. Oh, I said. Oh, this is wonderful. 8 attacks came at me from below at once. Hair, umbrellas, things I didn't have names for, from every direction, no gap, no exit. And I had about 9 answers in my head at the same time, and no idea where any of them came from. Go! 2 fingers, and 8 lines of sword energy came off them. They went through the incoming attacks without slowing down, and kept going, all the way back down the threads to the things that had thrown them, and opened them up. Wind and fire laws. I don't know what that is. I have never known what that is. My hands did it. A few small flames went out into the sweeping white hair, and the hair caught, and then the next one caught off it, and then it was going down the corridor from monster to monster, like a fuse, and things were running from the light. And then I went up, nearly to the ceiling, which in that building is a long way. There are no good people among humans, and there are no good ghosts among ghosts. Controlling the sword with internal energy. The ceiling filled with gold. Hundreds of them, a solid grid of sword light stretched across the roof of a corridor, and everything below looked up. And it came down. I did not need to do anything after that. I want to be honest. I stood in the air and watched a floor's worth of monsters get pinned to the ground by something I did not understand, and the notifications came so fast they turned into a hum, and I stopped hearing them. And down the corridor, doors opened. Shulong came out into the hallway with his broadsword up, and stopped and did not lower it, because his brain had not caught up with what his eyes had done. Brother Long, did you see that? He's probably still half asleep. That's what he said, out loud, to Heming, and he told me later what he was actually thinking, and it was this. I thought I was catching up. That's the sentence. He'd got to level 4 turrets. He'd got to 3rd on the board. He'd fought for every inch of it with his hands, and he came out of his door to find that the gap had not closed at all. It had opened, and you couldn't even see the dust. I went to the second floor. Da. Da. Footsteps in a corridor, and every small monster on that floor turned to look at me at once, and at the end of it, there was a beautiful face in the dark that also turned. Nine-tailed fox, I said, why did you commit such a heinous crime? And then, immediately, out of my own mouth, in my own voice, old man, what are you talking about? If it were me, I'd just cut him down. Which is a side effect of that card that nobody warned me about. 2 sets of instincts in one skull, and both of them talk. You are not the stinking Taoist priest, it said. Of course I'm not. I went at it as a sword, and it threw black gas at me. The wind is coming. A gale went down that corridor from nowhere, and took the gas with it, and I was through. Block him. A bridal sedan chair appeared out of nothing directly in my path at speed. I split it, and it was in 2 halves before I'd finished the swing, and the Ghost King was gone. Where is everyone? Which was the actual problem, and I knew it while I was saying it. I was not afraid of fighting that thing.
I was afraid of it running for 2 hours until my card ran out. You little Taoist, how can you use his power? It was standing on top of a sedan chair. What's it to you? I can use it whenever I like. Do I have to file a report? Ha ha ha, very well. I'd like to see whether you're even worthy of it. And it came at me with its hands out and its nails going for my throat. Hey, stop being so arrogant. I kicked the sword. It was standing point down in the floor, and I put my foot on the hilt, and it went up like a struck match. And the Ghost King had no time at all. There was a hole in its chest, and no blood, because there was nothing in there to bleed, and it went down on the floor. Did you get him? It's not that simple. She's Nine-Tailed Fox. Nobody knows her better than I do. I did not question the voice in my head. I stopped where I was, and every monster in that corridor fell over. All of them, at once, without a sound, like scarecrows in a field when somebody cuts the string. What? Then something roared, and a figure came up off the floor with 9 tails behind it, and a face that was no longer sorting itself into human. Dormitory broadcast. It seems someone has angered the Demon King, and it has revealed its most perfect form. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox. Complete form, level 5. Constitution 66, Spirit 11. The Demon King has abandoned his reason and fully unleashed the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox. It is unknown how long this state can last. A fox can't be king, not even a nine-tailed fox. But dealing with a dormitory is easy enough. Hold it off, and you win. 66. I had roughly 60 with the card, so it was above me, but its spirit had gone from 30 to 11, which meant it had spent everything it had on the physical side. Hold it off, and you win, which meant it was burning fuel it couldn't replace. Ban. My hands made a shape, and something invisible closed around it. It went berserk. 66 Constitution against a hold, and the strain came back up my arms until my elbows shook and cold sweat came off my forehead. What a brilliant move, old man. Stop talking nonsense. If she were at her peak, I'd have no idea what to do. I dropped the hold before it broke me and took a step back, and its tail came across the corridor, and I got the sword up out of instinct alone, and I went backwards into a wall hard enough to leave a shape. Second time, on the ground, rolling, and its jaws took a bite out of the floor where I'd been. Don't rely on physical strength. We have no advantage. You think I want this? They're not giving me a chance. Third time, its tail caught me square, and I went down and could not get up quickly, and everything I owned hurt. Kid, do you even know how to use a big blade? What big blade? And there was a light next to me. Demon Subduing Blade. Level 5. Restriction, Constitution 25. Attributes, Constitution plus 10. Attack plus 30. Affix, Demons Be Gone. Increases damage to any target with an evil aura by 50%. Attacks have a chance to trigger knockback. Every hit is a critical strike. The perfect choice for slaying monsters. Kid, if you don't know how to use it, let's run. Who says I don't know how to use it? I kicked the end of it, and 100 pounds of horse-cutting blade came up off the floor and spun once and stopped in my hand as though it had been made to, which it had, by me. By 4 days of blade mastery, and by an upgrade that had quietly deleted the words "single sharpened edge" and told me about it in a joke. Come on, it came. Clang. The first exchange rang like a hammer on a rail, and it stopped, actually stopped, for a fraction of a second, because it had not expected the noise. Then it understood, and after that, neither of us stopped for a long time. The players on the second floor had cameras. They told me afterwards that all they got was a smear and a shower of sparks and the occasional wall shaking, and that twice something hit their door hard enough that they had to repair it in the middle of the night, terrified. And at the end of it, there was one figure standing in the middle of the corridor. It's How. It's actually him. I admit you're strong, said the thing in the corner, with nothing left. But this is not your power. No, I said, but I find it very easy to use. And that shut it up more effectively than anything else I could have said, because it had been trying to take something away from me, and I had simply agreed with it. It pointed at me for a long time and never got a word out, and then its head went sideways. Dormitory broadcast. The Demon King has been vanquished. All evil has been banished. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox has been successfully defeated by player How. Monster attributes reduced by 30%. Drop rate increased by 20%. Spawned monsters will not attack player dormitories. The entire building cheered. I stood in a corridor with 100 pounds of borrowed steel and about 40 minutes left on a dead man's card and listened to 200 people celebrate. And then, out of the crowd on the second floor, somebody said, "Hey, Howe's killed all the monsters on the second floor. Now we'll have to risk going to other floors." "That's right. It's all Hey Howe's fault. He hasn't left us any way out." I laughed. It came out flat, and every person in that corridor heard it and took a step back without deciding to. "So," I said, "I stole your monsters." There was that thing that happens where a group of people all become individually aware that they are standing quite far forward. But there is always one. "He how? You took so many. The least you can do is contribute some points." And he did the clever thing, the thing people do. He stopped saying I and started saying we. Suddenly, it wasn't one man with a grievance, it was a community position, and questioning him meant questioning everybody. "You all think so too?" Half of them looked at the floor, some of them didn't, some of them were perfectly comfortable, and I want to be fair, some of them genuinely didn't care either way and were just there. "Yes, it's your fault our interests were damaged. You must compensate us." "Compensation, compensation." Somebody in my head said something about auras, and I did not listen. I went through them. I am not going to dress this up. I picked out the 4 loudest, and I did them where they stood, and one of them got back inside his room, and I took the door off its frame with a single swing and did him in there. Then I stopped and looked around, and nobody had any further points to raise. A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. I have never once claimed to be a gentleman. I picked up the loot and went home, because the card had about 20 minutes left, and I did not want to find out what walking back up 8 floors felt like without it. Some of the people who'd been standing there posted about it in the channel afterwards, unprompted, as a public service announcement. That's the part I want you to have. Not that I killed them, that other survivors circulated it themselves, as a warning to anyone thinking of trying the same thing. Then the event ended. Dormitory broadcast. The Immortal in the Painting event has successfully concluded. The ranking rewards have been completely upgraded. Apart from the fixed dormitory rewards, all other rewards, including attribute rewards, will be distributed by dormitory unit. The highest ranked player in a dormitory shares their ranking with the entire dormitory. All other players in that room received the same rewards. The 10th floor made a noise you could hear through the walls. Because Xulong was 3rd, and He Ming and Yang An lived in Xulong's room, which meant 2 men who had spent the event mostly hiding and stealing had just been paid like a podium finisher. Holy shit, Brother Long, did I hear that right? Damn it, the luck on you two. Indeed. Thankfully, we're still in the top 10. Actually, said Xulong, in the voice of a man doing arithmetic he did not enjoy, they're nothing special. You lot don't know about Zhou Mei Li and the others. And the group chat went completely silent, because all of them had just done the same sum. 3 names, 1 room, first place. First place, 15 free attribute points, a magical wardrobe, 3 level 5 universal blueprints, 10 level 4 universal blueprints, 3 random level 5 elemental gems, plus, to every surviving player, 1 dormitory level, plus a weapon pack for the top 3, plus 5 more free attributes for the 1500 point milestone, 6,820 points, converted at 10 to 1, 68,000 copper coins, in 1 morning on top of everything else. Somebody 2 floors down did the maths out loud and had to sit on the floor. 20 free attribute points from 1 event. I got 2. And I want to be honest, that was the moment the building stopped thinking of me as a strong player and started thinking of me as a different category of object. The rooms stretched again. 1 bedroom, separate bathroom, actual walls, a place a human could live. And then the boss drop, proof of the strong, level 2, zombie attack, constitution +5, immortal in the painting, spirit +10. The strong remain strong, the weak perish. Opportunity always favors the forerunner. 2 lines, exactly as I'd guessed on day 3. 10 spirit, permanent, untradeable, unstealable, for a thing sitting in a bag, which was, on its own, half of what the entire leaderboard first place had just paid me in free attributes. And here's the thing about that item that most people never worked out. Normally the top scorer and the boss killer are different people, because normally a boss gets swarmed by a mob, and whoever lands the last hit wins the lottery. In 2 events, I'd been both, twice, alone. Then there was a skill, sedan chair confinement, which I did not need, and a test tube, 9-tailed fox serum, level 5. Restricted to female players. Attributes, Constitution +5, Spirit +3. Effect, taken orally, grants the 9-tailed fox bloodline and 1 minor divine ability. Without fury, the tail and ears aren't real. I read that description, and then I read the rest of it again to make sure I hadn't imagined the important part. A bloodline. And a minor divine ability, the same category of thing that paper crane troop formation had been before it evolved. In a bottle. Restricted to female players. Which meant I was never drinking it, and it was going to one of 2 people. Right, I said, putting it on the table. Have you decided which of you is taking it? Give it to Sister Mei Li, said Guo Yue immediately, while her eyes went to the bottle and stayed there. Nobody in that room believed her for a second. Pfft, said Zhou Mei Li. Who says it can't be yours? And then, with the specific serenity of a woman who has already worked out what she's buying, didn't you say you wanted to help him with some of the work? Well, here's your opportunity. Which was a chief executive assigning a junior a stretch assignment, and Guo Yue did not notice at all. Really? For me? Really? Would I lie to you? She had it open before anybody could change their mind. Nothing happened for about 15 seconds, and I was starting to compose a complaint. Pop. A pair of ears came up out of her hair, not real ones, slightly translucent, sitting above her own, which were still there, so decorative, apparently, which is the single most system-brained design decision in that entire world. That looks odd, I said. Cover your... much better. Pop, pop, pop. And then there were tails. Guo Yue, Constitution 12, Spirit 15, Rating 125, Naturally alluring, Loyalty 94, Bloodline 9-tailed fox, Minor divine ability, Illusion. 9-tailed fox bloodline. For every 20 points of spirit, 1 skill can be learned. For every 50 points, 1 minor divine ability is gained. Gains a shield based on existing spirit. Illusion. Based on the difference in spirit between the 2 parties, create an illusion to confuse the target. A mage who can both take a hit and deal one. 1 punch and they'll be crying for a long time. 125, I said. I want to explain why that number stopped me, and it wasn't vanity. Every rating I had ever seen in that place had been double digits. I had assumed 100 was the ceiling, because 100 is where humans stop. It wasn't a ceiling on the scale, it was a ceiling on people. Right, I said, half to myself. 100 is the limit for a human. It is not the limit for the system. And a rating multiplies my daily check-in. Then the second thing landed, and this one I did have to work at. Yue, you got attribute points from the ranking too, didn't you? She nodded blankly, having understood none of what was about to happen to her. Put them into Constitution and Spirit at 1 to 4, because her bloodline scaled off Spirit, skills at 20, divine abilities at 50, and a shield sized by it, so on paper every single point should have gone into Spirit. And I did not do that, because health is the floor under everything, and a mage with a shield and no body is a beautiful thing to find dead in a corridor. Constitution 15, Spirit 27. Player Guo Yue has reached 20 Spirit and unlocked a skill. Beast Transformation, Level 4. Sacrifice 20 Spirit to enter Beast form, gain 20 Constitution, and increase speed by 50%. Duration, 3 minutes. Turn your gaze away. No, at least not to people. Cough, good skill. Right? I think so too. Her ears were going, the tails were going. She was, at that moment, roughly as dangerous as Shu Long and had absolutely no idea. The magical wardrobe turned out to be the strangest reward of the lot. Level 3. Increases with dormitory level. Affix, 1,000 changes. After placing equipment, costumes, or weapons inside, taking them out again after 1 day will grant a magical function. Putting them in again resets the acquired function. Cost, 1,000 wood per piece. I visit the magic wardrobe several times a year, and each time there are new features. What have they written in my description? What's wrong? Said Zhou Mei Li. Isn't the effect quite good? 1,000 wood for 1 item? Said Guo Yue, appalled. Which is a completely reasonable reaction if you are a person who has watched other people die over 10 wood, and which meant nothing to me at all. I put the revolver in it. The demon-slaying pistol. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. To the second. Thank you. And then I checked my own panel for the first time in about a week. He Hao, owner of room 1001, Constitution 25, Spirit 24. Skills: Blood Refining Technique, Level 7, Blade Mastery, Supernatural Power, Paper Crane Troop Formation. Wait, what? Spirit 24 I could account for, but Constitution 25, when I'd been 18 not that long ago, Level 7, Blood Refining at maximum, 7 layers, 7 points. Because I had spent one night clearing 2 entire floors of Level 3 monsters with a borrowed sword, and every one of them had paid into an account I'd forgotten I had. The only annoying part was that sword energy doesn't count as a knife, so Blade Mastery had got almost nothing out of the best night of my life. The shop reopened 3 days later, and the first thing anybody found was the garlic. Strange-smelling garlic. 10 copper coins. Zhulong stood in front of it and gave it a silent thumbs up. The miracle merchant had sold that for 100, 10 times. To a queue of people who had watched me buy 2 skill books off him and concluded he was a good vendor. Money can be earned back, Humming observed, but if you lose your conscience, you can earn even more. And then I looked at the shelves properly and stopped enjoying myself. Saint Silver Hunting Crossbow, Level 4, 5,000. Mithril Greatsword, Level 4, Attack 32. Blades made of mithril deal 50% more damage to dark creatures, 4,000. Mithril Dagger, Level 4, Attack 16, 1,000. Stabbed 18 times, each stab not fatal. Brother How, what do you think? You've all noticed the silver, I said, and half of them nodded because that was obvious, and some of them started to drift away, disappointed. That's the secondary thing. Look at the shape of the update. I let that sit. There are a lot of new weapons in this round. Pause. And not one new turret. Everyone stopped moving. I watched about 40 people simultaneously go back through the shelves in their heads. I don't get it, somebody said. We could attack last round too, and is there a better punch bag than a zombie? Why would we need melee weapons? Which was, I want to be fair, a decent objection. And Zhou Mei Li, standing off to one side with her arms folded, said, "You mean close combat, trading blood for blood." And Xu Long's face changed. "There's nothing like the zombie virus that kills you on contact," he said slowly, "and nothing like the ghosts or the fox demons with all those methods. It just starts, and it doesn't stop until one side has run out. Which means combat strength," he said, "numbers, and working together." Then he frowned. "But we've got doors. We can just sit inside and wait it out." I shrugged, as though I didn't know either. I did know, or I had a guess, and the guess was based on a line I'd read on a shelf 20 minutes earlier and could not repeat out loud. Radiant Cross, Level 6, Type, Material, Upgrade Material for the glowing cross. The only turret in this event has been lost for some reason. This material is currently just for decoration, but don't worry, this event's special turret isn't particularly useful. The only turret in this event has been lost, because a merchant had traded it to me for an umbrella. There was supposed to be an anti-dark creature emplacement available to everybody in this building, and a goblin had sold the only one to the single player who needed it least, and the system had told me about it in the item description of a rock. "That's all I've got," I said, "believe it or don't." I bought a mithril greatsword and a dagger, and one for Guo Yue, and 400 exercising bullets at 80 coins each because the event was about to lock the shop, and I have never regretted overstocking ammunition. And then there was a shriek from the clothing section. I was through the crowd before I remembered that fighting is prohibited in there. Zhou Mei Li had both arms around a blonde woman, and the two of them were making a noise usually reserved for reunions at airports. Western face, blue eyes, and skin with no visible pores, in a white shirt and white jeans in a survival world. Alice Smith. Constitution 9, Spirit 9, rating 91. Dormitory is having a huge survival sale. New sheep and horses available. Grab them if you like. "I hate you," I told the system silently. "That auto-appraisal is going to get me killed one day." "Oh? How? You're here?" Zhou Mei Li let go of her best friend and came over with the specific smile of a woman about to do something to me, and put an arm around my neck in front of a shop full of people, and said, very quietly, in my ear, "She hasn't dated anyone." I would like it on record that I am a serious person who studies the spring and autumn annals. Alice became a tenant that evening, and she took the entire apocalypse considerably better than either of the others had, which was mostly because she'd arrived in a room that already had hot water and roast lamb in it. "You mean, Chen? He knows Daxia Kung Fu?" "Humph, ha, hey." She did a couple of moves. They were not Kung Fu. They were not karate either. I have genuinely no idea what they were. That's not kung fu, that's a skill, I said. If you had the skill, you could do it too. Which was true, and which I mentioned because it's the most honest thing I said that week. Congratulations. The cycle task, 3 rounds, is complete. All rewards have been upgraded to super check-in rewards, calculated from your next check-in. Everything. Not the bonus line. Everything. Wood and iron and stone, all of it, permanently promoted. And the first check-in under the new terms produced 2 things. Gene Warrior Potion, level 3, optimizes body shaping and grants 6 constitution and 1 spirit. Note, for serums and potions, items with the same name at the same level can only be used once. And Berserker Bloodline, level 4, constitution +5, spirit -1, grants the Berserker Bloodline upon use. Bloodline can be replaced, assimilated, or merged with a more advanced bloodline. You're deducting a point of my spirit? I complained about that for a solid minute, and then noticed that I'd taken the potion first, so it came out of the surplus, and that a permanent 5 constitution for free was not a bad exchange rate for 1 point of anything. Use. For every multiple of 25 constitution, you can learn a skill. For every multiple of 60, you receive 1 minor divine ability. Bloodline talent, Bloodlust. You gain a 10% boost for every 10% decrease in health, but spirit will gradually be replaced by battle instinct. A fighting madman. I'm considering sending him to a psychiatric hospital. Player He Hao's constitution has reached 25, granting the Berserker's exclusive skill, Savage Sweep. Based on weapon length, gain double the attack range, deal the same damage in a surrounding area, and trigger knockback, 1 minute cooldown. An inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, and useless. So I now had a bloodline that made me stronger as I got hurt, in a round that the shop had just told me was going to be about getting hurt. And then, in the middle of all of that, the building broke in a completely different direction. Dormitory announcement. Congratulations to player 1002 Su Yong for capturing the first ghost pet. Reward, perfect contract. The pet system is now available. Players may capture pets themselves or purchase them from the shop. Nobody could remember who that was. The 10th floor could. The 10th floor went out into the corridor as a mob and started hammering on his door. Su Yong, you little brat, get out here. You old fox, keeping the good stuff to yourself. I came out to watch because I genuinely wanted to know what a pet was in a place like that. What exactly are you keeping? Aren't you frightened of it? The door opened a crack and everybody stopped. I couldn't see. I was at the back. Holy cod, you've been in there for 3 days? The door opened properly. The mushroom haircut was gone. In its place was something that had been through a hedge. His eyes had sunk. There was very little of his face left that wasn't bone. Ahem, said somebody. Brother, you need to be careful. Yes, Khan, no. What about your pet? Pet? He scratched his head, and then his face cleared. Oh, right, I'd forgotten about that. He had forgotten. About the achievement the whole building was talking about. Xiaoyun said she wanted to sign some kind of contract with me, or she'd disappear. I was wondering what she meant. There was a small silence. Let us see the pet. Well, that's not really appropriate. You're blushing like a teapot. We want to see the pet. It's not like that. And then a woman's voice came from inside 1002. It's all right, young Master Zhu. Let them look. I'm fine. And Zhu Yong, defeated, opened the door. There was a woman standing in the middle of that room in a plain dress. Not stunning. Genuinely, actually pretty in a very old-fashioned way, and holding herself like somebody from a much politer century. Ruo Bing greets everyone. The entire corridor died. You lucky. Yong, I haven't even watched you grow up. Why isn't he dead yet? Nobody told me about this in the last event. And Duan Hao, who had been quiet for 11 seconds, said something so appalling that Ma Wei had to interrogate him about the classics on the spot to establish whether he was a serious person. He was not. So how did you catch her? Said Ma Wei eventually, which was the actual question. Shu Yong scratched his head and told us, and it was not a technique. Ruo Bing was one of the ghost brides. She escaped, and then she hid in my painting until Brother Hao killed the Ghost King and the event ended, and then she signed a contract. And then? That's it. There was a very long silence in that corridor. You lucky, shameless. And I stood at the back of it, thinking about a man who had spent his last 150 coins on drawing paper and a brush because he had nobody, and who now had a person, because a monster had needed somewhere to hide, and had chosen the only picture in the building, drawn with any affection. I did not say that out loud, obviously. Then the broadcast added, "Ghost Bride pet eggs are now available in the shop." And half the corridor evaporated. Ahem. I just remembered I have something to do. Uncle, me too. I was thinking of restocking weapons. Brother Long, wait for me. Ahem, said Duan Hao to Ma Wei. I'm going to buy a copy of the Analects, to review. If I recall, said Ma Wei, without moving his face at all, the shop doesn't sell books, but there's a classical literature section on the second floor of the library. I'll go when I've got time. And he ran. Why didn't you go? I asked Ma Wei when it was just us. He pushed his glasses up. Indeed. As normal men, we'd all like to look. But there's no need. Isn't that what Brother Hao thinks too? He wasn't asking. Anything that goes into the shop gets formatted, I said. If you find an egg out in the world, maybe. Once it's on a shelf, it's a template. The strongest pet in this building is going to stay Xu Yong's, and it isn't a coincidence, it's structural. Which is when a very large man came looking for me. Before he got to me, he went to the 9th floor. Gao Shang had spent the rest period being systematically robbed. His plan, attach yourself to a veteran player, be useful, be protected, had collided with the fact that the dormitory kept importing fresh veterans, and the newest ones had worked out that the safest people to rob were the old ones. He'd been hit twice a day for a week. Wei Guoliang had lost a tooth. Between them, they had almost nothing left. So when a man built like a water tower came into the room and asked whether it was true about He Hao, Gao Xiang sold everything he had, at speed, in the order he thought would land best. He fought the Ghost King on his own. He wiped out a whole floor by himself. His turrets are obviously something special. Nothing. Not a flicker. And there are 3 women in his room. If he didn't have real power, how could he be that brazen? And the big man raised an eyebrow. There it is, thought Gao Shang. My dear niece, he said inwardly, blame yourselves for not thinking of your second uncle. Yes, 3 of them, all beauties. One's the chief executive of a listed company, one's a campus belle, and the third's a foreign woman. He winked. He actually winked. He did the whole face. Excellent, said the big man, slapping his thigh. And then, in a completely different voice, do you know the rules of the dormitory survival world? It often brings close friends and family into the same building. Gao Shang's smile stopped. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Guo Guang, a player from the 5th cohort. Now, guess why I'm telling you my surname. There is a specific silence that happens when a man works out what he has just done, and it lasted about a second and a half. Who are you to Guo Yue? Wait. He got there fast, I'll give him that. That chief executive, Zhou Mei Li, is my niece. We're on the same side. Yes, said Guo Guang, nodding. That makes a lot of sense. And Gao Shang's whole body let go. But what does that have to do with me? All ingrates should be executed. There was a hammer. Wei Guoliang, who had been lying on the floor pretending to be unconscious throughout, was given away by his own body in a way I'm not going to describe, and he begged, and there was a wall. Then Guo Guang put the hammer away, cracked his knuckles, and went upstairs. He Hao, is it? You put a hand on my sister. Let's see how long you live. The message I got was from Xu Long. Xu Long. He Hao, someone's outside looking for you, and I don't think his intentions are good. Which told me 2 things. 1, it was serious enough that Xu Long was messaging instead of handling it. 2, whoever it was, the 10th floor collectively could not handle him. I picked up the machete and opened the door. There were about 15 people in my corridor, and one of them was 1.90 meters of arms, white vest, camouflage trousers, veins on his forearms like something climbing, and a face with actual angles in it, the specific weathering you only get from a long time of doing something difficult on purpose. Special forces, I thought, or police, something with a selection process. And here is what I want to flag, because it's the only time it happened. Standing in front of that man felt worse than standing in front of the Ghost King. Not stronger, worse. The Ghost King had numbers I could read. This was a person who would find the one moment I got sloppy and end the entire conversation with it. You're He Hao? I am. And you... Stop talking. The punch was already there. I got my head out of the way and felt it go past my temple, and the sound it made was not a sound an ordinary person's arm makes. And then the straight punch half retracted, and the other hand came up under my ribs. Bang. I went back 4 steps with my stomach doing something and my eyes watering, and everybody in that corridor made a noise, and Shulong, the strongest man on that floor after me, took an involuntary step backwards. I did not touch the turret controls. I want to be very clear that this was a deliberate decision made while I could not breathe properly. I had 2 level 5 emplacements aimed at the spot he was standing in, and I did not use them because personal combat experience was the one thing I did not have and could not buy, and I was standing in front of a free teacher. Humph, he said, shaking out his hand. With skills like that, you think you can have 3 women at once? Which was, I realized later, deliberate. He didn't say whose brother he was. He didn't mention Guo Yue at all, because he didn't know what I was, and if I turned out to be stronger than him, the very last thing he wanted was for me to know I was holding a hostage. That's a man thinking 3 moves ahead while throwing punches. I picked up the machete. A skill? He spotted it instantly. In 2 exchanges, he'd worked out that my footwork was rubbish and my hands were untrained, and then the moment steel came into my grip, the whole shape of me changed, and he identified the discontinuity as an external effect in about a second. He took out a broadsword. To deal with you, let's try this first. And then neither of us moved for a long time. He shifted his feet, looking for the gap. I did the same, and I was aware that I was performing a thing I had learned 4 days ago from a system panel against a man who had learned it over a decade. Then we both went. Clang, 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 clang. That corridor rang for about 4 minutes. He'd anticipate, and I'd already be somewhere else, because blade mastery does not care what you meant to do, it just makes the blade arrive correctly. He'd change weapons, and so would I. 2 hammers, a halberd, down to daggers at the end, close enough that we were both breathing on each other. And in pure technique, I was nowhere. He told me afterwards what it was like from his side, and it was this. The man's fundamentals are garbage, but the knife in his hand is unpredictable, and his arm bends in ways it shouldn't, and I cannot find one single moment to lock his elbow. Blood came out of a cut on my forearm, and the berserker bloodline noticed it, and I got, faintly, better. They've got ability, he said, but that's all. I just didn't expect your attributes to be comparable to a 5th phase player. And then he took out 2 hammers at once, 1 in each hand, and grinned at me. If you don't know this, how do you respond? And I switched to the mithril greatsword and said, I don't think I can't handle it, which is a stupid sentence and I stand by it. And that's when a voice came down the corridor. Brother, it's you! He was half a beat slow. That's all it took. I had a dagger a centimeter from his eye before either of us decided anything, and I stopped it there, and both of us stood absolutely still. I lost, said Guoguang. Then, immediately, that does not resolve the issue of my sister sharing a husband. Brother He Hao, stop! That's my brother! Guo Yue got between us with both arms out. Your brother, I said, and checked her loyalty in the same breath, because I am who I am. 96, unmoved, which was, in that moment, worth more than winning the fight. I looked at the 2 of them side by side. He was dark and enormous, and looked like he'd been carved out of something. She was small and pale, and had been complaining about the temperature of her bath that morning. Well, she said, delighted, don't we look alike? I have face blindness. And then Guoguang got started, and I would like the record to show that I stood there and took it. Little sister, has he bullied you? Has he made you do anything you didn't want to? And another thing, how could you let him have that many women? I know men. I know exactly what they're thinking. She shook her head. She was smiling the whole time. No, He Hao's very good to me. If it weren't for him, I'd have died a long time ago. And Sister Mei Li hasn't made things difficult for me either. When I first got here, I thought I was going to die. I never expected I'd be eating fish and meat every day and having hot baths. And the corridor made a sound like a stadium. What is it about He Hao that even a woman like that speaks up for him? Hot baths and meat. Stop talking. I came to watch a fight, and I've become the clown. I want to go home. I was having a nice day. Guoguang was not happy, for reasons that had nothing to do with any of it. His sister had sided with an outsider, and had not shown one single flicker of jealousy, which meant she was actually fine, which meant he had no leverage at all. He opened his mouth to start lecturing. My brother's been missing for over a year, said Guo Yue cheerfully. Turns out he ran off to dormitory survival world,
I wonder how many sisters-in-law he's brought back for me. And Guo Guang made a noise like a punctured tire. Then he stopped. Hold on, did you just say I've been missing for a year? Yes. I've been in this world less than 2 months. And the corridor went quiet in a completely different way. Because that doesn't work. There's no version of that arithmetic that works. Said Zhou Meili from my doorway. You're General Manager Liu's bodyguard, aren't you? She'd been watching for a while. She'd recognized him. She'd met him once in a life with lifts in it. And she'd thought at the time that a man that decisive was not merely a bodyguard. Didn't you and General Manager Liu disappear a year and a half ago? The silence after that had a temperature. Why is everyone looking at me? Said Zhou Meili. I said it because somebody was going to, and I'd rather it was said properly than badly. So either Guo Guang is dead, I said, or we all are, and we don't remember it. Nobody moved. When was your last day? I said, to the corridor. Out there, the last thing you remember. There was a pause, and then a hand went up. July 2015, October 21, 25, September 25th year. And it kept going, and none of them matched, and about half of them were not from the same decade, and 2 of them were not from the same century. I want you to sit in that corridor with us for a second. 40 people, all of whom had assumed, without ever once checking, that everybody else came from the same place they did. Look at us, I said. We're dying. No, we're entering a survival world. And even between people in the same intake, the gap can be enormous. Yue and Mei Li are probably 6 months apart. Which was, at that moment, the single most upsetting sentence anybody had said in that building, and it was made worse by the fact that nobody could argue with it. But does it matter? Somebody said, eventually. Maybe it's a resurrection ritual. Yeah, as long as we survive at the end, we don't lose either way. Or maybe we were alive, and it pulled us out at the last second. And the whole building started talking to each other, genuinely. Old players and new, veterans and newcomers, all standing in a hallway trading theories, and for about 10 minutes there wasn't a single grudge in operation. Everybody had exactly one shared problem, and it was enormous. Then Ma Wei, who had been silent the entire time, straightened his collar. Indeed, but have you considered this? If everyone who died before is here, then there is no way out of the dormitory survival world. Or, alternatively, we are going to meet players from much earlier phases. Nobody asked what he meant. Everybody had got it. Do players have to fight each other? Not necessarily, not unless they believe different things. And a man from 2125 and a man from a century that hadn't happened yet do not necessarily agree about very much. Actually, said a new voice, you've all overlooked something. The crowd parted, and there was a man in a front-fastening robe with long hair and a face that would have got him into trouble in most centuries. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zheng Yuan, 108, second on the leaderboard. The man who'd left the veterans group chat with 2 words. I met a veteran player before. I don't know which phase he was from. He paused. Do you know where he came from? He came out of the fog. And the corridor went up, because the fog was Rule 3. The fog was the thing that killed you if you walked into it. It had been Rule 3 since the first 30 seconds, and nobody had ever tested it because the 2 people who had were dead. That veteran was corroded by the mist. His items didn't drop either, but he told me something before he died. He said what was terrible wasn't the events, it was the building battle. He was on the losing side. That's why he ended up like that. Building battle, which explains itself as a phrase. What it does not explain is why it should be worse than a level 5 boss. And I want to record the response of a building full of survivors to a warning from a man who had every reason to be believed. I don't buy it. We're all human. We can talk to each other. Right. Can humans really be more dangerous than these monsters? We all came from other buildings anyway. Why would there be a war? Zheng Yuan looked at them for a moment. In that case, let's leave the topic there. And he waved a hand and stopped talking. And he was right, and it cost a lot of them everything later. The crowd broke up, and Guo Guang, watching his sister hang off my arm, made his last attempt. Little sister, why don't you come to my dormitory? Chen, why don't you give his sister back, said Alice, joining in immediately, because she had been in this world 4 days and had no filter at all. Look at him, he's almost crying. Yes, I can take care of my own sister. Yue, I said, do you want to go with your brother?
And I asked her in front of him, and I meant it, and I also had a loyalty of 96 sitting in the corner of my vision. No, I'm perfectly fine with He Hao. Then she leaned toward her brother and lowered her voice, and the pride in it would have been visible from a passing aircraft. And you don't know this, I have a bloodline now, and a minor divine ability. What? He clapped his own hand over his mouth. Too late, his pupils had already done it for him. Because for a fifth phase veteran, those two words were things you heard about, not things you got. That's my sister. Incredible. Brother, no, said Guo Yue, shaking her head. He Hao gave them to me. And a man 1.90 meters tall stopped as if something had hit him in the back of the head. He Hao. Is it convenient for us to speak inside? We went in, and he did the polite tourist routine for about 4 seconds, and then Zhou Meili shut the door, and he put an arm around my neck. Was it really you who gave my sister a bloodline? He was smiling. It was the worst smile I have ever seen on a human face. Even Guo Yue had her hand over her eyes. Yes, it was me. Good brother-in-law. So, how do you obtain a bloodline? Are there any more? The transition took under 1 second. This was a man who had, 90 minutes earlier, tried to remove my head. There are. Really? But I used it myself. What? Wait. And that's when he really looked at me, and I watched his entire model of the world stop working. Do you understand what you just said? That's a bloodline. You don't get those. You hope for one. Killing the final boss doesn't get you a bloodline unless you're lucky or you complete something special. He was pacing. A man that size pacing in a small room is a weather event. Yes, I used it, after I gave Yue the 9-tailed fox one. He told me later what that felt like, and I've thought about it a lot since. When he joined the Special Forces, he'd got in on talent and on grinding, and he'd been proud of it. And on his first day, a king of Soluble had looked at everything he could do and said, "These are the basics. It shouldn't take that long to master them." And he'd stood there, like a green recruit. He said I gave him the same feeling. And I want to be honest, I had not earned it. I had a voice in my head that gave me things for waking up. He'd earned every single thing he had. Good brother-in-law, he said, doing an elaborate series of winks. See if there's another chance. We'll talk about it later. Honestly, I don't know either. Which was a lie, shaped exactly like a maybe. He grinned at me the whole way out, and then at the door he stopped and put a hand on Guo Yue's shoulder and said something in a completely different voice. He Hao's a decent person. He doesn't have much sense of justice, but he's fair to the people around him. I'm at ease with you being with him. Your brother can't watch you every second. And she nodded, seriously, and I want to note that this was the most accurate assessment anybody in that building ever made of me, and it was made by a man I'd fought to a standstill an hour earlier. 2 days later, Young An brought me a piece of parchment that started the worst thing in this entire story. Special intelligence. After the Ghost King was defeated, it seems its treasure was not yet transferred. The mist seems to have thinned slightly. You could go and look. Brother Hao, what does that mean? He genuinely wanted to know. So did I. Because I'd killed that thing and taken its loot, and there had been a hole in it the whole time, what exactly had it gathered up to trade with the merchant, and where was it? A dead tree in the mist, in the southwest corner. Perhaps what you're looking for is there. That last line was mine alone, as usual. We went out past the square, and the fog on that side was thin enough to walk in, and there was a tree. I want to be accurate about the tree. 10 men could not have got their arms around it. It was completely dead. No leaves, no green, nothing but gray wood going up further than you'd expect. And even dead, you could tell that in its day it had shaded an entire district. Young An did the thorough thing. He tapped it. He walked round it. He climbed part of it and listened for a hollow. Brother Hao, are you sure this is right? When did I say the tree was where the Ghost King hid something? Dead tree. An ancient demon, but it is not completely dead. It seems that some kind of energy is sustaining its life. This tree is a monster. I said it standing at the base of it, looking straight up, and I want you to understand that we had walked out of a building, crossed a square, and stood underneath a boss for about 4 minutes while one of us climbed it. And then I did the thing that I would do again, and which was also unquestionably the worst decision I have ever made. I hid it. Because it was a monster, and I had no interest in leaving a monster alive behind me, and because whatever the Ghost King had traded for was inside something, and there was exactly one thing here. Boom. And a scream, and black mist coming out of the trunk in a column. Holy, is this tree alive? I had done almost nothing, that's the part. The mist dispersed, and the bark was scratched. Brother How, maybe we should go back. I made a seal and threw dozens of yellow cranes at it, and every single one of them hit and flattened against the trunk like paper against a wall. Nothing, not a ripple. My supernatural power, which had detonated a corridor full of level 3s, did not register. It's not classified as an evil object, I said. Or it's just too strong. Both, as it turned out. The blade had worked. Barely, but it had worked. And I had 20 free attribute points sitting unallocated from the last event, and I'd been saving them until I knew what the next round wanted. I put all 20 into Constitution. 25 to 45, standing in a fog bank in front of a dead tree, for no better reason than that something had scratched. Yang An made a sound behind me. He told me later what that felt like from where he was standing, that he'd assumed the fight with Guo Guang was me at full capacity, and that he'd just watched a man who had fought a 5th phase veteran to a draw reveal that he'd been holding 20 points in reserve the entire time. Who does that? Who sees an even match and declines to win it? Somebody who has decided that his own numbers are not for winning arguments in corridors. With this, I said, weighing the mithril greatsword, the next round shouldn't be a problem at all. Then I put my whole shoulder into the same spot. Crack! The trunk split, and something screamed properly, and through the gap there was a purple glow. You damn stinking Taoist! I stopped, because that voice came out in 2 registers at once, male and female, layered, and because it had said Taoist. I had used a card belonging to a man called Ancient Sage Wei for 2 hours, 3 days earlier, 8 floors up and inside a building. Yang An, run! He was already gone. I hit it again, and my hand closed on something cold, and I pulled it out and went backwards fast, and vines came out of the ground where I'd been standing. Then the black mist came off it properly. Everything it touched died. That's the only way to put it. The other trees around it, trees that had looked reasonably alive, went gray and dry in about 2 seconds, in a spreading ring, and I got out of the radius by a margin I do not enjoy thinking about. And then the thing showed me what it actually was. Tree Demon Granny, level 7, Constitution 80, Spirit 50. Skills, Root Attack, Ethereal Projection, Soul Drain. Severely injured by something unknown, it fell into a deep sleep. Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox traded a treasure to help it recover. Now that the treasure has been stolen, it is in a state of rage. A paper tiger in its twilight years, but now is not the time for a direct confrontation. Fortunately, it is bound by an unknown force and cannot break free. Level 7. The strongest thing this building had produced in 2 events was a level 5, and I had needed a dead man's power to beat it. 80 Constitution, 50 Spirit. And the last line of that description is the only reason I am telling you this at all. It is bound by an unknown force and cannot break free. Right, I said, backing off. You be smug for now. I'll come back for you in a few days. Ah, you damned Taoist! It went absolutely berserk. Roots came up and came down, and smashed every dead tree within reach into splinters, and it howled at the sky, and the whole dormitory building heard it and went silent, and 200 people prayed it was not coming inside. And then it ran out of strength, and the roots pulled back in, and the tree stood there, looking exactly like a dead tree again, which is somehow worse. Dormitory broadcast. Tree Demon. Granny is enraged after her treasure has been stolen. 10 days from now, on the night of the full moon, she will spare no effort, joining forces with the other monsters to exact revenge on the thief. The channel did not so much explode as go into shock. 1006, Yang An. Brother How. What did you take? How did you summon a boss onto the battlefield? 1006, Yang An. Also, during the rest period, you're telling me the boss is warming up? I looked at what was in my hand. Ghost Soul Orb, level 7, Material. Attributes, Attack plus 30, Dark Attack plus 20. Affix, Ghost. Absorbs nearby undead souls, increasing Dark Attack. Current, 0. When socketed into an item, attacks can inflict additional effects. Placing it in your inventory still directly affects the player's attributes, but the Ghost affix will not function. The faster the attack speed, the stronger the gem. And then I went and looked at the upgrade requirements for my 5 elements Bagua mirror. 8,888 copper coins, 1 radiant orb, 1 ghost soul orb, a level 7 turret universal blueprint. I had spent a week wondering where in this world you find something called a ghost soul orb, and the answer was, inside a tree, in the fog, guarded by a level 7, because a level 4 boss had bought it off a traveling merchant to treat an old woman's injuries, which also told me where to find the radiant orb when the time came. Same shop, same goblin. I sent Young An 10,000 copper coins. He tried to refuse 3 times. I made him take it, and not out of generosity because the correct price of a supply line is whatever keeps it open, and a man who feels cheated once will find a different buyer for the next thing. 1006 Young An. Brother Hao, it's just information. 1001. He Hao, take it. And then Guo Guang messaged me. 302. Guo Guang. Was that a boss just now? If a bloodline drops, remember me. 10 days before a level 7 arrives to murder me specifically, and my brother-in-law's first instinct was to get his order in early. The rest of that break was, honestly, the nicest part of my entire time in that place, and I want to include it because there wasn't much of it. Su Long got a pet, a black and white husky with green eyes and 3 little flames on its forehead, sitting in a corridor being stared at by 15 grown men. Sled dog. Constitution 15, Spirit 5, Skill, Demolition. Fortunately, the base demolition skill can still be used on monsters. You were all standing out here for a dog? Brother Hao, you can't blame us, said somebody. Su Yong won't let us look at his. Right, who wants to watch a dog when there's Ruo Bing? Stop talking, who spat on my shoe. 15 constitution at the juvenile stage, which is more than most players in that building had at their peak, and it grew. Where did you get it? Found it, said Su Long, near the dormitory. You know what I mean. I did. And out of pure curiosity, I messaged Yang An to ask why he hadn't offered it to me. 1006. Yang An. That pet egg is mediocre. Brother Hao, it isn't worthy of you, Yang An. Besides, Brother Hao has sisters-in-law. How could he tolerate a pet like that in his dormitory? Yang An. If you ask me, we should be considering Ruo Bing. You know what I mean. He Hao. What are you saying? I study the spring and autumn annals. Yang An. I understand. I like watching Cao Cao too. I closed the interface. And then Guo Guang turned up with a skill book. Good brother-in-law. Here, I don't need it. Fighting proficiency. Level 4. Effect. In hand-to-hand combat, you gain an additional 10% damage. Limitation. No gloves or other assistive tools may be used. Upgrade requirement. Kill 50 targets of level 4 or higher unarmed. A gentleman is not a vessel. He dislikes using weapons and prefers the visceral feeling of punching his opponent into the ground. Are you sure? You don't need this? Of course. I came out of a unit. Even if I'm not a king of soldiers, I don't need a book to teach me to punch, which is one of those sentences that is simultaneously modest and completely insufferable. I looked at the upgrade condition and understood immediately why nobody would ever finish it. 50 targets at level 4 or above, with your bare hands, no gloves, in a world where every copper coin anybody had was going into a weapon. To level that skill, you have to voluntarily decline the entire equipment system. And then I looked at my own constitution and thought, excellent skill, thank you. As long as my brother-in-law is happy, it's not like it's a bloodline or anything. Let's eat. Because the check-in had produced an 8-person beef hot pot set, and I had opened it, and there was a table now, and a proper one. 8-person hot pot meatball set. Meatballs with minimal flour content, selectable types, and broth base, plus a complimentary box of 8 self-selected dipping sauces. First consumption grants 1 spirit. Each serving only applies to the first 8 people to consume it. An improved version that makes the army stew restaurant next door cry with greed. A permanent attribute point. In a meatball. I did not share it outside the room. Alice spent a genuinely uncomfortable length of time trying to retrieve a word. Oh, hot pot, all red, and spicy. They do a split pot, I said eventually. Guo Guang ate everything. I want to be specific, because it was one of the more impressive physical feats I witnessed in that world. An 8-person set, minus what 4 other people managed to intercept, went into one man, and at the end of it, he sat back and announced that he was about 80% full. Nobody said anything for a while. No, why are you all looking at me? I pushed about 50 fast food blind boxes across the table at him. They were obsolete. Nobody in my room had eaten one in a week. And to Guo Guang, who could only get them by killing things, and who had been living on bread and steamed buns for 2 months while carrying 190 centimeters of muscle, they were a supply drop. Good brother-in-law, all of this? For me? It's nothing. And it genuinely was nothing, which is the entire point, and which is also the whole reason that man liked me. The last 2 check-ins before the 3rd event gave me a matched pair. Mithril arm guard, right, level 6. Defense plus 10, attack plus 20. Affix, Mithril, wearable slot. Grants immunity to damage from monsters up to level 3 and from dark monsters up to level 4. Set, 1 of 3, not activated. Left punch deals high damage, right punch deals high damage. Weave your basic attacks into your normal attacks. Remember not to miss. Immunity, not resistance, not damage reduction. Immunity to an entire tier and to 2 tiers of the specific category the shop had spent a week foreshadowing. And a set, which meant there were more. Then the left one arrived and I put both on, and my left arm went silver from knuckle to elbow and looked completely ridiculous on a man wearing nothing else. I did not care in the slightest. And on the last morning of the break, the system did something it had never done before, which was to comment on my tenants. Alice Smith, Constitution 19, Spirit 15, Rating 92, Loyalty 76, Dependence. Even with skin that resembles that of someone from the East, there's still a certain charm. Perhaps you can find what you're looking for in this event, and it might even improve her rating, which is the most passive-aggressive way I have ever seen a machine tell a man that a problem exists and is solvable. Guo Yue, Constitution 21, Spirit 29, Rating 126, Loyalty 96, Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox. Minor divine ability, Illusion, Da Sha's sister. On the night of the full moon, what you desire will appear. I read that one about 6 times. The night of the full moon was the night Tree Demon Granny had booked to come and kill me. And the system had just told me that on that same night, something Guo Yue wanted would be there, which is either an extremely generous hint or an extremely elegant trap. Zhou Mei Li, Constitution 18, Spirit 16, Rating 95, Loyalty 99, Absolute Loyalty. The host's charm has completely overshadowed her previous achievements, but something seems to be missing. Hopefully the host will remain humble and diligent and reach his full potential. 99. 1 point off the number where it can never fall again, for a woman who had started at 40 and vigilance 12 days earlier for half a bread roll. I have absolutely no idea what the last point costs. I never found out, but I want to record that I looked at that number for a long time, and what I felt was not satisfaction. Dormitory announcement. Blood moon rises. Darkness descends. The 3rd round of the event will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare your defenses. Outside the window, on the eastern side, a red crescent moon came up and hung there like something on a hook. The 3rd round of the event, Darkness Descends, has begun and will last 8 days. 8 days. The break had been 5, and the full moon was 10 days from the tree. So the night Tree Demon Granny arrived would be the last night of this event. 2 bosses. 1 night. Assuming it was only 2. Lights will be turned off at night, all dormitory lights will be disabled, and the chat function will also be unavailable. Everything went out. Not dimmed. Out. Corridor lights, room lights, everything, in one instant, with no warning and no fade. Somebody screamed. Several somebodies. In the dark, you could hear it going up floor by floor. Chen, what do we do now? There was a small hand on the hem of my shirt, and by the light of the stove, I confirmed it was Alice's. It's fine, we wait. I opened the channel, and it was gray and dead, exactly as promised. The player count didn't drop just now, said Zhou Mei Li, in the dark, calm as a board meeting. They were all asking for help about nothing. Nobody was reporting anything real. So the monsters haven't arrived yet. Dormitory announcement. Negative status effects are currently being drawn. There are a total of 12 negative statuses in this round. Each dormitory will randomly select 3, and these will persist until the end of the event. Drawn? Said somebody in the dark. What do you call the lights then? Draw successful. The first negative status effect of this round is turrets disabled. The next negative status will be drawn again in 2 days. Everything I owned stopped working at once. 2 level 5 turrets. The obsidian toad, the only one of its kind. The 5 elements Bagua mirror with all 5 gems in it. A week of every coin I had, switched off by a raffle. Some raffle, I said, blatantly rigged. Because I had bought a level 5 turret 2 days earlier that the system had told me, in an item description, was not particularly useful for this event, and I had almost regretted it. It hadn't been telling me the turret was weak. It had been telling me turrets were off. Dormitory announcement. Negative effects are now in full effect. Monsters are entering the battlefield. The leaderboard for this round is now open. Killing monsters below level 3 earns 2 points. Level 4 earns 30. Level 5 earns 400. Roar. The corridor filled up with sound, and no camera in the building could see a thing because the monitors had no infrared and there was no light to work with. Here we go. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent, frantic, a human rhythm. Help! Help me! The 9th floor's been breached. Help me, I'll give you everything I have. Bang, 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 several voices, men and women, sobbing in between. I did not move. I looked at the 3 of them instead, and none of them moved either, and I nodded. How, said Zhou Mei Li quietly. Something feels wrong. Who cares, said Guo Yue. My brother will be fine, and I'll do whatever Brother He Hao says. Elsewhere in that building, a lot of doors opened. I want to be clear that I do not blame them. Somebody offers resources. Somebody is crying. It is completely dark, and you cannot see, and the only information you have is a voice that sounds like a person. On the 3rd floor, a man opened his door about 4 inches to look. He never worked out what happened. He got as far as noticing that his neck felt dratty and putting his hand up and finding it wet. Then something cracked and his head went forward, and in the dark there was a pair of blue eyes and then a sound like eating, and there was more than one of them. That happened on 9 floors, more or less simultaneously, and I want you to understand that the entire mechanic of the first night of that event was knock and sound like a person. Down on the 3rd floor, Guo Guang was already out with a torch that would not throw a beam more than 2 meters, which I later established was not a defective torch. That was the event. He crouched by something that had been a person and put his fingers in it and found it warm. Am I too late? He didn't waste time looking at the body. He swept the corridor and caught 2 green points of light in the reflected glow off the floor and grinned. Found it and went at it. 5 meters in nothing flat, uppercut on the move. Bang! Under his fist there was muscle, and the muscle had hair on it. The thing went down the corridor and rolled twice and was gone before he got there, and there was fresh blood on the floor where it had been. It ran. What kind of defense takes a punch from me and walks? Then he stopped and thought and remembered a conversation in a shop. No, brother-in-law said this round is probably dark creatures. He swapped his gloves for a pair of silver half-gloves, flexed his hands, and went hunting in the dark. Upstairs, the knocking had gone quiet, and then started again. Just one set now, slower. He Hao, how are things on your end? A muffled voice filtered through a level 5 gate, big, deep. It's my brother, he's all right. Guo Yue was halfway to the door before she stopped herself, and then she turned and looked at me first, and I want to record that she did that on her own. Brother He Hao? I shook my head. She stepped back immediately, and her face fell, and she did not argue. Chen, said Alice out of the dark, that can't be Yue's brother, right? Which was the first genuinely useful thing that woman ever said, and it came from the person with the least experience in the room, because everybody else's brains were busy being loyal. They say worry makes you stupid, said Zhou Mei Li, and flicked Guo Yue's forehead. That's what you are right now. Relax. I'll take a look. I put the mithril dagger on and put my hand on the door and turned it very slowly. And I want you to picture what that looked like from outside. A handle moving. Somebody inside working out how to open it. Click. Creak. A claw came through the gap. I put the dagger through it before it got anywhere. There was a scream from the corridor, and I threw the door wide, and I want to introduce the equipment I'd spent all evening preparing. 2 torches strapped to my forearms. I was, functionally, a lighthouse with a knife. Savage Werewolf, Level 3, Constitution 20, Spirit 4, Skills, Disguise, Bite. The most primitive werewolves, high physical strength but weak in spirit and against silver. Attacking its weak points might have surprising effects. This isn't a cat, don't try to ring its bell. Werewolf, 20 Constitution against my 45, 4 Spirit against my 30-something. This thing had put everything it had into one column and left the other one empty, and I happened to be carrying a supernatural power and a bag full of silver. Hey Hao, it said, in Guo Guang's voice. Perfectly. And that's the moment my opinion of these things changed, because it had just watched me stab its arm, and its response was to keep trying the con. Paper crane troop formation, go. Yellow cranes off my fingers, no folding, straight into it. The skin went black in patches. That was only the setup. Die. 45 Constitution, a mithril greatsword and blade mastery in one diagonal cut. Something round hit the floor and bounced once. Primal blood, wolf fur, a food box, water, 200 coins. And then the body shrank, and the hair went, and what was lying in my corridor was a naked man. Tisk, I said, this place is disgusting. Because every other monster in that building had the decency to turn into light. These didn't. These reverted. And I have never worked out whether that was a mechanic or a joke at our expense, and I have chosen not to think about it very hard. Then something howled on my left, and I turned to look, and every alarm I own went off at once, and I threw myself sideways. Claws went through the space where my head had been. Insidious. The howl was a decoy. It made a noise on one side and attacked from the other. A level 3 could not have done that. Savage Werewolf, level 4. Constitution 26. Skills, Disguise, Bite, Claw Strike. The elite of the Savage Werewolf, exceptional speed and a knack for stealth. Still dare to bite? Close the door, release the Black Panther. 26 against my 45, so on paper, nothing. In practice, in a corridor where my torch reached 2 meters and it could see perfectly, it had every advantage that matters. So I gave it a target. I turned my back, deliberately, slowly, and made myself busy with something on the floor. 2 green lights came up behind me, and a claw came down at the back of my head, and I raised my left arm. Crack! The claw stopped dead on silver. Immunity to dark monsters up to level 4. I had been wearing an entire tier's worth of "This Cannot Hurt You" on one arm all evening, and I had spent the whole fight looking for somewhere to spend it. There was a moment, right then, where I could see actual fear in an animal's face. Only worked it out now? Too late. I twisted, got the arm, and threw it over my shoulder into the floor hard enough that it came out of both ends of its face, and then the mithril dagger went across its throat. 1 primal blood. 1 wolf fur. 3 food boxes. 6 liters of water. 1,000 copper coins. Worth building a weak point for. Down on the 3rd floor, somebody was walking toward Guoguang with a torch. Guoguang, did you run into monsters too? He Hao? What are you doing on the 3rd floor? Where are my sister and the others? I don't know how it happened. I chased something down here. The footsteps kept coming. Don't worry about Yue. I've got them all sealed in the room. As long as they don't open the door, they're perfectly safe. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. And Guoguang put both hammers away and let his shoulders drop and let the thing walk right up to him. The claw came out of the dark at close range with no room to respond. Clink! It hit a small knife. Guoguang's face was not relaxed at all anymore. Sorry to disappoint you. 2 daggers, one holding, one already inside, into the chest, then back out, then across the throat. The whole thing took about 1.5 seconds. He'd known from the first sentence. Find somebody else to impersonate next time. That was really awful. Because he had bought his torch on my recommendation, and his daggers, and his silver gloves. Every single item he owned in that world had come from a shopping list I gave him, and the thing had walked up to him wearing my voice to tell him about equipment. Also, and this is the tell that actually mattered, in absolute darkness, how did it know who he was? Upstairs, I had gone back inside for 4 minutes to finish something, the last of the yellow paper. I'd been close for 2 days, and I'd been in no rush. Tonight, I was in a rush. 1,365. And the moment the last fold went in, the world got wider. Paper crane troop formation. Type, supernatural power. Proficiency, slightly proficient. Attributes, spirit +10. Perception +10. Effect, cranes conjured by will possess the power to ward off evil and allow the user to share vision within a certain range. Upgrade requirements, kill 300 evil entities using paper cranes. You have mastered your skills. You should now punish evil spirits in the world. Perception +10. I stepped back out into a corridor that had been a wall of black an hour earlier, and I could see the shape of it for 5 meters, and I could feel things moving at 10. Not precisely, not names and numbers. But I knew where they were, and every werewolf in that corridor that thought it was hidden had been standing in my field of view for some time. Which was excellent, because about 90 seconds later somebody came running at me with a torch, screaming, "Hey Hao, help me, I'm hurt, there are so many behind me. Quick, come here." And I want to be honest that I was smiling when I said it. I threw cranes at it before it got within 10 meters, and it swept them out of the air with one arm, which no level 3 could have done. Gah, we've been discovered. How exactly did you find that out? I didn't answer, because the answer was embarrassing for them. It wasn't the voice. The voice was perfect. It was that the thing wasn't frightened. It was running toward a man in a corridor screaming for help, and there was no fear anywhere in it, and I had spent 2 weeks listening to genuinely terrified people and had developed an ear. And, again, how did it know it was me? Then the third one came, and this one was cleverer, because this one was a player. Brother How? Is that Brother How? Thank God. A young man came up the corridor shining a torch on his own face so I could see it, which is exactly what a survivor would do. Chin Hao, tenant of 1019, second phase player, Constitution 12, Spirit 10, Skill none. An ordinary panel, completely ordinary, somebody I half recognized from a floor I lived on. He came closer, and I put the blade against his neck. Brother How, what do you mean? Little thing, you've disguised yourself quite well. I let him have it. Chin Hao's probably been dead for hours. Brother How, you must be joking. I'm right here. There were 2 things wrong with him, and only one of them was visible to me. A clumsy disguise. Even wearing human skin can't hide the sleazy werewolf smell. That was a line only I could read. But the other one anybody could have got, and it's this. A man with 12 constitution and no skills had just crossed the length of a corridor full of level 3s and 4s, at night, alone, and arrived without a scratch on him. Brother How, I'm just an ordinary. I did not let him finish. The disguise came off with him, and what was on the floor was a stranger with dried skin. Only a level 3. Well, at least I got a torch out of it. And then something exploded behind me. A 4th one had gone round while I was busy, and hit my door, and the blazing iron gate had done to it what the blazing iron gate does. I got there before the fire went out. Then the howl came up from downstairs, and everybody on every floor heard it, and it was not like the others. A level 5? This fast? I couldn't see it. I couldn't sense it. The perception radius was 10 meters, and it was floors away. But you could hear the difference the way you can hear the difference between a dog and something that owns dogs. I hope it comes to me first. I'd like to test it. Because a level 5 was 400 points, and the ordinary ones were 2, and I had a leaderboard to think about. Down on the 3rd floor, that same level 5 was finding out that Guo Guang was a difficult man to eat. It got him against a wall once. It used the same feint the others had, noise on one side, claws on the other, and he read it and drove an elbow backwards into its chest without turning round. Then it went for the classic and cut his hand and tasted it, and its pupils went from green to red, and it stopped thinking clearly. Which is the only reason he won that exchange. The special a knee, and then 10 straight seconds of pure aggression with a machete, and by the end, the thing that had been stalking him was backing down a corridor bleeding from a dozen places. It ran. It was smart enough to run, and it went for the teleportation array, and it went up. I was standing outside my own door when I heard him. Hey How, help me! I'm injured! There are so many werewolves behind me! Torch swinging wildly, footsteps at a sprint, absolutely convincing. Quick, come here right now! I want to describe my own face at that moment, and I can't, but everybody who's ever seen it in a mirror knows the one. It came out of the dark at full speed with a torch in its hand and crimson fur and about 10 knife wounds in it, and it was thinking, very clearly, this is the Hey How they were all talking about? He seems like nothing. It could not understand how a human this careless had killed so many of its kind, and it got about 3 meters away. I put the horse-cutting blade through its stomach. It stopped and looked down at 100 pounds of steel in its own abdomen and made a sound. You. I keep telling you lot, I said. You never learn. Then I twisted the handle. It came off the blade and staggered back and went down on one knee, refusing to fall over completely, which I respected, slightly. Damned humans. If you've got the strength for that, use it to work out how you're getting away from me. Because I'd seen the wounds on it when it came into torchlight. 10 cuts from a blade from a player, which meant it had already lost one fight tonight and had come upstairs to find a softer one. Hey How, spare me, and everything I have is yours. I stood there and looked at it and said nothing, and it saw the pause and decided that was its moment and came up off the floor with its claws going for my chest. Prepare to die. I want you to know that I had been waiting for that with my weight already shifted. Player Hey How kills a level 5 savage werewolf, earning 400 points. Crimson primal blood, crimson wolf fur, 8 food boxes, 15 liters of water, 5,000 copper coins. and every remaining werewolf in that corridor scattered. Looks like nobody's causing trouble tonight, which was, believe it or not, a disappointment. The loot broke down into 2 categories, and one of them I ended up selling. Wild wolf fur, 10 for an outfit, warmth. Crimson wolf fur, 10 for a better one, fashion, again. In a place that changed its own weather, that's not as stupid as it sounds. And then, primal blood. Collect 5 to purify 1 grayish-white primal potion, which can temporarily boost combat power. Utter madness. Crimson primal blood. Collect 5 for a crimson primal potion, more stable. It doesn't make you go crazy after drinking it, it just feels like something's missing. I made one of the gray ones to see what it was. Grayish-white primal potion, level 2. Grants a 10-minute attribute boost, but results in partial loss of sanity, making the user extremely prone to rage. Constitution +5, attack +10. As a child, I often heard that some people, when they go mad, will even hit themselves. Now that dream has become reality. 5 Constitution meant nothing to me. 10 attack was less than the passive on a rock in my bag, and it turns your judgment off for 10 minutes. Melee. Sell this on the exchange after the event ends. Not on my floor. Specifically, not on my floor. The last thing I wanted was people 3 doors down drinking rage in a corridor. Morning came and the light came back, and half the building nearly wept about it. People who had survived 2 full events had spent 1 night being unable to see their own hands and had discovered a completely new way to be frightened. Dormitory broadcast. The long night is over. The darkness recedes, the power system returns to normal, and visibility is temporarily unobstructed. Last night seemed to be an ominous one. Players are encouraged to explore on their own. The lights came on. The chat did not. Not only that, said Joe May Lee, immediately, we can't see the leaderboard either. She said it like a footnote, and it was not a footnote. You've noticed, too. Both of those show the same thing, she said. Who's still alive? And there it was. Because the chat channel shows the survivor count and the leaderboard shows the top 100, and between them, in daylight, you can work out who died last night. They had switched off both. Do you think, said Joe May Lee slowly, a werewolf could have got in among the players? How could it, said Guo Yue with her finger against her lip. Monsters are nocturnal, and even if one got in, we'd know one when we saw it. Which is a completely reasonable thing to say if you have never seen one, and neither of them had. I had, twice, wearing a face, and the second one had a working panel with a room number and a phase on it. Chen, if that's true, said Alice, who had gone straight to the practical part, aren't we in enormous danger? So what are you going to do? Said Joe May Lee. Nothing yet. We'll gather Shu Long and the others later. Because I did not want them under my floor. It's that simple. I had spent 2 weeks turning the 10th floor into a place where the people I could predict lived, and I was not going to share it with things that could wear their voices. And then somebody hammered on my door. Brother Hao, something terrible's happened. He Ming, in daylight, out of breath, and the first thing he did when the door opened was stare at my arm. Holy, Brother Hao, your arm's so cool. No, no. Brother Long's in trouble. Because the check-in that morning had produced the 3rd piece. Mithril shoulder guard, left, level 6, defense +30. Set bonus, 3 of 3. If there are gaps in the set, it is also protected by the Mithril affix. Set, 3 of 5, not activated. Can I lean my shoulder on yours? 3 of 3, complete, and then, underneath it, 3 of 5, for a set I had not known existed until that second. My entire left side was silver. What happened to Shu Long? Down in the square there was a ring of people, and Shu Long was in the middle of it, on the floor, with his face closed up, and his husky was lying beside him, breathing badly. Across from him stood a young man with a group behind him. Old man, if you don't tell me where you got that pet, I'll kill you right now. Shu Long was 31. Being called an old man was, I suspect, the part that hurt. Brother Hao, said He Ming urgently. If you don't do something, Brother Long's going to… I did not move. I was looking past the young man at the tall girl standing behind him. Brother Hao, it's come to this. If you really can't stand it, why don't you just take her home? I turned and looked at He Ming with an expression I hope he still remembers. Are you seriously ill? Why would I bring a werewolf home? Oh, so it's just a werewolf. I thought you were interested. And then he stopped talking and turned his head very slowly and looked at the girl and swallowed. Wolf? Werewolf? He shouted it, into a crowded square, in daylight, at full volume. Both of them turned and came at him at once. Idiot, I said, and threw him behind me by the collar. Because he had just informed every disguised werewolf in that square that Hei Ming of the 10th floor could tell them apart on sight. The young man came in with a long sword straight for the heart and did not transform, because transforming in front of 40 people would have got him lynched. You talk too much. I crossed the distance and opened his throat. The square went completely silent. And here is the thing that made the next 30 seconds so uncomfortable. They thought I'd murdered a player. Xu Long had been beaten into the ground by that man in a handful of moves, and everyone had watched it, and everyone had concluded he was a serious veteran. And then somebody from the same intake as Xu Long had walked in and deleted him in under a second. A level 4 werewolf, I said, flicking the blade clean, showing off in front of me. Nobody believed it. They believed it about 4 seconds later when the corpse started sloughing. How is this possible? He was a werewolf. Wait, then what He Hao said. A werewolf beat up Brother Xu, and I stood here and watched. The tall girl started crying immediately, and she was very good at it. No, I'm not. He's my dormitory head. I was only following orders. And a man stepped out of the crowd to defend her. I think what this young lady says is right. She was only following orders. Miss, if you're homeless, you might consider coming to my dormitory. He did a little thing with his hair. Idiot, I said. What did you say? Is there a problem with me, Mei Chang, protecting a vulnerable woman? And I would like to state that I gave him 1 full second to reconsider. Confessing your feelings to a werewolf. First time I've seen that. I was behind her before anybody in that square saw me move, and they told me afterwards that the newer players genuinely thought it was teleportation, and that the veterans caught an afterimage, which is what 45 Constitution does to a crowd's understanding of physics. She did not even know until it was done. I'll show you what you've been eyeing up. And the face on the ground creased and folded and stopped being a woman's. Brother Fang, the circus called. They want you in tomorrow. Mate, go back to Gotham. They've agreed not to fight you over there. What's that on the floor? Did somebody drop their red nose? I ignored all of it and went and got Xu Long up off the ground. Well, not dead? Don't worry, evil lives 1,000 years. I'm still young. He tried to smile, and it hurt him, and his whole face folded, and I laughed at him, and that's when somebody spoke behind us. Uncle, can you take me in? There was a girl standing behind us, blonde hair badly dyed, a ring in her lip, a rose tattooed on her forearm, hair over most of her face. About 1.5 meters of her, total, with nothing about her that anybody would describe as an asset. Rune warrior, I said. It's looking for you, Xu Long. Xu Long rolled his eyes at me, because he had been beaten unconscious an hour earlier, and I had already put him back on duty. What's wrong, little sister? I'm looking for Uncle He. What? Uncle Chen? Wu Ming went down, genuinely folded in half. Xu Long tried to laugh, and his face wouldn't do it, and he went slightly blue. Uncle? Me? I said. Do you know how old I am? I've heard about it. Uncle lives near our home and studies at Jiangcheng University. She said it with total innocence. There was no possible way to be angry at it, which somehow made it worse. You know all that and you still call me uncle? What's your name? How old are you? Uncle Squirreltail. I'm Chao Ling Ling. I'm 18. Ha ha ha, said Hu Ming on the floor. Uncle Chicken Feather. I'm sorry, uncle whose name I don't know, she said quickly. And Grandpa Xu, I really didn't mean it. Xu Long stopped laughing instantly. Grandpa Xu. The two of them stood there like men who had been shot. Whose child is this? Said Xu Long in a hollow voice. Get her parents out here. Excuse me, sir. My parents have been dead for several years. Xu Long closed his eyes. Stop, I said. New subject. I rubbed my forehead. Look, my tenant slots are full, and you don't meet my standards. Which was true, and which I said out loud without dressing it, because there were people in that building who would have killed to get into my room, and I was not handing out places on sympathy. Chao Ling Ling, Constitution 6, Spirit 12, Rating 75. A legally raised little girl, extremely malnourished. Aside from her pretty face, her only advantage is that she's easy to feed. 6 Constitution. 6. Everybody in that building had started at 9 or 10, because 9 or 10 is what a person is. 6 is what happens to a person over years, and a rating of 75 against a threshold of 85. Please, uncle, Shu Long made a noise, slapped himself in the face, and said, "He Hao, if you won't take her, she can come to my room." "Brother Long, we're all men in there." "Shut up." "That's not up to me," I said. "Look at the lip ring." There was a small metallic sound.
She had taken it out and dropped it on the floor before I finished the sentence. Rating 77. Right. Put that aside. The tattoo. And she was already rubbing at her forearm, and the rose was coming off because it was a transfer, because of course it was. Rating 79. It's stuck on. She kept rubbing. Her arm went red. Half the tattoo stayed. I stood there, in a square, in the middle of a survival world, and had a genuine crisis because I had just watched a system award 4 points for a girl taking off 2 things she was wearing, which meant 75 had never been her number. 75 was the number of a person wearing armor. I hardened up, because a system that agreeable is exactly how you end up with 6 people in your room. "Look at the blonde hair," I said. "It doesn't suit you at all, and even I didn't believe that one." "So Uncle doesn't like blonde hair after all?" Then she looked straight up at me. "If you don't like it, I'll dye it back." I only dress like this so I don't get bullied by people out there.
"If Uncle takes me in, I won't need to anymore." And I stood there, in the sun, with a mithril arm and 45 constitution and 68,000 copper coins, and I thought about being 15. Because my parents went early too, and I was in my first year of secondary school, and after that I worked, and when you work at that age, you meet a certain kind of person, and sometimes you get hit. That's not a tragedy, it's just what it was. You grit your teeth, and you get to university, and it gets slightly better. The reason my constitution had been 9 on day 1 wasn't laziness. It was that I had spent several years not being sure where the next meal was. And there was a girl in front of me who had dyed her hair and pierced her lip and drawn a rose on her arm as a costume so that people would leave her alone. I crossed my arms and tapped my fingers for a long time. "Fine, you can stay. But you demonstrate value, or I'm sorry." Su Long and He Ming stared at me like I'd changed species. "Thank you." "Thank you, Uncle. We're going to work on that." Back in the room, 4 people looked at each other and nobody said anything, and Cao Lingling stood behind me and got smaller. "Brother He Hao," said Guo Yue cautiously, "isn't this inappropriate? How old is she? What is going on in that head? She's 18, she's just underfed." "Chen, so she stays 7 days," said Alice, "not like me." "Of course it's—" "Never mind. Explaining this to you would take longer than it's worth. Mei Li, take her and get her washed and changed." Because of the 3 of them, one was too easygoing and one was too direct, and only one had ever run a department. When they came back out, her hair was wet and off her face, and Guo Yue's dress was slightly too long on her, and I looked up and had to look again. Rating 84, 5 points. From a bath and borrowed clothes. It's fake. I want to be clear about what was going through my head, and it was not what you're thinking. It was, this is a person who has been under a ceiling made of malnutrition and second-hand clothes for years, and the ceiling is not real. If she ate properly for a week, if any of it was actually hers. "It suits you," I said. She looked at the floor and gripped her dress, and her stomach made a noise like a drain. I want to note the symmetry there, personally, and move on. Right, we eat. A whole roast lamb went on the table, and the smell filled the room, and Cao Lingling stood by the wall and did not come near it. "What are you standing there for? Sit down." Can I really?" She was looking at it the way you look at something in a window. "Actually, just some fried rice would be..." Which is a genuinely upsetting sentence, because that wasn't false modesty. A plate of fried rice was, in her actual life, a good day. "Sit down when I tell you." Zhou Meili got up and pulled her into the chair beside her and glared at me. "Don't pull that face, you'll frighten her." I would like somebody to explain to me who was actually running that room. "Don't worry, little sister, he's soft underneath, he's just short-tempered." She put food in front of her. "Eat it or he'll be unhappy. It's not as though you're going to eat him out of house and home." And Cao Lingling started eating, slowly, carefully, either because she was frightened of being judged or because she was trying to make it last. Then, quietly, she started crying. Not loudly. She kept eating. That's the part. "What's wrong?" said Zhou Meili, hand on her back. "It's nothing. It's just, I haven't had meat this good in a very long time." and I sat at the other end of a table in a survival world with 68,000 copper coins in my pocket and could not think of one single thing to say. Because it's easy to go from thrift to luxury and very hard to go back, and I had told her 7 days, and I had meant it when I said it. How, Zhou Meili started. How about… No, I said 7 days. She stopped because she knew which sentences were principal and which were mood. Thank you, sister, said Cao Lingling. 7 days is more than enough. Thank you, uncle. Not uncle, said Zhou Meili immediately. Brother, or he won't want you at all. Brother Hao. Cough. Eat. I want to state plainly that I had already made the decision by then and had absolutely no intention of admitting it, and that the 7 days were, from that moment on, a formality that I never once mentioned again. Because here's what she'd actually done, in one afternoon, without being asked. I'd named 3 things, and she'd removed all 3 of them without a single word of argument, and every one of them had been armor she'd been wearing for years. That's not a rating, that's an assessment of character, and it was available for free, and I got it before dinner. Dormitory broadcast. Darkness returns. The blood moon rises. Blood servants have sensed the presence of werewolves and will indiscriminately slaughter the players. New player protection will no longer be effective. You call last night protection? The night came up red this time instead of black. Not properly dark, a sort of thick crimson haze, which is worse because you can see enough to be certain something is there, and not enough to know what. Such a sweet scent, right outside my door, and there was a sound with it, a wet sniffing. Cao Lingling made a small noise and went behind Zhou Meili. How, said Zhou Meili, and her voice had gone extremely flat. That thing outside has frightened How. Right, yes, I'll go and see to it. I want to record that this was, technically, the first time I went out on somebody else's instructions. Blood Servants, Level 4, Constitution 15, Spirit 20. Skills, Blood Siphon, Control, Bloodbat Escape. The lowest ranking Blood Servant, a bat avatar and mortal enemy of the savage werewolf. When they're injured, do they bleed or do scabs form directly? A pale man with white hair and a western face and extremely prominent laughter lines, which is not a sentence I expected to write about a vampire. So strong, such sweet, fresh blood. He looked me up and down and ran his tongue round his own mouth. Human, are you interested in becoming my servant? You need only provide me with blood at fixed times and places, and I will spare your life. 15 Constitution. I had 45. Then his nose twitched. No werewolves, but a woman's scent. 1, 2, there are 4, and one of them has the fragrance of a young girl. Have you finished sniffing? He turned his head and got his first proper look at my face. Boy, aren't you pushing your luck? I have offered you the chance to be my servant. Dozens of cranes came off my hand. Blood servant essence, blood batwing, 3 food boxes, 5 liters of water, 1,000 copper coins. Player Hao kills a level 4 blood servant, earning 30 points. There, interest collected. Blood batwing. Collect 10 to exchange for a speed up skill. Collect 50 for a more advanced speed up skill. 2 skills cannot exist simultaneously. Don't be fooled. And blood servant essence. Collect 10 to exchange for 1 bottle of blood servant essence, which has the effect of cleansing the blood. If body odor is mild, this is a great remedy. If it's overwhelming, it won't help. Perhaps you can find what you're looking for in this event, said a system prompt from 2 days ago, about a blonde woman from a different continent. Right, I said. Then I'm going to need a lot of these. The second one came down the corridor with a speech ready. Oh, humble human, I shall bestow upon you. He got that far. How is this possible? Why not? 3 seconds, start to finish, and the thing died with its arrogance still fully intact, which I think is the kindest way for that kind to go. Then somebody clapped. Slow, deliberate applause out of the crimson haze, and a figure walking toward me, bigger than the last 2, and moving like a person. Hello, human. I drew. Whoa, don't be impulsive. Listen, we may not necessarily be enemies. A werewolf, standing in a corridor, in the middle of a war, offering me a deal. Actually, we have common enemies, such as these blood servants. And it gestured at the 2 bodies I'd made, with the specific confidence of something that thinks it's holding a strong hand. It was, on paper, a good offer. That's the thing. 2 monster factions at each other's throats, and a player able to pick a side is a genuinely strong position, and any sensible person would at least have listened. The old people say something, I said, that I think makes a lot of sense. Do you know what it is? It had no idea. What is it? The blade went through its throat mid-sentence. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. It did not understand the sentence. It did not have the vocabulary for the sentence. It died, confused, which is exactly what it deserved for coming to a corridor with a business proposal, wearing a face it had stolen off a dead man from my building. Because it had come to me in the skin of a dasha person, that's what I want to be clear about. Inside that building, people fought each other constantly, and I never took it personally. But there is a line, and the line is, whatever else happens in here, we are the ones who live here. Down the corridor, the rest of them were arguing about me. Is that human planning to wipe us all out? Impossible. We'll just use Bloodbat and run along the wall. You're right, you genius. You spineless cowards. He killed one level 4 senior. What are you afraid of? You're right, senior. I'll have to trouble you to hold him off. Oh God, he's coming. And the whole corridor collapsed into a panic, which is the moment I found out that the most demoralizing thing you can do to a hierarchy is arrive. Then somebody older stepped out of it, in a dark red cloak, with no other accessories whatsoever, which looked exactly as silly as it sounds. Blood Servants, Level 5. Constitution 23, Spirit 27. Skills, Blood Siphon, Blood Control, Bloodbat Escape. A leader among Blood Servants, with greater control over blood. It's even worse than Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox. I don't know what the point of developing Spirit is. 23 Constitution, I had 45. I want you to understand what that description was actually telling me. This thing had gone all in on Spirit, 27 of it, and had 2 skills to show for it. It had built itself like a boss, and had not been given the budget of a boss, and it was about to be pushed out in front of its own people because they'd voted. Go on, old man. Take that human down. We'll put in a joint statement for you. We'll make you a true blood servant. It came at me, and I brought the blade round, and it got both arms up in front of its face. The cut went through both of them. They came off cleanly and went up in the air, and the stumps started to steam and hiss, because mithril does something to that kind of thing that ordinary metal does not. Ah, my hands! With a body like that, where did you find the courage? And then it did the only thing it had left. Blood siphon. I felt it. I'll be honest. There was a rush up into my head, and my face went hot, and everything went slightly red at the edges, and I stopped for about a second. And then it stopped. That's it. That's the whole attack. A skill designed to pull the blood out of a human being, aimed at somebody with 45 constitution and a mithril set, and a bloodline that gets stronger when it's bleeding, and it produced roughly the effect of standing up too fast. Is that it? You're not human. You're not human. It threw itself into a dozen bats and went for the ceiling. If you get away, all of this was for nothing. Cranes, dozens of them before I'd finished the swing, in a net across the corridor, and every single one of the bats hit one. Player Heihao kills a level 5 blood servant, earning 400 points. I laughed. That was a mistake, because the sound of it went down the hallway, and the remaining blood servants heard it, and after that there was no fight anywhere in that building. Run! The human's attacking! They stampeded. Some of them tried the walls, some of them went for the windows, and found out that the doors and windows in those corridors are protected by the dormitory rules, which had been keeping them safe for a fortnight and was now a cage. Then I got into the teleportation array, and that was worse for them, because the array lights up before you arrive. Every floor, one after another, watched that light come on and knew what was coming out of it. Hi, were you all waiting for me? Mum, it's really him! Tell Kevin I might not make it home for dinner. Which Sunny Beach said the dormitory players were easy to bully, and in the middle of that, something happened that I did not expect at all. Congratulations, you have successfully slain 100 monsters of level 3 or higher using a bladed weapon. Blade Mastery Advancement, Profound Saber Technique, level 7. Effect, your swordsmanship is no longer bound by rigid forms. 40% additional damage. Affix, Profound. Your swordsmanship can be used for ranged attacks and gains 20% increased sharpness. Sharp Attack. Attacks gain armor penetration based on the difference in damage and constitution, and have a deterrent effect on low-level targets. Upgrade requirement. Kill 500 targets of level 6 or higher. I'll allow you to run 39 meters first. Ranged. The blade started throwing crescents of light down the corridor at things I wasn't near, And then I did the thing that broke Guo Guang. He was 2 floors down, and he'd fought his way up to watch, and he told me afterwards that this was the exact moment he stopped trying to measure himself against me. I put the sword away. 40% bonus damage, ranged attacks, a mithril greatsword, 400 silver bullets in my bag, and a revolver in a wardrobe, and I put all of it away and went at a corridor full of vampires with my bare hands, because fighting proficiency needs 50 targets at level 4 or above and no gloves.
He's much, no way. He's using them to train. Cranes going out behind me to catch anything that ran, and me in the middle of it punching things that had spent 2 weeks being the apex predator of that building. Brothers, follow me, fight our way out. Kill this devil and we're saved. For the glory of the blood servants. Damn it, said Guo Guang from a doorway to nobody. Why are they the ones being heroic? It makes us look like the monsters. And that's roughly where the night ended, and it's where I want to stop, because it's the honest place to stop. I want to put 2 things next to each other. 15 days earlier, I had opened a door and something had come at my face, and I had shut it and stood behind 14 points of durability with 9 constitution and no skills and no plan, doing arithmetic about how many seconds of wood I had left. And 15 days later, a hallway full of level 4 monsters was holding a meeting about whether it was possible to run away from me. The Ultimate Hunter experience card was still in my bag. That's the part I think about. That card had been in my pocket since the first hour of the first day. I'd nearly crushed it against a zombie. I'd had it in my hand when the dog put me through a wall. I'd carried it into a fog bank and out again, saving it for the moment things got bad enough. 2 events, 3 bosses, a level 7 tree, and a 5th phase veteran later, it was still there, unused, because things had never once got bad enough. And because it turns out that the thing that actually saves you is not the emergency you're saving for. It's the 200 wood you got for waking up on the first morning and what you decided to spend it on. But I want to tell you the last thing, because it's the thing I actually took to bed with me. That tree. Not the level 7, not the 80 constitution, and not the 10 days, and not the fact that it had promised, on a public broadcast, to bring every monster in the building with it on the night of the full moon. The thing it said. Because it did not say thief. It did not say human, or player, or boy. It said, you damned, stinking Taoist. I had used a dead man's power for 2 hours, once, 8 floors underground, inside a building, 3 days before I ever went near that tree. And something that had been asleep since before any of us arrived took one look at me and recognized a man I have never met. It knew him. It hated him. And whatever he did to it, it had been asleep ever since. So there is a thing in the fog outside my building with a personal grudge, an appointment in 10 days, and an orb of mine in its accounts. And when it comes, it will not be coming for the thief. It'll be coming for him.